Shall
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
Good afternoon. For those of you in Ellis County, we have a developing situation here to the southeast of the town of Ellis. This is south of I-70 and to the west of Hayes. We are seeing indications on radar that this storm is likely to produce a tornado. In fact, about 30 seconds ago, we heard from a storm chaser in this area that we may be dealing with at least a funnel cloud, perhaps a brief tornado at the present time. You can see we're dealing with a little bit of a notch that's showing up to the southeast of the town of Ellis. So that's where this particular storm is showing the strongest rotation. And to give you some idea of distance here from the town of Ellis to where we're seeing the rotation, we're about 7 to 8 miles to the southeast of town. This storm also has a history of producing tennis ball size hail. So for those of you in Hayes, we want you to start thinking about moving to a place of safety, because I think we have a tornado warning that will probably be issued here momentarily. Certainly a storm that has been ramping up in intensity, and we're trying to get ahead of this in case this storm continues to drift on to the east, which it is trying to do right now. Again, in the last 10 to 15 minutes, we've been getting just a surplus of hail reports coming out of the storm in western Ellis County. At the moment is a severe thunderstorm warning for Ellis County, and you can see that the area of concern that we're looking at is well to the southeast of the town of Ellis. So let's go ahead and bring you up here to the current time, and we'll shift our view. It does look like if the storm is going to produce a tornado in the next few minutes, which is highly possible, it would stay south of the town of Ellis and stay to the southwest of the Hayes area. But again, this storm continues to be a significant hail producing event at the present time. And just to the southeast of the town of Ellis, we're still getting indications on radar. We could at the very minimum be getting some golf ball size hail, perhaps even up to the size of tennis balls, which has been reported near the town of Ellis. So anybody that might be traveling I-70 across Ellis County should be aware of this dangerous storm that is in your area. So at the moment, again, what we're looking at here, and I'm going to switch over to so you can see the wind inside of the storm, and we're sampling the storm using the Dodge City radar. So what's happening here to the southeast of the town of Ellis, you've got winds going away from the radar, winds in toward the radar, and so the circulation that's showing up again is well removed from the town of Ellis and still well to the southwest of Hayes. But in this particular area, you know, for those of you that might be living on a farm somewhere to the southwest of Hayes by about 4 or 5 miles, you do need to be watching this storm carefully. It has been rotating for several minutes, and we have heard from some eyewitnesses in this area that we are at least getting a wall cloud, perhaps even some funnels with it. And so we want to stay ahead of the storm and give you as much advance notice as we possibly can. This, by the way, the only significant severe thunderstorm that's out there right now. We did have some other active weather up near the Oberlin area, and as we expand the view just to kind of scan what's going on across northwest Kansas, you can see we've got this hail producing storm west of Hayes right now. Other scattered thunderstorms to the south and east of Hill City. Really not too much to worry about there. Same goes for the storm that's northeast of Waukene at the moment. That storm doesn't really look all that impressive. And we did have another thunderstorm up in the Decatur County area east of Oberlin. That storm has weakened a little bit in the last 15 to 20 minutes. So at the moment, although there are some other scattered thunderstorms in northwest Kansas, the one that bears watching the closest is what's happening here just to the west of Hayes. Again, what we're thinking is that this storm could possibly produce another funnel cloud, perhaps maybe a tornado. We certainly see indications on radar that the rotation has strengthened a little bit to the west of Hayes. So again, we're trying to give you as much advance notice as we can that south and east of Ellis to the west of Hayes, we do have a rotating thunderstorm that could possibly produce a tornado as the storm continues to shift on to the south and east. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning now being issued again to include all of Hayes and areas to the south of I-70. Big hail is possible on this storm, potentially up to the size of tennis balls. We'll be in continuous coverage on our Always On Weather channel. If something changes with this storm, we will of course be back on the air with more information as the situation warrants.
Bad days. Flare.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And we're coming back on the air because we are getting reports of funnel clouds with this storm that's southeast of Ellis and to the southwest of Hayes, a storm that is also producing very large hail. So even if we don't get a tornado out of this storm, large hail is about ready to move into the town of Hayes, and it's already been in the Ellis area. You can see one of our very own Storm Team 12 storm chasers, Justin Dean, is on the back end of this storm. We also have Taylor Wright, and if we get an opportunity to look at his video, I'd love to go to that and take a look and see what we're seeing there. Okay, this is Taylor Wright's video. And again, these are live pictures coming in. Taylor is coming up on the back end of this storm. There in the background part of the picture, the dark colors that you're looking at, that's going to be the heavy rain and the hail. This is a cloud feature of interest here because that may be our wall cloud that has been showing some occasional funnels. Now, we have not had in the last 10 minutes a report of a tornado, but it does look like at the present moment we may be trying to develop a funnel cloud right there. Again, this is about 9 miles to the southeast of the town of Ellis. This is to the southwest of Hayes by about 8 or 9 miles. And although we don't have a tornado warning yet, we're trying to get the word out as fast as we possibly can so you have time to prepare for this storm. It looks like if it does produce a tornado, this storm is going to stay to the southwest of the town of Hayes. Severe thunderstorm warning at the moment in effect for Ellis County. But we're going to stay with you here because large hail is moving into the city of Hayes. And so it's going to get kind of noisy, but it looks like we have a well-developed wall cloud now again. We're just waiting to see if anything further develops out of this. Your heavy rain and the hail is going to be over here on the right part of the screen. And as we look at some of these pictures through the afternoon, we get a chance here to educate you on what's happening inside of the storm. So warm air is being drawn up into the storm. That's why you don't typically get a lot of heavy rain and hail on the back end of the storm. And this is the updraft. This is where the air is coming down, what we would call the downdraft. That's where the heavy rain and the hail is going to be. So of interest will be the back end of this storm back here. Again, it looks like we're developing a well-defined wall cloud there. Taylor's going to get in closer to the storm. We'll continue to provide live pictures for you. And so if something further develops out of this storm, we'll of course probably be some of the first to see it as he kind of repositions and gets ready to give us some coverage there from Ellis County. But at the moment, we're dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place, and it does include the city of Hayes, does include areas just to the east of the town of Ellis, where again we've had multiple reports of large hail. So let's go back to the present time and we'll give you some indications of some of the information that has been trickling into the storm center about the last 15, 20, even 30 minutes. Here's a report of some ping pong ball size hail that happened just before 2 o'clock this afternoon. That was near the town of Ellis, and you can see some of these other blue boxes. Looks like we just had another one pop up here just to the south of Hayes, and here's a report coming in of hail larger than 1 inch in diameter, about $half size. And so that was at the top of the hour. So we know the storm at least is producing some incredible hail. And so that's something that's of interest to us right now. Before we go back to Taylor's video, I want to take another look as we get a chance to analyze these pictures with you live on the air. And this is what's of concern here. We've got this area of rotation. It's still a little bit spread out. When we're looking for tornado signatures on radar, sometimes we'll see the bright green and the bright next to each other. In this instance here, it's a little bit more spread out over a larger area of real estate. So that would be encouraging news that maybe we're not looking at an imminent tornado threat. But let's go back over to Taylor's pictures because, again, he's giving us a first-hand look at what this storm is doing. And what we are seeing at the present time is not a tornado. Doesn't look like we have a funnel cloud, but sometimes a funnel cloud can be very, very narrow and can be hard to see when you're 2 or 3 miles away from the storm. But it definitely looks like we have a wall cloud. So that's a lowering of the cloud base. And if a tornado is going to develop out of this storm, it should be somewhere along this edge here. On the right part of the picture, as we were telling you just a few minutes ago, this is your heavy rain and the hail. On the back side of the storm, where the warm air is being drawn up into the thunderstorm itself, again, you don't typically get a lot of heavy rain and hail in that particular area. So this is the business into the storm where we are seeing the rotation. For those of you in Hayes, it wouldn't be a bad idea to start thinking about where you need to go to ride out this storm, because at the moment we have a hail-producing storm that's coming through Hayes and back about 8 miles to the southwest of the town of Hayes. This is where we are seeing some of that rotation. You may be wondering, what are we looking at over there? Sometimes you'll get some scud clouds, or they're just low-hanging clouds that don't necessarily represent any kind of tornadic potential. But boy, this is a well-defined wall cloud that we can see. Again, this is about 8 miles to the southwest of Hayes. Looks like Taylor's on I-70, so he's giving us a pretty good view here of the storm as it does continue to slide just to the southeast of Hayes. At the moment, we think if this storm does continue to strengthen and produce some future funnel clouds or perhaps even a tornado, it should stay to the south of Hayes. That's the good news. But if you know friends and family that live south of Hayes by 7, 8, even 9 miles, send them a text message, give them a phone call, make sure they know what's going on, because this is a dangerous storm producing some very large hail. So again, if you're new to Kansas and you're new to a severe thunderstorm environment, what we're looking at here at the moment, these are live pictures from Storm Team 12 storm chaser Taylor Wright. He's on I-70 near Hayes, and we're looking back on the back end of this storm, and what you're looking at there is a wall cloud, and that's a lowering of the cloud base. Sometimes we get funnels out of it. Sometimes you can have the most impressive looking storm in terms of structure. You know, things are kind of just textbook material here where you've got the heavy rain and the hail coming down on one part of the storm, and it may look like the storm's going to produce a tornado, and sometimes it never does. So there's really no way to know for sure whether or not what the storm is going to do in the future. But at the moment, and again, our ultimate goal here is to give you as much time to take the necessary precautions if you're in the path of the storm, and that does include areas to the south of Hayes. We want to stay on top of what's developing here because, again, you're looking at this is what we call a wall cloud, and that would be rotating counterclockwise, air being drawn up into the storm, and we're just waiting to see if something develops out of this from where we go from here. At the moment, Hayes, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Areas to the south of Hayes, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. We have had occasional funnel clouds reported with this storm. It is a rotating thunderstorm, so we're just kind of waiting to see what becomes of this storm here as we continue to see some of these live pictures. Let's take a moment to break away from the picture and go back over to the radar, set everything up for you again, because if you're watching and concerned about, is Hayes going to have a tornado? Probably not. We think Hayes, you're getting hit with large hail. The rotation that we're looking at is well to the south of town, and if we watch over the last hour how things are progressing here, the storm is developing and pushing to the southeast. These big thunderstorms that we see here in Kansas are notorious for taking a turn to the right and turning into the warm, humid air that feeds them. And that's what this storm is trying to do here in southern Ellis County. You may be wondering, do we have a tornado warning? At the moment, we do not, but we are seeing a lot of ingredients come together here with a rotating wall cloud. We've had several reports of funnels. We have not in the last 15 or 20 minutes had a confirmed tornado with the storm south of Hayes, but it is bare minimum producing a lot of hail, and that's what's coming through the city of Hayes. We'll take a moment here to kind of expand out and show you what else is going on around northwest Kansas. There you see Storm Team 12 storm chaser Mikey Gribble, and he's actually just to the southeast of Colby, keeping an eye on what we think will be some future developing thunderstorms. And then there's some other storms east of Hill City, not severe, putting down some locally heavy rain. So right now we have one thunderstorm out there that is producing a lot of hail and also producing a wall cloud. No tornado at the moment, no funnel clouds that we're aware of, but if we go back over to the live video, again, what we're looking at, and by the way, Taylor coming up south of this storm at the moment, heavy rain over here on the right part of the screen, and this is again what we would consider to be the business end of the storm where we have the lowering, the wall cloud if you will, but no tornado and no funnel cloud that's visible from this particular vantage point. So we are waiting for a tornado watch to be coming for parts of western Kansas that will likely hear, or as we anticipate more thunderstorms to fire up as we go through the remainder of the afternoon. But we want to let you know, for those of you in Hayes, we are watching the situation carefully because what's passing through the city right now is heavy rain and hail. The rotation that we're looking at with the storm is still well removed to the south of Hayes by about 7 or 8 miles. So if the storm, and we'll emphasize if because we don't know what's going to happen over the next 20-30 minutes, if the storm does produce a tornado, it would likely go south of the town of Hayes and likely be closer to Shinshin than it might be Hayes itself. So a lot of interesting pictures we're probably going to see through the rest of the afternoon. This is just the beginning of what will likely be a very active evening and right into the overnight hours of severe weather in northwest Kansas that will start to spread east as the night wears on. But at the moment, one thunderstorm warning out there, that is for Ellis County, does include Hayes, does include areas south of Hayes. A lot of hail being produced with this storm. We'll have to be checking in with Taylor to see exactly which road he's on, but he is south of Hayes, and once again, we still have a classic wall cloud that's showing up here on the screen. Over here on the left, it looks like the sun is trying to come out. That's not uncommon to see because rotating storms and potential tornadoes like to develop on the back end of a storm. So if you're in the path, usually you get hit with heavy rain, hail, and then when all goes calm, the calm before the storm can sometimes mean that you're under the updraft or closer to the rotating part of the storm. So again, it's not uncommon to see what looks like the sun trying to come out and then over here a wall cloud and maybe some funnels. That's how thunderstorms work, especially these supercell, the big rotating thunderstorms that we see in Kansas. You know, this happens from time to time again, but this is what we're watching. Still looks like we have a well-defined wall cloud with this storm. And I believe Taylor, again, he's a good 7 or 8 miles to the south of Hayes. Obviously, using the windshield wipers there, he's in some rain at the moment. And we've had several reports of large hail with this storm. We still believe that to be an ongoing situation in Hayes. Hopefully your car is someplace secure, because we've had reports of hail the size of tennis balls. No confirmation from Hayes itself that hail has been that large, but that's just an indication of how powerful this thunderstorm has been. So what are we looking at right now? Heavy rain, and the hail's over here on the right part of the picture. This is our wall cloud. Kind of tough to see in real time whether or not it's rotating, but this is still an interesting feature that we're looking at south of Hayes and waiting to see if anything develops beyond where we are at the present time. But once again, this is Storm Team 12 Storm Chaser Taylor Wright, well-trained individual out there watching the thunderstorms this afternoon. And this is a storm that has been ongoing now for more than an hour, producing some large hail. We had several reports of that near the town of Ellis, with a report of up to tennis ball size hail. We're just waiting to get some more information. Go ahead, Mark.
The sirens in Hayes due to the rotation southwest of town.
Okay, so we're being told that sirens are sounding in Hayes due to the rotation that we've been displaying now for about 15 minutes. It does look a little bit more ragged. The storm structure that we're looking at, and again, I'm seeing the pictures as you do too. These are live images that we're looking at, and we'll probably be doing so through the rest of the afternoon. It looks a little more fractured in terms of the storm structure here. Not as classic, you know, crisp around the edges, if you will. Looks a little bit more jagged. So that may indicate to us that the storm is perhaps losing a little bit of its intensity, but you know, this storm later on may ramp up. We just simply don't know. But at the moment, it looks a little bit more fractured around the edges, which would indicate to me maybe a little bit of a weakening with this storm. Mark?
Baseball hails in Hayes 5 minutes ago.
Okay, so 5 minutes ago, baseball-sized hail reported in Hayes. You don't need me to tell you that hail of that magnitude is certainly going to be very destructive in terms of windshields. It can knock out windows. So as we've been telling you, this storm has been a major hail producer, and that is the largest hailstone we've had reported all afternoon long now, coming from Hayes, baseball-sized hail. Once again, what we're looking at here and what we've been focusing on is south of Hayes, concerned about the potential of funnel clouds or perhaps maybe a tornado. But at the moment, I would say this is mostly a hail-producing storm. We've lost our crisp edges that were surrounding the wall cloud, and so it does look like, given the more fractured look to this storm, a little bit more ragged around the edges, perhaps it's probably not going to produce a tornado, so some good news to pass along there. But this is Storm Team 12 Storm Chaser Taylor Wright. Again, he is south of Hayes by several miles, but the hail-producing part of this storm is moving through Hayes. Let's go back over to the radar real quick, because we need to set everything up where we are right now. You can see all of these blue boxes that are popping up around Hayes, and we're going to go back in and show you, if this storm does continue to produce some very large hail, what is expected and where we go from here. So at the moment, and I'll take these boxes off so you can see Hayes coming up here in just a second, but we are getting multiple reports of a lot of hail on this thunderstorm as it passes through the Hayes area, and you can see Hayes is buried in those darker shades of red. So watch what happens over the last hour as the storm continues to shift on to the southeast. As we pointed out about 10 minutes ago, it's not uncommon for these kinds of storms to take a turn to the right, and they basically turn in the direction of the moisture that's feeding it. And today our winds are coming up from the southeast, pushing that warm, humid air right up into this storm. So it's not a big surprise that we've seen a turn to the southeast, but at the moment, this continues to be a significant hail-producing storm, and I'll show you what our computer is estimating as far as hail is concerned. We're going to be doing this from time and time again through the rest of the afternoon to give you a small sample, and there it looks like we're estimating ping pong ball size. Certainly, based on the eyewitness accounts that have come into the storm center, it's baseballs, and that was about 8 or 9 minutes ago in Hayes. No reports of damage yet, but that may be coming later on as the storm begins to move away from Hayes and you get a chance to get out and assess what has happened once the storm has started to move on away from town. But here's a look, and this is the report of over 2.5-inch hail size there. So this is our baseball size hail report just after the top of the hour from Hayes. And if we look at this other hail report near the town of Hayes, there's golf ball size at 213. So a long history here of very large hail, now starting to shift on to the south and east. We've also, looks like, had a flood report from the town of Ellis. Let's bring up that information for you. And it looks like some street flooding and some vehicles stranded in the town of Ellis in the wake of this storm. These cells are not moving very quickly. So this is going to be an hour's worth of radar imagery, and you can see it's just not getting out of Hayes all that fast. So we may be dealing with street flooding in Hayes in addition to the large hail. Baseball size reported in the last 15 minutes. This is a dangerous storm as it continues to shift on to the south and east. And one of the other features that we're going to be able to do with you this afternoon is show you exactly where our storm chasers are in relation to the storm. So there's Taylor, and you can see he's south of Hayes. We've also had Justin Dean working this area as well. So two storm chasers of our own, bringing you live pictures through the rest of the afternoon. We're anticipating more severe weather to develop back to the north and west, and a tornado watch will likely be issued for a good part of northwest Kansas here before too long. But let's go ahead and back the radar out just to kind of see how things are looking across northwest Kansas, because this has not been the only storm out there today. And just to show you, we've got you covered. We've got Steve Pauley down here near Garden City. Maybe some storms developing there. We've got Mikey Gribble back toward the Colby area. We've got Scott Roberts, who's working his way closer to some of these storms that are anticipated to develop and move out of western Kansas. And you do see some other scattered thunderstorms trying to get going now in northwest Kansas. One of them went through the Decatur County area earlier today. That thunderstorm now approaching northwest Norton County. Not much to be concerned about there at the moment. And then you see this other thunderstorm that we're looking at here in western Rooks County, stretching back into Graham County. Again, a strong thunderstorm, possibly producing some hail up to the size of dimes. Not really overly concerned about what we're seeing here at the moment. Over the last hour, you can see for yourself that storm is pushing on to the northeast and not really gaining a lot of intensity. So I wouldn't expect a future warning on that cell. If it stays the way that it is right now, we probably wouldn't have a warning for that strength of storm. It would have to get stronger than it is right now to get a severe thunderstorm warning out of that. But what we're looking at the moment, we continue to have a lot of focus on what's happening in Hayes. Again, we've had baseball-sized hail reported in Hayes, obviously a very dangerous storm. And we've had rotation reported with this storm as well. Looks like Taylor's on 183. If we get an opportunity to go back to his video, let's kind of check in and see what's happening. When we last left the video, we were starting to see a little bit more of a fractured nature look to the storm, and that would indicate to us that we're probably getting a little bit of a weakening trend on the storm. Just double checking here on some new information, maybe getting some updated information about a possible rotating wall cloud. This would be northwest of La Crosse. That would put it in Rush County. So just bear with us here as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Taylor is at a stopping point here just to kind of reassess what's going on. We don't have the wall cloud, at least in this view here of the storm, but that was not the case about 20 minutes ago when we were getting pictures of a well-defined wall cloud on this storm. So at the moment, it doesn't appear that we're dealing with an imminent tornado danger. We've got Justin Dean, who's on I-70 east of the storm. He's east of Hayes, and then we've got Taylor here, who's just off of 183, about looks like he's maybe about 4 or 5 miles to the southwest of the town of Hayes. Let's take these boxes off so you can see Hayes and where it falls in relation to some of the darker shades here on radar. And it still looks like, especially on the west side of Hayes, the southwest side of Hayes, we're probably still getting some very large hail happening with this storm, and it's not moving away from Hayes very quickly. I mean, according to our computer, we're estimating hail still larger than 2 inches in diameter with a movement at 9 miles per hour. This is not a storm that's going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So flooding is going to be a problem here, and we can see the storm just kind of redeveloping across central and southern portions of Ellis County, a dangerous situation underway. We spend a lot of time focusing on the potential of tornadoes, but the reality of it is tornadoes themselves are very isolated in nature, and hail is going to be a much more widespread concern across the city of Hayes, including Ellis County, and so we do want to stay on guard. And areas that might be next in line, let's go ahead and put a storm track and see where we might be going from here. This is not in a hurry to go anywhere, so you've got a little bit of time to prepare, but if we have a southeasterly movement at about, we'll give it 15 miles per hour just to accommodate for some little bit of air here. Victoria at about 229, Pfeiffer at 247. Again, this is not tornadic potential that we're tracking. This is large hail. baseball-sized hail has been reported in Hays about 15 minutes ago. And hail of that magnitude can go through windshields, can go through your, I've seen hail of that magnitude sometimes penetrate a roof. So you just got to be thinking about those kinds of things. Not a good storm to be trying to navigate through. And for any motorists that are on I-70, there's a good 8 or 9 miles here that you would not be wanting to travel through until the storm shifts south of I-70. So if you're in Victoria, if you're in Pfeiffer, if you're in Hays, again, severe thunderstorm warning, but it is a big hail-producing storm. And when hail starts getting to the size of baseballs, you definitely need to stay away from windows because, again, hail is going to be very destructive, and that's something that we do need to be thinking about. Just giving you a little bit more perspective here on how things are looking for Russell County. Right now, we've got a little shower that's showing up on radar in the southwest corner of the county. But this storm looks to me like it's developing and trying to shift a little bit more now to the east. And so we may see a warning coming momentarily for western portions of Russell County. Be prepared for large hail because that's the nature of this storm right now across Ellis County as it does continue to ever so slowly work its way to the east southeast. In addition to the fact that this is a slow moving storm, let me show you what we're dealing with in terms of how much rain has fallen in Ellis County. And our radar might be just a little bit behind in terms of how much rain has fallen. It's going to be more than 1/3 of an inch. So be prepared for street flooding in Hays, areas to the south of Hays along 183. This part of Kansas has had some recent rains, and so if we continue to see the storm stuck over Ellis County, it's possible there could be some barricades going up on some roads if we're still dealing with this here in another 30 or 45 minutes. But taking a look at the situation in Ellis County, it's a severe thunderstorm warning that does include the city of Hays. Shinshin does look like the largest hail is still north of you, but watch it because the storm does kind of show movement to the east, southeast, and it may be 20 or 30 minutes and you could be included in some of this large hail. The warning itself till 3 o'clock this afternoon. Again, this is a dangerous storm with hail reported to be up to the size of baseballs. Let's check in on some of our other reports that we've had coming in as far as the hail is concerned. The biggest hail that we've had reported was the size of baseballs, but here's that report of golf ball size hail at 213. And then if we look at the other hail report here, this was just a little bit larger than 1 inch in diameter, about $half size at the top of the hour. If we can go back over to Taylor's video, we have 2 storm chasers that are on this storm, and they will continue to reposition to work their way around the storm to hopefully give us some better vantage points. At the moment, there's a lot of ominous looking clouds here, and you may be saying, well, where's the tornado? We haven't seen any of that in our live pictures this afternoon. We've had at least 4 or 5, based on my count, funnel cloud reports. We've seen the wall cloud for ourselves live here on the air, but we have not seen any tornadoes, for a good 30 or 45 minutes, and we'll hope that continues to be the case. Yes, the sky looks very angry, a lot of dark clouds, but at the moment we don't have a well-defined wall cloud any longer, and we certainly don't have any funnels or tornadoes, but this is a very significant hail-producing event that's underway in Ellis County with the warning continuing until 3 o'clock this afternoon. It's probably going to be extended well beyond that because the storm really doesn't show any signs of weakening at the moment. So back over to the radar again real quick. Let's continue to track what we're dealing with here. Baseball-sized hail has been reported in Hays. Still waiting for some kind of information as to whether or not we've had some damage, but one would probably expect that sort of thing is probably coming. Just can't really get out and assess a whole lot right now because the storm is still on top of Hays, and we're still dealing with a lot of hail here around the Hays area. Radar in motion so you can see where we're headed from here, developing and ever so slowly pushing to the east. Heads up in western Russell County, a warning could be coming for large hail as the storm continues to move your way. It may be 10-15 minutes away from doing so, but that potential is certainly going to be there. I do see some new storms starting to pop up now in portions of Barton County, so let's take our view and go back to the southwest. You can see to the north of Great Bend, just east of Hoisington. This is southwest of Claflin along Highway 156. We are starting to see some new thunderstorms developing there to the northeast of Great Bend. And looks like it's right over, well, it's going to be right over the to the northeast of Hays, Cheyenne Bottoms. That's what I'm trying to think of. And the storm is working its way to the northeast right up Highway 156. Again, this would be east of Hoisington and back to the southwest of Claflin. Not a severe thunderstorm, but this environment certainly is supportive of additional strengthening on the storm in eastern Barton County, so pay attention to what's going on there. If you're just now joining our coverage, we have not had a tornado warning this afternoon. We have had several funnel clouds. We've started off with a wall cloud with this thunderstorm here about 45 minutes ago. We had a couple of funnels. We have not in the last 30 to 45 minutes had any kind of tornado happening around the Hayes area, but Hayes has been hit with baseball-sized hail. We do know that. And we are starting to see some additional storms now developing across portions of Barton County. And we've also had some thunderstorms back to the northwest as well. You can see a strengthening thunderstorm there in the northeast corner of Graham County to the northeast of Hill City. That storm now looking a little bit stronger than it was a few minutes ago. The storm that's northwest of Norton in the northern part of Norton County, really not too much to be overly concerned about there at the moment, as that storm remains well below a severe threshold. So as we look at what's happening across northwest Kansas and other areas, if you're watching us from Wichita this afternoon, Hutchinson, wondering what's going to be happening, we get an opportunity here to show you our future track, to take you ahead in time, so you can kind of get a sense of what is anticipated with thunderstorms. And here we go late into the afternoon, and watching and waiting. Thunderstorms will really start to energize, we think, across western Kansas as we continue on into the evening. We may be looking at some storms farther south. We are definitely anticipating additional storms to develop across northwest Kansas. And then what will probably be the main show later on tonight will be storms coming out of Nebraska to impact north central and northeast Kansas with damaging wind gusts. So this is going to be a long drawn out event. Significant severe weather expected later into the night, with strong wind gusts impacting a good portion of northern Kansas. Through the rest of the evening, though, we are looking at these isolated storms from Hayes south, potentially impacting the Dodge City area. And it's these individual storms that get out there on their own that really bear watching, because they have the accessibility to an environment that has basically been untouched by thunderstorms earlier this afternoon. And so sometimes those are the ones that start to rotate and can produce tornadoes. And we are waiting on a tornado watch that will be issued for parts of Kansas. So we continue to keep an eye on what's happening in the Hayes area, sticking with you here until we get that storm to shift away from Hayes a little bit further. At the moment, severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Ellis County. You can see some strengthening storms in Barton County. Baseball-sized hail reported near Hayes. That storm is starting to shift to the south of town just a little bit, but it's not doing so in a fast pace at all. And now the radar is showing maybe some of the largest hail from Hayes and about 2 to 3 miles to the south-southeast of town, continuing to drift on to the southeast. Been a little while since we've looked at the wind inside of this storm to see whether or not we're dealing with a rotating thunderstorm. And again, when we see what we're seeing here, red is where the wind is blowing away from Dodge City. Green is where the wind is blowing back in toward Dodge City, and it's spread out over a good 4 or 5 miles. So given that indication on radar, we wouldn't expect an imminent tornado danger because the rotation is so spread out over a larger area. Typically, when we're dealing with tornadoes, the signatures that we see on radar, it's going to be much more condensed, a smaller area, perhaps maybe a mile or two where the rotation is showing up, but this is spreading out. Now, new imagery coming in there, starting to ramp up the wind speeds a little bit more. So we might be seeing the storm trying to organize again here to the south of Hayes. But let's be clear about something. If this storm is going to go ahead and later on in its life cycle produce a tornado, it's going to happen south of Hayes. But in Shinshin areas south of Hayes along 183, you should be watching the storm carefully, as we are doing here. Let's go back over to Taylor's video. He's been following the storm for us this afternoon. Somebody that's been tracking storms for many, many years. A well-trained individual, knows exactly where to position himself in relation to the storm to stay out of harm's way and bring us some of the best pictures that are going to be available this afternoon. It's going to make you feel like you're right there in Hayes and right there in Ellis County. But at the moment, it does appear to me that he's probably trying to slide south to get a little bit safer position, to give us a little bit better picture of what's happening. But we don't see anything in this view here out his windshield that would be cause for concern. Yes, there's a lot of dark, ominous looking clouds up above, but down below, we certainly don't have anything that stands out in terms of a wall cloud or any kind of rotation in that area. So don't try to go out in a chase on a day like this. You know, we get a lot of interested individuals that want to go out and see the storms for themselves. You feel like you've got a cell phone, you've got radar, you've got a camera, you've got video, maybe you're qualified to go out. Not the case, because these storms have a mind of their own. They sometimes change the path that they're on, and so we don't want you to feel like that you're suited to go out and do that sort of thing. Let our trained individuals be your eyes and bring you the video through the rest of the afternoon. But again, at the moment, live pictures from southern portions of Ellis County would suggest, at least in Taylor's view as he tries to reposition, we don't have a wall cloud or a tornado at the moment. Let's go back over to the radar again. If you're just coming into our coverage, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's been in place for Ellis County. Lots of blue boxes popping up. What does that mean? These are all hail reports that have come into the National Weather Service. They push out that information. It pops up live on the air. And so this would indicate to you and to us this is still a significant hail-producing storms. There have been a lot of hail reports coming in from haze, and that is still the ongoing concern for areas along and to the south of I-70. The rotation that we're seeing, which again is not overly spectacular at the moment, and that's good news. We don't want a tornado out of this. So if the radar signature that we're looking at here, there's still a little bit of a notch showing up a couple miles to the north of Shinshin. Yes, the storm is likely still rotating, but not significant enough to produce an imminent tornado threat. That's why we don't have a tornado warning for Ellis County. But these situations can change very quickly. If you've lived in Kansas for a number of years, sometimes we can go from a severe thunderstorm to a tornado in sometimes a minute or two. And so we do understand that things can happen very quickly, and that's why we want to stay with you here until we either see a little bit of a weakening trend or get the storm to shift south of Hays. I understand we do have some pictures of hail coming in from Hays. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the hail. And what we love about this picture here is you really get a sense of just how big the hail is when we put it up next to something that you're familiar with, like a quarter. It's a lot bigger than a quarter. In fact, 2 quarters together and the hail is still larger than that. Thanks to Christy for sending us that photo. Remember, you can do that through the Storm Team 12 weather app. It comes right to the Storm Center. We can turn these pictures around and get them on the air. Here's another picture of hail. More coming in. This is all from the Hays area. Again, 2 inches in diameter is what it looks like to me there. We've got a quarter to give us some perspective on just how large this is. And while you look at these hailstones, one of the questions that we get asked so frequently, why do some hailstones take on these finger-like appendages and others may be more perfectly round? Has a lot to do with the temperature profile through the atmosphere. And sometimes you'll get smaller chunks of ice that will stick to the bigger piece of hail and give it those weird appendages that you'll see in some of these photos. That if you look carefully at that hailstone, on the lower right part of the picture, you can see hail starts out as a real small piece of ice, and then every time it travels up and down through the thunderstorm, it gets a new coating of ice, increasing its size, increasing its weight, and eventually the power and the weight of that hail overpowers the strong wind that was keeping it afloat in a thunderstorm. So that's a little bit of the science behind how we get hail. But what we love about the pictures that we get from you, when you put a quarter with it or put some well-identifiable object with it, then that gives us an indication of just how large the hailstones can be. Because sometimes if you don't do that, a picture can be a little bit misleading. But there we are obviously dealing with some very large hail. Have not at the moment had any reports of major damage, but we're still dealing with a situation here in Hays of major hail that's coming down. And obviously when it's all over with, trees are probably going to be stripped of leaves. We're probably going to have some busted windshields, perhaps some windows knocked out of homes. We simply don't know right now because the storm is still underway there in portions of Ellis County. So severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Ellis County till 3 o'clock this afternoon. Another check here of the radar shows the deeper shades of red now kind of starting to shift a little bit more to the south of Hays, and that would indicate maybe that some of the hailstones are probably getting a little bit smaller in size of what we're getting in the city itself. Take off those blue boxes so we can bring Hays back into view. So here we are. We get into these deep shades of red, even some purple showing up on radar. That's your large hail, at least some of that 2-inch hail that may still be falling. The little marker, in case you're wondering, here to the south of Hays is our computer giving us an estimate on hail size. Saying 5 inches in diameter, that would probably be fairly extreme. I wouldn't expect 5-inch hail. More along the lines of tennis ball, that would seem more likely. That may be a little bit overdone, but it is still a major hail-producing storm in the Ellis County area. Now we switch over to our hail product just to show you that there, our computer now estimating 3-inch hail, which appears a little bit more likely. But what's of more concern now as the storm shifts away from Hays, next in line would be Shinshin. Victoria looks like the largest hail is probably going to miss you to the south and west. For those of you in western Russell County, if the storm is not moving very fast, that's one of the interesting things that we've noted about this particular cell. But given how things are progressing here, ever so slowly, we're kind of shifting it on to the east. So downstream would be western Russell County, and we may see a warning issued there for some of this large hail that is still in the Ellis County vicinity. And we're still noting rotation on the storm too. South of Hayes will bring back on the wind, so you can take a look at what's happening inside the storm with respect to how the winds are spinning. And the red near Shinshin is where the wind is blowing away. The green would be headed back in Dodge City, or in toward Dodge City. So this is the circulation, but it's spread out over several miles. And I'll just give you an idea of what we're talking about for distance. And it looks to me like we're dealing with 9 or 10 miles here, the rotation covering a larger chunk of real estate, and so it doesn't really look like a tornado threat is all that imminent, given the fact that the rotation elongates or spreads out over a larger area. So for those of you in Hayes, again, we're not likely to have a tornado out of the storm, but you've been hit with some large hail. We would be interested to know if you can do so safely, if you've had any damage. The pictures continue to come in. Remember, you can do that through the Storm Team 12 weather app. It comes right to the Storm Center, and we can turn that around and get that on the air. It's just going to be another useful tool as we continue through this busy afternoon and through the remainder of the evening. But at the moment, this is this thunderstorm at the present time that's the strongest that's out there in Kansas, and that's for central and eastern sections of Ellis County. The warning till 3. We haven't seen any weakening with this storm, so the expectation would be that, if we're looking at these kinds of returns on radar as we approach 3 o'clock, the warning will likely be extended downstream and perhaps include more of eastern Ellis County, perhaps even Russell County might be included in there as well. If you were with us about 15 minutes ago, we looked at a storm northeast of Great Bend. That storm is still there, passing through Cheyenne Bottoms, now to the east of Hoisington, moving up closer to Claflin. Not a rotating thunderstorm, probably not even a thunderstorm that has hail much larger than about dime size with it, but it's a storm that's in an environment where we could see additional strengthening, so keep an eye on what's happening there. There's the storm moving through Ellis County, starting to see a heavier shower develop west of Russell, but doesn't look all that concerning in terms of hail. And then as we work our way back to the north, we can find some other thunderstorms now starting to push up into the southwest corner of Phillips County. Not a rotating thunderstorm, but some small hail possible there. And then we also look a little farther north to find a decaying thunderstorm off to the north of Norton. So let me show you northwest Kansas as a whole. That's where thunderstorms have been underway now for the last 2 or 3 hours. And as you take a look at what's going on, most of the action right now is happening in Ellis County. We don't have anything out here around Colby, Goodland, but one of the things that we'll be able to do with you this afternoon is show you where our storm chasers are. We've got Mikey south of Colby. We've had Taylor and Justin working the storm in Ellis County, and then we have other Storm Team 12 storm chasers that are covering what might be some future storms developing in southwest Kansas. We've got Ed O'Neill in Dodge City. We've got Steve Pauley around Garden City, and we've got Scott Roberts working his way now into Barton County that will be able to provide some pictures there. In fact, if we can get to Scott's video, it does look like he might be close enough to that storm in Barton County to just give us a little bit of a sense of what's happening there. Not a severe thunderstorm warning yet in Barton County, but a storm that may be gaining a little bit of momentum here as it continues to go on to the northeast. Again, it's moved through Cheyenne Bottoms. It looks to me like maybe more of a north movement on that storm that's just to the northwest of the Hoisington area. So starting to see storms really start to take off here, with the most significant severe weather happening in and around the Ellis County vicinity. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning issued. This is going to be for northern sections of Rush County. This is also going to include the southeast corner of Ellis County, and you can see it's for this large hail producing event that's underway and has been underway for several minutes now to the southeast of Hayes. We did get baseball size hail in Hayes, and that storm is now shifting on to the south and east. At least the largest hail is probably southeast of the city of Hayes. Some new hail pictures coming into the storm center. We love to see this sort of thing, but don't do it if you can't do it safely. So let's look at some of those hail pictures if we can, see what we've got here. And the ruler helps too. You know, that's one way that we can really identify the size of the hail. It looks like a 2-inch hailstone there. Thanks to Brooke for sending us that photo from Hayes. And we've got another picture here. Boy, when a hailstone fills the palm of your hand, you know it's a big piece of ice coming out of the sky. And again, Brooke, we really do appreciate the photos. Thanks for doing that and do so safely. Some more pictures. Always interesting to see just the nature of how these hailstones form and what they look like. I don't think you'll ever see two hailstones that look exactly alike, but here you can see the interesting appendages on some of these hailstones with the quarter there to give us some perspective. Mark?
Yeah, rotating wall just to the 2 miles north of Liebenthal and just to the west of Highway 183 about 5 minutes ago. And continued rotation, persistent
Oh,
rotation.
okay, so we do have another possible wall cloud on that storm that's in the Ellis County vicinity. We do have some video that we should take a look at while we have this opportunity, and we'll come back to what we're seeing here on radar. Let's take a look at some of the video here. And this, again, I believe coming from the Hayes area, you can see some of the hailstones that have been falling in that area. What we're seeing here in the video looks to me more along the lines of quarter size, but you know, that out there in the grass looks to be a little bit larger. We do appreciate the videos, and we certainly do appreciate the pictures, but again, don't put your life on the line to get out there and get us a picture. Do so safely through the rest of the afternoon. And the easiest way, you know, if you're wondering how do I get this picture to Storm Team 12, the app. That's the fastest way and really the best way. So we do have some rotation again reported on this storm. We get an opportunity to go back to Taylor's video. If we get an opportunity to go to Justin's video, just let me know, guys, so we can take a look at some of that. Because both Justin and Taylor have been working this storm in Ellis County, and at last check we did get another report of a rotating wall cloud with this storm to the north of Liebenthal, and you can see Liebenthal there would put it in northern Rush County, but the rotating part of the thunderstorm is still contained in Ellis County. Also want to draw your attention here to this situation that's happening now in northern Barton County. This storm is starting to get a lot stronger. Doesn't look to me like it's rotating at the moment, but from Claflin west on Highway 4, northeast of Hoisington, this storm continues to move mostly to the north, now north of Cheyenne Bottoms, and so we may see a warning issued for parts of Barton County, might also include parts of Russell County too, with that storm pushing more to the north. Take a look at where our storm chasers are, because this is really important, and one of the great things that we have here at Storm Team 12, we have 10 storm chasers, most of them out this afternoon to bring live coverage to you so you can see what the storm is doing. It helps in the warning process to give us, you know, up to the second information of what these cells are doing as they move along. But Scott and Lance right there on Highway 56, they've been with us for many, many years, well-trained individuals to give us some live pictures. Not a warning for Barton County, but again, a strengthening storm here to the west of Claflin. So we'll be checking in with those guys as they kind of position themselves and get into a situation here where they can safely bring us some pictures of what's happening there in Barton County. At the moment, if you're just now joining our coverage, we've had baseball-sized hail reported in Ellis County, in the city of Hayes nonetheless. Still waiting on word of damage. New hail reports are coming in as we speak, so let's get that information to you. This new box that's popping up now east of Highway 183, quarter-size hail reported at 241. That is to the southeast of Hayes. We did get this other report of 1-inch hail, that coming down at 239. Those are some of the smaller hail reports that we've had. We've had everything from quarter size up to baseball. In the most recent pictures that we were able to bring you from viewers, indicating more along the lines of 2-inch hail, or about the size of an egg. Remember, if you're sending us a hail picture, drop a quarter next to one of the stones so we can get a sense of just how large that hail might be. We will pass that information along to the National Weather Service so it can aid in their decisions on making warnings, issuing warnings through the rest of the afternoon. But this continues to be a dangerous storm. We did get a report about 5 minutes ago of a rotating wall cloud to the north of Liebenthal. Liebenthal is in northern Rush County, and what we're dealing with here is a storm that continues to rotate here in southern portions of Ellis County. Not a tornado threat in Hayes, but if you live near Shinshin or east of Highway 183, be thinking about where you would go if a tornado warning is issued. Let's go back over to Taylor Wright's video, and once again, he's working the storm south of Hayes, and it looks to me we might have a wall cloud over here on the right. We're in just a little bit close to really get an overall sense of what we're looking at here. I certainly don't see a funnel cloud or a tornado, I can tell you that, but over here on the right part of the screen, this is what's got my attention, and we'll see if something develops out of this. But Taylor, just so you know, is well to the south of Hayes, and here he's kind of trying to get a little better perspective. Okay, so this is really the first chance we've had this afternoon to get a sense of how quickly this thing is rotating. So give Taylor a chance to bring this back in view. And here you can see this whole thing is spinning. You know, we don't know if it's going to put down a tornado, but it really does look like this thing is rotating very quickly. So be on standby in Shinshin, areas east of 183. This is southeast of Hayes. Again, if you're just coming into our coverage and you live in Hayes, concerned about the hail that might still be falling, we're looking at the rotating part of the thunderstorm, which would obviously be of most concern right now, because if it produces a tornado, we want to let you know. But this is well removed from the city of Hayes. Taylor trying to get a little different vantage point here, so nothing that we're looking at least in this shot, would be concerning for a wall cloud or a tornado, but it's probably what's going on behind Taylor that we'll need to check in here in just a moment. Let's go back over to the radar. I can tell you that the velocity or the wind that we're looking at inside of this storm is starting to ramp up a little bit, and that would indicate the potential maybe for a tornado or wall clouds or funnels maybe increasing a bit. We hope that's not the case. We don't want to have a tornado out of this storm, but it's southern Ellis County where we really have the greatest concentration of our focus right now, because we are starting to see some stronger winds developing on the south flank of the storm, well to the south of Hayes. What kind of distance are we talking about? Let's give you an idea of what we're looking at here in terms of how far this thing is from Hayes. So Hayes is buried up here in all the hail reports. We're a good 8 or 9 miles to the south-southeast of Hayes, to the east of Shinchin. And now popping up behind me, here's our severe thunderstorm warning for Russell and Barton counties. Not a big surprise there, because this storm north of Cheyenne Bottoms, northeast of Hoisington, has been getting a little bit stronger. So all of these blue boxes on here, and you're going to see a lot of this through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening, those are hail reports ranging anywhere from quarter size to baseball. That has been the largest hail report that we've had this afternoon. But what's a little bit of a concern, and let's keep an eye on Taylor's video, because the wind signatures are ramping up. And when we last left Taylor's video, had a little bit of concern that we might have something developing here east of 183, but the signatures on radar starting to look a little bit more favorable, if you will, that something might develop out of this storm. So if you're east of Shinchin, and remember, you can be a part of the warning process this afternoon. That's what we're trying to do, is get the information out to you so you can make a decision on what you need to do. You know somebody that lives east of Shinchin, southeast corner of Ellis County, text messages, phone calls, help spread the word that there is a rotating thunderstorm in the area that potentially could produce a tornado. We don't know if it will, but this is something that we're watching for, and we may see something develop out of this storm as we go a little bit further in time. One of the great things about being out here in the plains, we have great visibility. We don't have a lot of mountains or hills, or sometimes a lot of wooded areas that we have to try to look through to see what's going on. So when we bring you live pictures, we really do have the added benefit of having great visibility out here in the plains. And this storm is really starting to increase the wind, and so it's starting to look to me like a new notch is really showing up here northeast of Shinchin. So we do want to keep a watch of what's happening here. And if we can go back to Taylor's video anytime, let us know. Okay, so Taylor's still repositioning. So sorry to go back and forth with you guys, but back over to the radar real quick, and then we'll try to come back to Taylor's video. For those of you in Barton County, the storm north of Cheyenne Bottoms, you see Claflin, you see Hoisington. This is not a storm that looks all that threatening in terms of rotating, but it could potentially produce some large hail. So heads up in the southeast corner of Russell County, because that's going to be next in line. And let's give you a small sample. You see Wilson, Dorrance, of course, along I-70, just to give you a sample of what we might be looking at as far as the hail threat concerned with this storm. Doesn't really look all that impressive, so let's go with quarter size on this storm that's now north of Highway 4, moving to the north. Quarter size, Barton County, that's what I would expect on that particular thunderstorm. Meanwhile, the one that's back in Ellis County continues to be a fairly significant hail-producing event, and right now it's southeast of Hayes. So this is our hail indicators. It's south of Victoria, very close to Victoria actually, and to the northeast of Shinchin. Severe thunderstorm warning is in place for Ellis County and northern Rush County, a dangerous storm underway there. If you are just, coming into our coverage, these are the thunderstorms that we have right now. There aren't very many of them out there. We've got this one in Ellis County. We've got this one that's developed in Barton County, but the storm at the moment that bears watching is this one that's east of Shinchin, southeast corner of Ellis County. Rotation is really starting to increase, and what we're looking at here on radar. So it doesn't guarantee that we're going to see a tornado develop out of the storm, but it certainly does elevate the concern that that may be something that would be happening before we know it. So giving you as much advance notice as we possibly can as severe weather does continue across a good portion of Ellis County. Certainly those areas to the south and east of Hayes need to stay on guard. Take you back and show you what's happening across portions of central and north central Kansas, northwest Kansas as well. Anticipating a tornado watch will be issued here momentarily. We've got the storm that's northeast of Great Bend by several miles, just to the west of Claflin, getting a little stronger, moving up into the southeast corner of Russell County. We've got the big hail-producing storm southeast of Hayes. And then there are some other scattered thunderstorms north of I-70, one of them in Phillips County. Not all that threatening in terms of hail or wind. Some other scattered storms starting to show up in Rooks County. Also looks like we have a few of them in Osborne County as well. As we go back in a little closer, bring some towns in here, you can see Osborne, you can also see Stockton and Plainville. These storms here along Highway 18 don't really look all that threatening. It's the storm that's southeast of Hayes right now that has most of our attention, because it's not only produced some significant hail, but has also been showing some persistent rotation now to the east of Shinshin. This little notch that's showing up on the radar, that's where we're looking at. Give you an idea of what's going to be happening. First, let's let the radar animate so I get a chance to see how things are progressing too. This storm is not moving fast at all. Maybe 15 miles maximum speed here, so it's going to be around for a while. And all the blue boxes, these are all hail indicators. Now we have a tornado warning, and this is a separate cell. This is the one that's northeast of Hoisington, west of Claflin. Storm is now moving to the north. We have Scott, we have Lance. We have two chasers that are on the storm in Barton County. If we get an opportunity to go to their video, let's do it, because those guys are in the right spot, and hopefully we'll be able to see what's happening there. My understanding on this warning, it is radar indicated rotation. So, okay, let's go ahead and take a look at Scott's video. I understand we're not really seeing any well-defined features at the moment. By the way, the warning, the tornado warning that was just issued for Barton County and the southeast corner of Russell County is based on radar indicated rotation, not a spotter or chaser account of a tornado. Some good news to pass along there. But this is Scott Roberts, and he is on that storm in Barton County. He's, not on the storm that we've been tracking very carefully up in Ellis County. This is the Barton County storm, and it does look like he's traveling north. But last check, he was on Highway 4. And so he's traveling north, and you can see some dark skies there. We are not able to pick out a wall cloud. We don't have a funnel. Scott, first of all, is just too far away to really pick out those kinds of features. So back over to the radar and show you. Here's the tornado warning. Who's included? Russell, you are not. Hoisington, you are not. Claflin, you're not part of the tornado warning. But we're going to zoom in and take a look, because I'm going to have to analyze this with you live on the air as we go north of Hoisington. Here's Susank. Here's Holyrood. Claflin down there at the bottom part of your screen. Let me just shift the radar so you can see. For those of you in Claflin, there you are on Highway 4, and there's the storm. This is the one with the tornado warning. If we take a look at what the wind is doing inside so we can kind of figure out what's happening, and it doesn't appear at the moment. Okay, so if this storm does produce a tornado, emphasis there on if, because we don't know if it's going to or not, it's going to be northeast of Hoisington, and it's going to be north of Highway 4, well to the west of Claflin. So this is the signature that looks a little bit interesting here. That's about 2 miles to the north of Highway 4. Again, if you know farmsteads, you know somebody that lives in this area, we can put a storm track on it. You're not going to get a lot of towns that pop up in it, but for those of you that live in Hoisington or Claflin, maybe you live anywhere in Kansas and you know somebody that lives in the eastern side of Barton County, again, text messages, phone calls, pass the word along. A tornado warning has been issued for this area so we can keep people safe as this storm continues to move. It's mostly moving to the north, and so that's going to bring it up into the southeast corner of Russell County within the next 15 to 20 minutes. This storm, by the way, in Barton County is moving a little bit quicker than the one in Ellis County. So these are the two storms at the moment. Not a lot of severe weather out there this afternoon, but these two storms are really, definitely have our attention. This one in Barton County has really been ramping up over the last 15, 20 minutes, now getting a lot stronger. South of Dorrance, south of Wilson, just a heads up, the storm is coming your way. Not a guarantee it's going to produce a tornado, even though we do have a tornado warning out. The environment is certainly capable of something future developing out of this storm north of Cheyenne Bottoms and now north of Highway 4. So this is our first tornado warning of the afternoon. Still have a lot of concern around what's happening here east of Shinshin and to the southeast of Hayes. Again, if you're just now joining our coverage, we've had baseball-sized hail reported in Hayes. We have not had any confirmation of damage, but the storm has been so slow to move that we really haven't been able to clear Hayes from the warning yet. So a lot of you are probably still sheltered inside, waiting for the storm to get out of the area so you can go out inside and see what's happened in the wake of all this large hail that we've had in the area. But here's Shinshin, 183, I-70 up here at the top part of your screen. There's Victoria, and here's the notch that's showing up on the radar. And we do have a couple of storm chasers in this area, so let's go ahead and bring those indicators on. Here's Taylor Wright, he's on 183, and Justin Dean has been working this area too, although at the moment I don't see his location showing up on the radar. If we get an opportunity to go back to Taylor, we'd certainly want to do that. The rotation strengthening by my account here to the northeast of Shinshin by about 2 miles. This is well to the southeast of Victoria. So good news for those of you in Victoria. Well, I guess it's a good news, bad news. Good news is not likely to get a tornado out of this because the rotation is well south of you. Bad news is there's a potential you could get hit with some very large hail, maybe up to the size of 2 inches in diameter. That has been the more typical report that we've had out of this storm in Ellis County. So a significant severe thunderstorm is happening now. Again, we are noting some rotation there east of Shinshin, east of Highway 183, right up here at the top part of your screen. There's haze, and this is well to the southeast of you. So a severe thunderstorm warning does continue for this area, as once again we are dealing with a significant hail-producing storm. Here's the tornado warning. Southeast corner of Russell County does include areas to the east of Susank, northeast of Hoisington. We don't have confirmation of a tornado, still a developing situation here, and sometimes we see things on radar that grab our attention, and the reason for a tornado warning to be issued can either be based off of radar, or sometimes we get an eyewitness account that would suggest the storm is producing a tornado. But at the moment, this warning that's been issued for Russell County and northeastern parts of Barton County would suggest that this is radar indicated rotation and not something that's happening at the moment. So here's Wilson, Dorrance right up here at the top part of your screen, Susank. Again, looking at this thing on radar, could it put down a tornado? Possibly, but at the moment we don't have anything like that on the ground. But if you're east of Susank, northeast corner, extreme northeast corner of Barton County, if you're west of Holyrood, southeast corner of Russell County, stay alert because this storm is ever changing and it does continue to push on to the north. Put radar in motion so you can see the last hour here. The storm is working its way up into the southeast corner of Russell County. We'll see if something further develops out of this storm. As far as hail is concerned, at last check we thought it was about quarter size. At the moment, maybe a little bit larger than that. There's an estimated hail size of about ping pong. Well, that'd be about $50 size actually, a little smaller than ping pong ball size. That's estimated by our radar, not an actual observation that has taken place there. So set everything up for you. Again, what's happening this afternoon? We are seeing our initial thunderstorms. We're anticipating a whole lot more as we move into the early evening and overnight hours. We're anticipating storms to develop even farther west. Storms are going to be developing in Nebraska, and eventually later on tonight we're going to have this huge complex of storms that come out of Nebraska and move across northern Kansas. That's where significant wind storms are expected. What happens between now and say 7 or 8 o'clock tonight could be these occasional tornadic thunderstorms, and that's at the moment we're dealing with 2 separate thunderstorm cells, and when they get out there by themselves in an environment that hasn't been worked over by storms, that's why we're a little bit concerned about what we're seeing on these 2 cells in Ellis County and the one that we're looking at in northern Barton County is that they have an environment that is untapped by previous thunderstorms earlier in the day, and so there can be a lot of humidity, there can be a lot of wind for these storms to feed off of, and it can keep them going for several hours, and so we'll see if that happens here. But at the moment, we've got a storm that's east of Susank, to the west of Holyrood, to the north of Claflin, north of Highway 4, and then of course this storm that's now moving through and has been in Ellis County for quite some time. So tornado warning continues for the southeast corner of Russell County, does include northeastern Barton County. This storm though still looks, in terms of tornadic potential, still something that we're watching very carefully because east of Shinshin, south of Victoria, there's this appendage, there's this little bit of a notch that's showing up, and that would indicate some of the rotation that we're looking at. The wind signatures on radar still looks like it's fairly spread out. So an imminent tornado threat, maybe not. But if we can give you a lot of a warning, give you plenty of time, seek shelter from the storm, that would be our whole goal this afternoon. If you had 20 or 30 minutes to find a place to ride out the storm, that would be a good thing. Sometimes you don't get that much time in these kinds of situations, but doing what we can. If you're new to Kansas and have never been through this before, if you find yourself in a tornado warning, what you should do, the safest place to be is below ground, okay? Basements are the best places to be. When you go to the basement, think about heavy objects that are directly above you. You don't want to be underneath of a refrigerator. You don't want to be underneath of a freezer, fireplace. Those heavy objects, if they fall through the floor and you're directly underneath of them, it can be a problem. So if that's not an available option to you, closets, bathrooms, those are good places to be. We always tell you put as many walls between you and the tornado as you can, because every wall that surrounds you and puts you between a wall between you and the tornado will offer offer up another layer of protection from debris that can be flying around. Broken glass, windows can all be very deadly in tornadic situations. So try to stay as far away from windows and doors as you possibly can. For little kids, we oftentimes suggest crawling underneath of a mattress. Wrap yourself up in pillows and blankets. You want to protect yourself, put a lot of cushion around you as best you can to make sure that you're safe if in the event you were to be hit by a tornado. And so what we've got happening here, we've got a tornado warning. This is northern sections of Barton County, does include the southeast corner of Russell County. You can see Russell is not part of the tornado warning. In fact, Russell itself, not even in a severe thunderstorm warning. And then we have this other area that we're looking at south and east of Hayes that is something that's had our attention now for quite some time. So we have the circulation that's showing up right in through here. This is east of Highway 183. And then we've got another area here to the north of Hoisington that looks like it's showing some rotation too. We have not, for the better part of now an hour and a half, almost 2 hours, had any kind of tornado happening in Kansas. Obviously good news. Could the situation change? Absolutely. And that's why we want to stay with you here, is we've now got 2 separate areas that are starting to rotate a little quicker. This one north of Hoisington and this one that's east of Shinshin. Do we have some chaser video? I believe Taylor Wright still working the storm in Ellis County. If we get an opportunity to check in on his video, we'd love to do that. We also have Scott Roberts and Lance Ferguson, 2 chasers working the tornado warning that we have in Barton County. Both areas, obviously areas of concern that we're looking at. For those of you in the tornado warned area, this is going to stay to the northeast of Claflin. We're using the Wichita radar there, rotation not quite as distinct. If we switch over to Dodge City, there it is, it would be east of Susank. Okay, we do have Taylor Wright's video back in place, and remember, he's on the storm that's east of Shinshin, southeast of Hayes. At the moment, again, what are we looking at? Don't focus too much on what's happening over here on the right part of the picture. This is where we're interested in. It goes right off to the screen, but it looks like maybe the back end of a wall cloud. We really don't know. We kind of need him to shift his camera a little bit more to the left, but at the moment, obviously he's got some dark skies. I believe what we are seeing here is that warm air is being drawn up into the storm, and that what creates this interesting cloud feature that we're looking at here. So air is flowing from your back into the screen and going up into the storm, and that's what's creating the cloud feature that we're looking at there. Is it a wall cloud? Kind of tough to say given this view here, because we'd need to see more of this, what's happening over here. Okay, so tornado warning now for the southeast corner of Ellis County. This is not a surprise. We've been on this storm for quite some time now, but a tornado warning is now in effect. This is for south central and southeast portions of Ellis County. It does include a small portion of Rush County. So we're looking at that storm that Taylor's on. This is the rotation that we're looking at. This is about 4 to 5 miles to the northeast of Shinshin. So you've got both tornado warnings now in your radar screen. We've got one here east of Susank. We've also got another area that we're looking at to the southeast of Hayes, and Taylor Wright working that one for us. And I believe we still have Justin Dean in this area too. Don't see his marker showing up here on the screen at the moment, but taking a look here what's happening. Again, tornado warning now for the south central part of Ellis County. It's not going to include Hayes. But let's go back over to the wind and figure out where we're going from here, because here's the rotation that's showing up just northeast of Shinshin. We'll watch the radar animate. We can see how the rotation is now starting to tighten up. Okay, so about 20 minutes ago it was spread out over about 8 or 9 miles. Now we're probably talking about a mile, maybe 2. And so when the rotation shrinks and starts to speed up a little faster, think about a figure skater. When she draws her arms in closer to her body, she spins faster. And when the wind starts to shrink in the amount of area that it's covering, the storm starts to spin faster. It can increase the potential of getting a tornado. Not a guarantee, but something that we'll be watching. So these are live pictures. This is Taylor Wright. You can see this whole thing looks like it's rotating. If you watch it carefully, you can see the clouds here are rotating toward the right. And then over here on the back part, it would be rotating counterclockwise. So just watching these pictures with you. Again, this is live video. This is Storm Team 12 Storm Chaser Taylor Wright. Obviously on a dirt road here, traveling north.
Emergency manager saying they had a brief touchdown.
Okay, so emergency manager now from Ellis County did confirming that there was a touchdown. We may have something there in the center part of the screen, but Taylor might be just too far away to confirm that with any high level of certainty. And Just again, watching these pictures with you to see if anything develops out of this. This is again southeast corner of Ellis County, where again emergency managers are confirming that there was at least a brief touchdown with a tornado there. This is northeast of Shinshin. If you're in Victoria, the storm looks like it may stay south of you, but it is one to watch carefully. If you're in Hayes, you've been beat up by some very large hail. The rotation is well to the southeast of you. And then, of course, we don't want to overlook the situation that's happening in Russell County. We do have a tornado warning in place there. These are the two storms at the moment. And we won't hesitate to go back to the video at any time to let you see what's happening. But again, using the Dodge City radar, to me, there's a couple different areas that are of most interest. One of them being just east of Susank. We've got another area east of 281. This is going to be, Russell's right up here, by the way, and it looks like maybe kind of tough to say. This area in Russell County may be looking a little bit more suspect in terms of a tornado. Using the Dodge City radar, the warning that was issued, by the way, for Barton County and Russell County, that comes from the Wichita National Weather Service office. So using their radar, not really able to see anything that looks all that distinct. So this is Taylor Wright's video again, and just kind of looking at the pictures for the first time, as you do too. We'll be doing that a lot this afternoon, just trying to figure out exactly if there's anything of urgency here that we're looking at. And at the moment, you know, kind of tough to say. I mean, these clouds here don't really look like they're rotating that much, but Taylor's going to try to give us a little different perspective here, and as soon as we get that, we'll try to bring that to you. If we get a chance to look at Scott Roberts or Lance Ferguson, I know both those guys are working the storm in Barton County, maybe trying to shift to get a little bit farther north. In fact, what we can do is let's go ahead and see if we can find out exactly where those guys are located. So Scott is over here. He's now in the Hoisington area. Okay, so here's Scott's feed. Again, nothing that stands out in terms of a wall cloud or a funnel or a tornado. Obviously, some interesting dark-looking clouds, but nothing that we need to point out that would be of concern. This is going to be the storm that's farther to the north. But the great thing is you're able to see exactly where Scott is, and he's in Hoisington, or just north of Hoisington, working his way probably up closer to this storm that's got a warning. By the way, Russell right up here. Great Bend is not even on our radar map, so this is well to the north of Great Bend. This is north of Claflin. This is north of Hoisington. This is east of Susank. But if you're in Dorrance, if you're in Wilson, you should know you've got a storm closing in on you from the south. Does have a tornado warning with it. We have not had any confirmation of a tornado here. We do have a confirmed tornado, though, or at least we did have a brief touchdown with this particular storm back here in the southeast corner of Ellis County. This storm has been stuck in Ellis County for a long time, well over an hour. We've had baseball-sized hail in Hayes, and we've been dealing with severe weather, but now at the moment, a brief tornado was confirmed from this particular storm, and you can see Taylor Wright's location there, and Shinshin, of course, down here on the Rush-Ellis County line, so we're looking at an area east of there. If you're in Victoria, you're probably getting hit with some large hail, but the rotating part of the storm is in the far southeast corner of Ellis County. If we can go back over to Taylor's video as we continue to deal with two tornado warnings. We have 4 counties involved. We have Rush County, we have Ellis County, we have Barton County, we have Russell County. At the moment, as Taylor finds a new position here, it does look like we are seeing a little bit of rotation here in these cloud features up here at the top part of the screen, but we are not able to see a tornado or a funnel cloud, at least at this point in time. But we'll certainly be checking in to see if we get anything developing out of there. I do want to back the radar out. If you're watching us in Wichita, maybe you're new to Kansas and you just don't even know what part of the state we're talking about. So there's Lance Ferguson. We've got Mikey Gribble out here in western Kansas, Steve Pauley down in the Garden City area. We've got you well covered this afternoon. Here's Wichita, Salina. We don't have any storms in south central Kansas. The big action underway is right here along and south of I-70. And these storms, kind of interesting how they're moving. This one coming out of Barton County is moving mostly to the north, and the storms are trying to split. We've also got another thunderstorm with a confirmed tornado, at least a brief one anyway, that's to the east of Shinshin, and that storm is drifting on to the east. Let's go over to meteorologist Peyton Sanders with some more details.
Yeah, Ross.
Keeping an eye on that thunderstorm that is to the south of Hayes. If we can go ahead and take Max 2 here in our double box, we do have a picture of that tornado that was reported there to the south of the Hayes area. So again, that is a confirmed tornado with that thunderstorm. There you can see it here. This is from Jeff Frame, north of Loretta. That is the storm that is to the south of Hayes, continuing to move off in an easterly direction. That is the tornado that we are seeing. I'm also seeing some additional pictures of it as well. So indeed a confirmed tornado. Not sure if it's still on the ground at this point. It looks like this picture was 8 minutes ago now, but that is on the storm there to the south of Hayes, Ross.
All right, thanks very much. Peyton Sanders, Mark Larson joining me here in the Storm Center. We're going to be pretty busy the rest of the afternoon. By the way, a tornado watch has been issued until 9 o'clock tonight. Our first opportunity to show that to you. We will get that information as well. It will continue to scroll at the bottom part of your screen. Going to cover a big chunk of central and western Kansas. My anticipation of, haven't seen the watch, but we'll try to bring that up for you here momentarily. Again, what we're looking at, we've got a couple of thunderstorms. Tornado warnings are out. We've got one for northern Barton County, southeast Russell County. We've got the one in the southeast corner of Russell County. At the moment, we've had at least one confirmed tornado, and that was the one in the southeast corner of Ellis County. The blue dots that are showing up here, these are all of our storm chasers out there. We've got a total of 10, and we've got you well covered this afternoon to keep you abreast of the situation that's happening and developing, going to be changing quickly this afternoon. So Justin and Scott, working this storm in northern Barton County, tornado warning. There's Dorrance. And okay, now it looks like we just had another funnel cloud report come in. This is going to be on the storm that's east of Sault and to the west of the Claflin area. So well-defined wall cloud reported at 3:09 this afternoon. Funnel cloud, remember, is a circulation that's going to hang from the cloud, but it doesn't contact the ground. That's the big difference. Funnel clouds and tornadoes are not the same thing. They often sometimes are interchanged, but they are very different. Funnel clouds, circulation not touching the ground. As soon as the circulation does touch the ground, by definition, it becomes a tornado. So in Russell, let's bring Russell back into view so you can see it here right along I-70. We've got a storm coming into Dorrance. We've got a storm that's going to pass east of Russell. And these storms have had some rotation with it. We've seen some occasional rotation on the storm that's just south of I-70. We've had some weak rotation showing up on the storm that's now to the east of Sault where we have had the funnel cloud at last check. And then, of course, in the last 10 minutes, what has really had our attention is this storm that's east of 183, southeast corner of Ellis County. Get rid of all of these markers on here and show you Ellis in relation to where this tornado was reported. Right here is where the tornado was reported. Hayes up here. Looks like now we can finally remove Hayes from the severe thunderstorm warning. Hopefully the situation calming down for the time being. But I should tell you, we're still anticipating another round of potential active weather coming later on tonight for Hayes. But at the moment, it finally looks like some of that large hail has shifted on to the south and east. So from Victoria over into eastern portions of Russell County, or I should say western Russell County, be on guard for some very large hail. The storm does have rotation with it. We do have a tornado warning out, and the rotation that we're looking at is south of Victoria by several miles. So if we do end up getting another tornado produced out of this storm, it's going to be about 6 or 7 miles to the south of Victoria, and that storm continues to move on to the east. If you're in Russell, yes, we've got some active weather showing up just east of you at the moment, not a tornado threat there. But if you're in Dorrance, if you're in Wilson, you really need to kind of keep an eye on what's happening here south of town. We're hoping that this storm doesn't produce a tornado, but we have had a wall cloud reported. And while we have this radar picture pulled up, you can see both tornado warnings. This one over here for the southeast corner of Ellis County, and this one to the south of Dorrance, southeast corner of Russell County. Okay, so we do have Taylor Wright's video, and just as a reminder, he's working the storm that's in the southeast corner of Ellis County. We have Scott Roberts and we have Lance Ferguson, and we now have Justin Dean joining the effort in Barton County to bring us pictures of that storm that's passing to the east of Sault. But this is the storm that has had a reported tornado with it. Now in this view here, we don't see a tornado, but we can tell you that this storm is rotating. So the clouds that are closest to Taylor's video would be rotating toward the right part of the screen, and on the back part of the storm, that's where, remember, storms rotate counterclockwise, and so what's in the closest part of the picture would be rotating toward the right. The storm clouds in the back would be rotating more toward the left. But here's the situation. Southeast of Hayes, east of Shinshin, east of 183. Here we have a tornado warning in effect. This is south of Victoria. And then we have another area that we're watching here to the south of Dorrance. Does include the southeast corner of Russell County and northern Barton County, both areas under a severe, or actually a tornado warning. at the present time. As far as what is expected, let's just show you what we have as far as the tornado warning goes. This one for Barton and Russell counties till 3:30, so we have 15 more minutes to go there. And then the tornado warning that's in place for northeast parts of Rush County. It's a very small part of Rush County and does include Ellis County too, that until 3:45. So once again, just to give you an idea of where these storms are, where they're going, so you can have some time to prepare. If you're in Dorrance, if you're in Wilson, keep an eye on things. At the moment, you're not in a tornado warning. We don't believe there to be a tornado happening at the present time, but be thinking, be proactive this afternoon. Be thinking about if I'm in a tornado warning, where am I going to go? Hopefully you already know where that is, but give yourself as much time to plan and prepare as you possibly can in the event that we see an additional tornado warning issued farther north, because Dorrance does look like the storm is moving up into your area. Largest hail at the moment looks like it's going to go just east of Russell, right here along I-70. There's a good 8 or 10 miles that you would not want to be on I-70 here in Russell County. And then we've also got this Ellis County storm. As we back the radar out, I want you to see it animate, because you'll see how things are progressing. So the storm that's coming out of Barton County is moving almost due north, and the storm that's been in Ellis County is kind of drifting on to the east. So interesting looking movement here. Not uncommon to see this sort of thing when you get one storm moving in one direction, another one doing something a little different. That's what makes storm chasing so dangerous. If you're not trained and you've never done this before, now's not the day to try to go out and all of a sudden become a trained storm spotter or storm chaser. You got to do that well before the season starts. But at the moment, all of the business is happening in between Hayes and the Russell area, maybe just a little bit beyond Russell, but we've got 2 tornado warnings out. Funnel cloud reported on the storm east of Sault-Saint. That's in Barton County. Great Bend, by the way, down at the bottom of your screen. And here's Ellsworth, Salina over here, Interstate 135 to kind of help get your bearings straight. The storm that's east of Hayes. We still have a lot of active weather in and around Hayes, a lot of heavy rainfall. We don't think the hail's anywhere near the size that it was a little while ago. But as you can see, once again, as we animate the radar from the last hour, storm in Barton County and Russell County moving north, storm in Ellis County pushing on to the east. Peyton?
I do want to show you that we do have a tornado watch that has been issued for portions of central Kansas. So here we go. Tornado watch has been issued for portions of central Kansas until 9 p.m. It's for anticipation that those thunderstorms that are already out there right now will continue to push off to the east as we move on through the next few hours. So this will include places like Salina, Great Bend, the Lyons area down into Hutchinson. We take a look at the radar picture right now. Ross has been tracking those storms in central Kansas. We'll turn off some of these icons here and play the loop here over the past 1 hour. You can see they're slowly drifting off to the southeast, and that will continue to be a possibility. They're riding right along a warm front, and there's some spin along that warm front that is kind of enhancing the potential for a couple tornadoes here in central Kansas. So anticipating that those storms will continue to roll off to the southeast. Now, if you've been following our forecast today, you've probably noticed that the risk area covers a much greater portion of western Kansas. So this is just the first area of concern. We could be looking, in fact, we'll likely be seeing some additional storms developing across a greater part of western Kansas as the afternoon into the evening progresses. As we take a look at future track here, it's showing the storms that could be developing around the Garden City, Dodge City area moving off to the east. There might be even more activity than that developing in northwest Kansas as we move on here into the next few hours as well. So this is kind of our #1 area of concern for the short term. And then as we head on later into the afternoon and evening, we will be watching for the possibility of some more storms that will be moving into western Kansas. But again, for right now, we do have the tornado warning here for the southeastern sections of Ellis County. Again, that's the confirmed tornado that was reported a few minutes ago. Been monitoring Twitter here to see if we've seen any additional pictures. Haven't seen any additional over the past few minutes or so, but a storm that we're continuing to monitor carefully. And then the tornado warning here for the southeastern part of Russell County, northern Barton County. That goes until 3:30 p.m. So 2 rotating thunderstorms. Both have the potential to produce a tornado. We'll continue to monitor that activity. But again, tornado watch for portions of central Kansas has been issued until 9 o'clock. Ross?
All right, thanks, Peyton. We do have Storm Team 12 Storm Chaser Justin Dean on the phone. And Justin, if you can hear me, we know that we've been watching your location. You've come off the Ellis County storm, now getting into Barton County. Kind of tell us what made you change your course of travel here and what you're seeing out there this afternoon.
Yeah, sure, Ross. So, yeah, we're currently sitting right at the Russell-Barton County line right off of 281. The storm in Ellis County and the storm in Barton County, it looks like they're about ready to combine into just one big cell. So we kind of wanted to get out ahead of the Ellis County storm once it combines with that Barton County storm. So we're just kind of keeping track of those at the moment. When we were going north on 281, just west of Hoisington, I think we had a brief tornado spin up when it was near the Sault area. It quickly occluded, though. I think these two storms are starting to interact with one another, and we could see some explosive development here over the next few minutes or so.
Okay, so Justin, you have experienced or at least witnessed one brief tornado this afternoon in Barton County.
Yeah, that's correct. It was occluded in rain, so it's kind of hard to see from our location. We were a bit west of it, so we were kind of looking through the rain to get eyes on it, but it was very brief. It was about maybe 2 minutes or so, a white cone funnel, but it quickly occluded into the rain.
Okay, thanks very much. That's Storm Team 12 Storm Chaser Justin Dean, just part of our crew that's out there this afternoon when he talks about a tornado occluded in rain. Basically, it's getting wrapped up and absorbed by the rest of the storm. That's kind of what that means. But from his vantage point here, you can see, and we saw this about an hour ago, looks like the sun's trying to come out on the back part of the storm. Meanwhile, heavy rain and the hail over here. From this vantage point, we don't see a tornado, but again, Justin is watching the storm that's now shifting up into the Russell County area. The city of Russell itself not in a tornado warning. If there's going to be something coming out of the storm with respect to a tornado, it's going to be well to the southeast of Russell. Let's go back over to the radar. Again, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning being issued for areas north of I-70, including the Lucas-Luray areas. This is going to be off to the northeast of Russell, but you can see we've got storms moving north, and then the storm coming through Ellis County has been shifting on to the east. And look at the new storm popping up just north of La Crosse. This is going to turn out to be one giant mess here. And when we talk about that sort of thing, when these storms start to merge, it really makes things very difficult to try to ascertain exactly what's going to be happening in the next 5 or 10 minutes, because you've got winds that start interfering with one another, and it likely becomes a heavy rain, hail situation, and the tornado threat may temporarily diminish a bit. We'll see if that happens, but again, a lot of interesting movement here. Storms, Barton County moving north, Ellis County moving east, storm north of La Crosse moving to the northeast. So a lot to keep track of here as we continue to see this cluster of storms riding I-70. As Peyton was pointing out, there's a warm front. That's the leading edge of the warm air that we're feeling today in Wichita and Hutchinson, starting to push back to the north, and that's setting these storms off in central Kansas. But this is not the main show, because that's going to be happening in northwest Kansas, parts of Nebraska. A big complex of storms expected later on tonight. That's probably going to be significant wind coming into northern Kansas, but that's going to be several hours from now. At the moment, though, we still have this tornado warning continuing for the southeast corner of Ellis County, northern Barton County. As we go in a little bit closer on what's happening here with these storms in Barton and Russell counties, east of the Sault area, that's where Justin was reporting on that storm. Don't believe there's a tornado happening at the present time, but if you're in Wilson, if you're in Dorrance, again, be thinking about what you need to do if the storm does hold together and we see a future tornado warning issued for your area. Hopefully you already have a plan in place, but should you need to put that into action, don't wait until the last minute. The storm is coming up from the south. As far as what's happening back here to the west of Russell, back into Ellis County, again, we have had confirmation of at least a brief tornado. This is where Storm Team 12 Storm Chaser Taylor Wright is at the moment, and we've been occasionally dipping into his video to see if we can find something. These are all the hail reports from Hayes. We do know the storm now has a history of producing grapefruit-sized hail. That was about 2 miles to the southeast of Hayes, and grapefruit-sized hail, you know, that can really tear up a lot of stuff, and you certainly don't need me to tell you that, but you know, that sort of hail goes through windshields, it goes through your, can possibly go through your roof, and certainly even do more damage than that. But we have not had any reports of damage from the Hayes area as of yet. But things are still active right now in the city of Hayes. The largest hail, though, has shifted on to the east and is now on the eastern side of Ellis County. As far as what hail we're probably looking at here, maybe not grapefruit size anymore, but it wouldn't be a surprise if we're still getting some 2-inch hail reports east of Hayes, south and east of Victoria, west of the Russell vicinity. This area just south of I-70 still looks like it's under the threat of very large hail. We're coming up This warning, the tornado warning for Ellis County, is set to expire at 3:45, so we've got a little ways to go. It's been a little while since we've looked at the wind signature, and it now looks like they've just reissued the tornado warning for the southeast corner of Ellis County. They may be just trimming the warning a bit, so we'll see. So I believe that's what they're happening here, is that we're just seeing the tornado warning condensing a little bit for the southeast corner of Ellis County. Officially, Rush County no longer in the tornado warning. There's still an interesting signature here well east of 183 and south of I-70. This is south of Victoria by about 6 or 7 miles, where we're still picking up on some rotation there. And it does look like now they've reissued, or actually put out, a new severe thunderstorm warning for the western part of Russell County, anticipating some of that larger hail will be coming into the area momentarily. And again, this storm that's coming out of Ellis County has produced tremendous hail, up to the size of grapefruit size. Now, I don't think, based on what we're looking at here on the radar trends, that we're getting hail of that magnitude, but certainly looking at least some 1 to 2 inch size hailstones. This warning for western Russell County, by the way, until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Gorham and Russell, part of that warning as well, again, until 4 o'clock this afternoon. As far as how things look across the rest of central Kansas, if you're just dipping into our severe weather coverage, we don't have anything happening around Wichita. Things are fine in Hutchinson. We do have a tornado watch out for the Reno County area, but storms are well removed from that area at the present time. Most of the big action is happening right up here along I-70, and we do have several storm chasers out there this afternoon, just kind of keeping an eye on what develops and what may be developing from here on. We've got Steve Polly and Mikey Gribble out here working far western Kansas. That little blue dot near Dodge City is Ed O'Neill, and then we've got Taylor Wright on the storm that's moving through the Ellis County vicinity. And then, as we just talked with Justin Dean a little while ago, you can see his location on our radar, as well as Scott and Lance kind of working the storms coming up behind it as that storm shifts out of the northeast corner of Barton County up into Russell County. At the moment, we don't believe there to still be a tornado in progress in either one of these areas. Again, southeast corner of Ellis County, right here on the Barton-Russell County line, but we know the situation could change quickly. And I believe this is Justin Dean's video again, taking a look at what's happening here as they try to get a little bit better position. So this is the back part of the storm. The heavy rain and the hail is going to be over here on the right. And where we get into this in between, right here, heavy rain and hail over here, this is basically the calm before the storm, if you will. So air is going up. This is the updraft part of the storm, and that's why you don't see a lot of heavy rain and hail over here, because the wind, the airflow is actually going up, and then it's coming down over here on the right part of the picture. This is what is of concern right here. This is looking to me, even though there's still several miles from the actual storm itself, looks like a wall cloud, perhaps maybe a funnel. We don't know. It's probably still too far away to really say with any high level of certainty whether or not there's a funnel there, but this certainly looks like a well-defined wall cloud that we're looking at with the heavy rain and the hail over here on the right. Typically, if you're in the path of a storm, and we see this a lot with these big supercells. These are the big rotating thunderstorms. You'll get hit with heavy rain, the hail sets in, and then you get into the updraft part of the storm and everything goes calm. The winds sometimes stop blowing, the rain stops falling, and then that's when you need to be concerned, because you're in the part of the storm where there could be rotation, perhaps a funnel or a tornado, and that's this part of the storm right here. So we really have a very good vantage point on what's happening here with all of the active weather to the right. And then right here in the middle, right before we go from heavy rain back towards sunshine, that's the business end part of the storm. The whole thing would be rotating counterclockwise as we see it right now. It's just, you know, such an interesting thing that we get here in the plains. One of the benefits of having flat terrain is that we have great visibility of these storms. You don't even have to be within a mile or two sometimes. Even just being 8 or 10 miles away, you get to see some interesting cloud features, and that's the pictures that we're bringing to you this afternoon are all live. These are not from minutes ago. This is happening as we cover the storms this afternoon, but just a humongous thunderstorm here, you know, covering a lot of miles, sometimes 10, 15 miles, but the actual rotation is much more condensed, if you will. It's more along the lines of 3 or 4 miles wide, and back here, this is what we're going to continue to watch to see if we see something developing out of what looks to me like a well-defined wall cloud at the moment. Your heavy rain and your hail over here giving the darker blue shades that we're seeing from the pictures here. Again, this is Justin Dean. He's in northern Barton County watching a storm that does have a tornado warning with it. Storm shifting on to the north. It's still south of Dorrance, south of Wilson, By how far, you may be wondering? Well, let's give you an idea of what we're looking at in terms of distance from the rotation, the brief funnel clouds that we've had reported. So to Wilson, it's about 12 miles. To Dorrance, we're about 10 miles or so south of there. That's where we have the rotation showing up on radar. If we look back to the west in this tornado warning that continues for the southeast corner of Ellis County, you see Taylor Wright. Looks like he's right in the middle of another thunderstorm. This one has been coming up from northern Rush County, and over the last hour you see how this storm developed very quickly. Now moving up through the Shinshin area, potential of some hail there. It's included in a severe thunderstorm warning, but the tornado warning itself was issued in the southeast corner of Ellis County, and now that rotating part of the storm has moved on into, looks to me like the notch now is more contained in southwest Russell County, more so than it is in Ellis County. So it's possible the tornado warning for Ellis County might be dropped early, but it's close because the rotation now looks like it's maybe shifting more into the southwest corner of Russell County. At the moment, though, we don't have a tornado warning for Russell County, and there's still something showing up south of Victoria, southwest of the Gorham area. A little bit of rotation showing up here that would be cause for concern, but at the moment we don't believe there to be a tornado in progress here south and east of Hayes. A lot of active weather, though, between Ellis County and Russell County. Bare minimum, be prepared for large hail. We're hoping that the tornado threat remains on the smaller end of the threat scale, if you will, but we still have the tornado warning in place for the southeast corner of Ellis County. By the way, 3:30 does mark the expiration of the tornado warning for Russell and Barton counties. We'll be waiting to see what comes of that storm. That's in charge, meteorologists at the National Weather Service office in Wichita, in charge of issuing warnings for Barton and Russell counties. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, for much of Russell County, including the city of Russell itself. The rotation maybe not quite as distinct as it was a little while ago, but based on the video that we were looking at from Justin Dean, one would believe that there's still a wall cloud with this storm to the south of Wilson and to the south of Dorrance. If we take a look at how things are looking on radar, once again, in terms of rain and hail, still a lot of action here between Russell and Ellis counties. Peyton?
Yeah, Ross, I wanted to show you some of the pictures that we're getting in. Many of you sending them in on the Storm Team 12 weather app and on our website. This is earlier in the afternoon as those storms pounded Hayes with very large hail, in some cases up to baseball size, even larger than that. This picture sent in from Allie Anderson, what looks like at least probably 2-inch hail, pretty solid chunk of ice there. And Caleb also sending in pictures of very large hail, also seeing some pictures of some windows busted out. Some reports of definitely roof damage to homes, so significant hail threat that passed through Hayes. As we look at the hail threat now with these storms on Super Doppler radar, you can see all those icons from the hail earlier around Hayes. We can go ahead and turn on the hail indicators here on radar right around the Shinshin area, estimating some hail that could be up to around golf ball size or maybe a little bit larger. To the east of Hayes, there is another hail core there south of I-70, might be up to around the size of $half. And then east of Russell, some hail that might be up to around quarter size. So in addition, again, we've been looking to that possible tornado threat. Earlier had the tornado well to the southeast of Hayes, southeastern Ellis County. We're also dealing with that threat of very large hail, and this is over the past 1 hour. Notice these storms kind of in the same area. They haven't moved very much, so some flooding is also a concern. There's been torrential rainfall on I-70 between Hayes and Russell for the past hour. We can actually take a look at what the radar is estimating the rainfall rates are with some of these thunderstorms right along I-70, looking at rates that could be up to around 1.75 inches per hour, and it has been raining for about an hour there, so we can actually see what the radar is estimating in terms of how much rain might have fallen there so far in Ellis County. We did get reports of some flash flooding in the city of Hayes earlier. Radar estimates about 3 inches of rain have fallen so far, and we've already got additional rain falling, so flooding is a concern. Not quite as much rain in Russell County so far because storms have been a little bit more scattered, but we're going to see amounts pick up here as these storms continue up to getting close to 1 inch there around the Russell area. So again, in addition to that potential for these storms to produce possibly a tornado there, southeastern Ellis County, we also have to watch out for that hail threat as these storms continue to move very slowly off to the east, some of them in a northerly direction. So again, heavy rain and hail threat also continues here across portions of Ellis and into Russell counties. Ross?
All right, thanks, Peyton. It does look like the tornado warning for Barton and Russell counties was allowed to expire at 3:30. It is worth noting, while Peyton was covering some of that hail potential there on the storms in Ellis County, we did get some updated information on a possible tornado. This was near the Pfeiffer area. Numerous reports coming in from spotters and chasers indicating a potential tornado there. That report at 3:03, so a little bit old information, but does give you a sense of what the storm is doing right here on the Russell-Ellis County line. It's south of I-70, but even if we don't get another tornado out of this, the hail is still going to be fairly significant. South central, eastern parts of Ellis County, it does look like the situation is calming down a bit in Hayes after having hail up to the size of baseballs reported earlier this afternoon. That's what all of these blue boxes are, just a tremendous amount of hail being produced on this Ellis County storm, and at the moment kind of tough to see, but there's our tornado warning. This is east of Shinshin, south of Victoria to the south of Dorrance. Once again, over the last hour we continue to see this storm, the one that's been coming out of Rush County up into the south part of the storm in Ellis County. We're starting to have storms merging here, and so it's turning into one giant thunderstorm complex here that continues to work its way down I-70. When you have storms merging together, it makes for a messy environment for us to try to ascertain what's happening at the moment, but it does look like we are still dealing with some rotation here well to the south of Gorham, well to the southeast of Victoria, and so it continues to be a dangerous storm on many different fronts. You've got the flooding that Peyton was talking about, you've got the large hail that's been confirmed, and then of course the occasional tornado reports that we're getting from the southeast corner of the county. So who's next in line? And we have not drawn a storm track on this particular cell for quite some time, but let's go ahead and show you where we have the rotation. If we continue to track it to the northeast, and it has not been moving very fast at all, Millburger comes up in our storm track, but I would believe that the rotation is probably going to stay northwest of Millburger, and at the moment the city of Russell doesn't look like an imminent tornado threat there, but you are going to start seeing the rain picking up, and perhaps some of that larger hail that's been in Ellis County, in 30 minutes, some of that could be approaching the city of Russell. So keep your watchful eye on the sky and continue to follow the information as we get it here in the Storm Center, because a lot of active weather happening stretching between Hayes and just east of Russell, extending now over into the western side of Ellsworth County. A lot of action taking place, and it's been a little while since we've actually backed the radar out to see what else is happening across central Kansas, and it's not much. We've got storms in western Ellsworth County, we've got storms stretching back toward Hayes, a small cluster of storms, if you will, right here along I-70, which is going to be a traveler's nightmare trying to get through this stretch of I-70 between Ellsworth and Hayes. Not a good idea to try to penetrate these storms, because you're going to be up against some tremendous hail which can knock out windshields, and we've already had reports of baseball, even grapefruit size hail on the storm in Ellis County. So at the moment, hail continues to be more of a widespread concern, more so than the tornado threat does. If we can go back to Taylor Wright's video, he's been following this storm in Ellis County now for more than an hour, and although at the moment he's obviously trying to reposition here, so hold on, we hope that you don't get dizzy out of this, but we do have some ominous looking clouds here, but at the moment as he tries to get a little better vantage point, we certainly don't see a wall cloud, we certainly don't see any funnels or tornadoes from this view here. But these chasers that we have, they're well trained, they know how to bring us the video, to bring us the incredible pictures, and do so safely, and so these guys often have to reposition sometimes fairly quickly and sometimes with only just a minute or two. But it looks like, again, he's on the storm that is near Shinshin. This is well to the south of Hayes, and it looks like maybe we're able to see at least a little rotation, but doesn't look like a funnel or tornado, and we're even too close to the storm at this point in time to see whether or not there's a wall cloud with it. But we will certainly continue to keep an eye on his video to see if we see anything developing out of this, but at the moment it doesn't look like there's anything in terms of a tornado there. Storms are approaching Lucas and Luray here to the north of Russell. Looks like a hail threat there. We've also got the storm now approaching Dorrance from the south. Once again, over the last hour, we see these storms kind of drifting to the north. The storm that's coming out of Ellis County moving more to the east. And it's all just kind of coming together in a couple different counties where we've got hail, we've got heavy rain. We've not had a lot of wind reports so far this afternoon. That's probably going to be something that we see with most of the storms later on tonight. But it's this area between Hayes and Ellsworth where things are really active right now. And as far as the tornado threat goes, we haven't had anything confirmed for several minutes, and that's obviously some good news. But as we go back in on this Ellis County storm, we're still looking at an area that's to the southwest of Russell, and to the east of the Pfeiffer area, still a threat there that we may be dealing with some hail that we'll have to continue to keep a close watch on what's developing in that area. If we could, let's go back over to Taylor's video real quick. We need to have a radar reset here. Does look like there's a potential here as we see some of these images coming out of southern Ellis County. A lot of heavy rainfall. Again, we are not able to see a tornado at the moment. What concerns me a little bit is that we've got a lot of rain that may be obscuring some of the cloud features that we would be looking for. And that is a concern. You know, when we get big thunderstorms that have a lot of humidity to feed off of, you'll get tremendous rainfall in a short amount of time, and it essentially creates a curtain where the chasers are not able to see all of the distinct cloud features, especially if we get in a little too close. Sometimes we're just not able to get a full perspective of what the storm is doing because of the torrential rain that's happening with the storm. But at the moment, again, these are live pictures from Taylor Wright covering that storm. So if we get a chance, that would be great to take a look at the storm from Salina. And this would obviously be looking off to the west. And this is, you know, a good 40 miles away from the storms, but you can see just how big the thunderstorm complex is off to the west of Salina. Now, we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning for Saline County. There's nothing threatening around Salina, but the skies are probably darkening a bit, and you may be wondering what's taking place. We're looking due west from the KSAL tower, and we get a full perspective here of the storm that does have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings with it back into Russell and Ellis counties at the moment. So some pretty interesting pictures to look at there. Go back over to the radar again as we take a look at what's happening. If you're watching us in Hutchinson, Wichita, or Salina, we don't have anything happening in those three areas. It's all right here clustered around central Kansas, Ellis County, Russell County. We're starting to see a couple new storms maybe developing there off to the northeast of Colby. Obviously, as the cleanup continues in Selden from the storm earlier this week, we'll need to keep an eye on that area too, because we do anticipate there will be additional severe weather coming later on this afternoon and into the evening. And when you have a lot of debris, you know, that's just more stuff that can be picked up by strong winds potentially later on tonight. Not a guarantee that sort of thing is going to happen, but in portions of Sheridan County, where again we had storm damage earlier this week, we need to be thinking about those in the Selden area as they try to clean up after the storms from Monday. Back into central Kansas we go, where we still have severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. 3:45, we're about 4 minutes away from the tornado warning expiring here in the southeast corner of Ellis County, and it does still look like a fairly dangerous storm that does have a history of producing some tornadoes, and so that may be something that we'll have to try to figure out. I'm going to send it over to meteorologist Peyton Sanders, maybe give us a little bit better indication looking at some other products in the storm center. Are we seeing rotation on that storm southeast of Hayes, or is it looking maybe not quite as intense?
Yeah, I was just checking that here behind the scenes. There might have been some it might have been weakening a little bit in the past couple of scans. We can actually look at that here on the Doppler radar and see what things have looked like. It is worth noting that it has been quite some time since we've had any sort of report of any tornado. That was coming up on about a half hour ago now. We'll come back here and take a look at the past few scans, and notice the brighter shades of color indicate stronger wind speeds. So this is at 3:16 p.m. Notice there to the southeast of the Hayes area, that is when we have the tornado confirmed on the ground. And then watch what happens here over the past 30 minutes. It becomes a little less organized. So still have not seen an official word from the National Weather Service in Dodge City on whether or not they're going to issue a new tornado warning or not. We'll have to kind of wait and see. Sometimes based on the history of these storms, kind of where they're at. Again, we've been talking about they're developing right along a warm front. It's something that we can't rule out, something trying to spin up again. But I would say some good news, the trends have been downward in terms of the tornado potential within the past several minutes. We do continue with a large hail potential as well with these thunderstorms. It's probably our primary threat now at this point in time. It looks like the strongest of these storms is in the southeastern part of Ellis County. Again, Hayes was dealing with some large hail earlier, but anywhere where you're seeing these shades of darker red into the purple, that could be large hail greater than an inch in diameter. We can actually see what the radar is estimating what the potential hail size is. There to the northeast of Shinchin, there might be some hailstones, could be getting up to around 2 inches in diameter. And then there to the southwest of Russell, southeast of Victoria, Some hail that might be up to around $50 size or so. So we'll continue to monitor the hail threat with the storms. Also have another core of the storm northeast of Russell in Russell County. That might be some quarter-sized hail there. And again, we'll back things out and show you how things have evolved over the past 1 hour. And notice again, these storms not moving very quickly. So again, heavy rainfall and flooding potential also is a concern. I'll actually go ahead and pull up something here that we're looking at. Wouldn't normally show this to you on air, but given that we're in continuous coverage, it is something else to look at. We have the storms there in central Kansas. This is the satellite data as well, so we would be looking possibly for some additional storm development back into parts of western Kansas. It's going to be kind of hard to see because we have, looks like, some high-level clouds coming into western Kansas, but this is another part of the state where we will potentially be seeing some additional storm development probably later on this evening. So that's another part of the state that we'll be watching. For right now, the greatest concern is in central Kansas. And again, we do have the tornado watch for parts of central Kansas until 9 o'clock. Again, these storms riding right along a warm front, and that will continue to focus the potential for something to spin up if those storms ride right along that front. So that's something that we will be monitoring. So still awaiting to see whether they will expire the tornado warning for Ellis County. So Ross, will send it back over to you.
All right, thanks, Peyton. Just giving you an overall sense of what is happening and where we're expected to go from here. This is not going to be the last of the severe weather. It's concentrated in central Kansas right now from Hays over to about the Ellsworth County area. A couple of different areas where we're still dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment, mostly hail-producing storms. You see the one that's moving into the Luray area, moving from south to north. We'll take a closer inspection of what's happening there. The severe thunderstorm warning in place west of Lucas. This is southeast of Paradise. This is north of Russell. Again, that storm is tracking to the north. We'll probably see a warning issued for Osborne County here momentarily as that storm does continue to maintain its strength. Meanwhile, what's moving into Russell? Again, this has been a storm that for now at least an hour and a half going on 2 hours that has been producing tremendous hail. And although we may not get grapefruit-sized hail, and we certainly hope that we don't, I mean, that tears up a lot of stuff. What's coming into Russell is going to be some large hail, maybe up to the size of 2 inches in diameter. So severe thunderstorm warnings include a good chunk of Russell County, and these storms show no signs of weakening, even though, as Peyton pointed out, the tornado warning did expire at 3:45. So at the moment, because we have storms merging together, little less likely on our tornado threat here east of Hays. But moving into western Russell County, and really already there, we're dealing with a hail threat here that's going to be ongoing for several more minutes. What are all these markers here on the screen? The blue boxes are hail reports. These markers here are tornado reports. They are several minutes old, not current, but about just after the top of the 3 o'clock hours when we had a couple reports of brief tornadoes happening in the southeast corner of Ellis County. So that's what you're looking at there. There is a difference here, and I'll bring them both into view so you can take a look. Notice this marker east of Susank in northern Barton County, and this one over here in the southeast corner of Ellis County. They are different. This is a funnel cloud report. This is a tornado report. Maybe and hopefully we won't see any more of those popping up on the radar screen for the next several minutes or hours. Maybe the rest of the night. We'll hope that's the case. But at the moment, we're dealing with hail-producing storms that continue to be right here along I-70. So a difficult stretch of travel there for anybody trying to get from Ellsworth County through the Hays area or vice versa. You know, this is one of those instances where you would want to pull off and wait the storm out in Hays, or if at all possible, you know, wait back in Salina or Ellsworth County for these storms to maybe shift on and get out of the area. It does look like we have some fairly strong thunderstorms here in the northeast corner of Barton County, clipping western Ellsworth County, so areas here along Old Highway 40 and south down toward the, well, it's well north of Claflin, but in the Holyrood area, it does look like some larger hail continues to work its way across the western side of Ellsworth County, continuing to push on to the northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So Wilson, rain starting to pick up there. Does look like the hail threat may increase a little bit, maybe dimes to nickels. We don't have a warning for this part of the storm, but it is getting a little stronger, and so we may see an additional severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of Ellsworth County. But setting everything up for you this afternoon, because we know that you'll probably be coming and going with our coverage periodically throughout the day, wondering what's going on. At the moment, we're dealing with severe weather right here along I-70. We're starting to see some new storms pop up in northwest Kansas off to the northeast of St. St. Francis. We've got another thunderstorm that looks like it's in Rawlins County. And as Peyton was pointing out earlier, we're waiting for storms to get going, at least on an isolated basis, maybe back in southwest Kansas. At the moment, we're not seeing that. So that's certainly some good news, but we're still early in the afternoon, and there's still plenty of time to go to try to get things going. And there's a chance that we'll see some additional storms popping up back into southwest Kansas. But here's where all the action is, and it does look like now they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning up into portions of Osborne County. If we go in a little closer, we can see the storm that's coming out of Russell County, now moving up into Osborne County, does show producing some hail, maybe moving toward the covert area and potentially the city of Osborne, which, by the way, up here at the top part of your screen, could be next in line, but we're probably at least 30, maybe 45 minutes away from that doing so. A threat there of some quarter-size hail. At the moment, no tornado warnings out there. Certainly some good news. We don't have any indications of strong rotation, but this is a situation that is probably going to be changing as we continue through the rest of the afternoon. I think we're going to take a moment here, take a little bit of a break. We're coming up on Eyewitness News at 4 o'clock, which is over on the KSCW and right here on KWCH 12. We are continuing to watch the storms. We have coverage on 12.2, but at the moment, no rotating thunderstorms. And we don't have any tornado warnings out there at the moment. It's a cluster of some hail-producing storms around Hayes and Russell. So let's take a moment here. We'll gather some new information. We'll be back with you for Eyewitness News at 4 o'clock. But remember, our coverage does continue on 12.2.
Or get 6 years, no interest. Ashley.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And good afternoon. We're coming back on the air because we do have a new tornado warning for the southeast corner of Ellis County. Radar still showing some rotation, and this is what we've been seeing periodically throughout the afternoon. Eyewitness accounts would not suggest that there's a tornado in progress at the moment, but we can see Taylor Wright is near that storm. Also, Justin Dean is right on the Russell-Barton County line. If we get an opportunity to look at Taylor Wright's video, because he's probably going to have maybe the best vantage point and closest to where this tornado warning is at. By the way, it's southeast of Victoria and to the south of the Gorham area. There's a lot of rainfall in here, so my concern for some of our chasers is that the rain is going to obscure their view of the storm, and if this is going to produce a tornado, it may be very difficult to see. But let's just show you what's responsible for this new tornado warning. And we've seen this occasionally throughout the afternoon. When the greens and the reds are spread out over a larger distance, the likelihood of a tornado is maybe not as elevated as it could be. You know, when we see tornadoes, you're going to see these bright greens and bright reds right next to each other, and we just don't have that. So the rotation appears to be spread out over a larger area. What does that mean for you? The likelihood of a tornado at the moment doesn't appear to be all that high. This is radar showing some rotation. A warning has been issued for the southeast corner of Ellis County, but if you're southeast of Victoria, south of the Gorham area, again, a storm that does bear watching. At the moment, there's a tremendous amount of rain, likely going to be some large hail. That's what's moving in on Russell as we speak. Let's just see the radar play through here. Over the last hour, the storm has gradually been working its way east and even a little bit to the northeast. Still a very difficult stretch here of I-70 to try to navigate through with all this heavy rain. There's the tornado warning just popping up so you can see it. It doesn't include Hayes. In fact, it almost doesn't look like it includes Victoria, but it's close. So areas east of Shinshin, the southeast corner of Ellis County, tornado warning there. It does not, by the way, include any portion of Russell County, but things are getting a little noisy in Russell with the heavy rain and the hail that's coming on through as this storm continues to be anchored right on the county line. I-70 likely getting hit with some larger hail. As we shift the radar view back to the east a little bit so you can kind of see how things are looking. Once again, we're using this chance to look at the wind inside of the storm, and it does look like the rotation is fairly broad, so indicating that probably we're dealing with a wide-scale rotating storm and not an imminent tornado danger here. But we did want to let you know there is a new tornado warning in effect for the southeast corner of Ellis County. We'll also take this opportunity to let you know a new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for northeastern parts of Barton County, western Ellsworth County, the southeast corner of Russell County. Does look like another hail and wind producing storm could be underway in those areas. We've had our eyes on a storm that's been south of Dorrance and south of Wilson, and now this storm looks like it's starting to ramp up a bit. This is well to the north of Claflin and well to the west of Ellsworth. But over the last hour, the storm developing and moving to the north-northeast. It looks like the largest hail is going to fall west of Ellsworth by several miles. Could easily be 8 or 10 miles to the west of town where some of that larger hail may fall. So heads up on Old 40, I-70, areas south of the Wilson area, south of Dorrance as well. We've got another thunderstorm in play here that is producing some larger hail. We're coming up on Eyewitness News at 4 o'clock, and we're going to have complete coverage of what's happening here in central Kansas. But at the moment, again, we are still dealing with a tornado warning in the southeast corner of Ellis County. It was just recently issued for radar showing rotation. Our storm chasers in the area continue to keep an eye on what's going on. Scott Roberts has been working the storm in northern Barton County, and I believe if we get a chance to get Scott on the phone, it would be interesting to see exactly where he is, but we do believe he's still in northern Barton County. So what are we looking at here? Storm structure-wise, heavy rain and hail over here on the right, very, very dark clouds. That is the precipitation falling with the storm. This is the area of interest with respect to rotation and potential tornadic development. We don't have anything like that right now. The tornado warning that's out there is for southeastern Ellis County. No confirmation of a tornado. But what's happening here is warm, moist air, humid air from the Gulf of Mexico being drawn up into the storm. And so this is where the air is going up. Over here on this part of the storm, it's coming down with the rain and the hail. So this is what we would say is the business end of the storm. If something's going to develop in terms of a wall cloud, a funnel, or a tornado, that's the part of the storm that would definitely have our attention for the next several minutes. But again, these are live pictures from Scott Roberts. He's working the storm well north of Great Bend, northern Barton County, southern Russell County. Let's go back over to the radar and we'll bring his position into view. Something that we're able to do is show you where our chasers are located right here on the radar screen. So Scott Roberts is here. Again, he's well removed from this storm that's off to his east. Justin Dean, Taylor Wright, we've got three of our chasers here looking in on this storm that's back here to their northwest, and then we've got this other one that's east. Looks like we just got a new hail report just to the west of the Russell area, so did want to let you know what we're dealing with here. For those of you in Russell, a small sample of what could be coming your way near Gorham. Quarter-size hail has been reported. That's considerably lower from some of the hail reports that we were getting a couple hours ago when it was upwards of baseball, even grapefruit-size hail. 2 miles southeast of Hayes, by the way, that's where that report of grapefruit-sized hail came in. So this is just a tremendous thunderstorm, not necessarily in terms of the tornadoes. We've had some brief occurrences of that, but the hail has just been quite significant, especially around the Hayes area and areas south and east of that location too have been dealing with some large hail. We're still dealing with heavy rain and some active weather in Hayes. Not a severe thunderstorm there, but you get east of there along I-70 and south of the interstate, and that's when you start getting into some of this rotation that we've been talking about. But here you can see our chasers definitely keeping an eye on that. We've got Scott, Lance, Justin, and Taylor all monitoring the situation here along I-70. Radar in motion so you can see what is progressing. The storm that's west of Ellsworth, the largest hail should stay west of Ellsworth. And then we've also got this large hail, again, quarter size, most recent report from western Russell County, moving closer to the city of Russell. So things are going to start getting kind of noisy there as the heavy rain, the hail begins to move in as well. Just a closer in view of where we have the tornado warning. It was issued based on radar observation. We don't have any eyewitness accounts of that sort of thing happening at the moment. These markers on here for tornadoes are all several minutes old. So we'll drop those off so you can see a little bit better view of what's taking place. We do want to welcome our viewers on Eyewitness News at 4 over on the KSCW. We are in continuous coverage here as we're tracking tornado warning for the southeast corner of Ellis County. Severe thunderstorm warnings are out for Barton, Russell, even portions of Ellsworth County as well. A small cluster of thunderstorms has been working its way down I-70, producing tremendous hail up to the size of baseballs and grapefruits. And at the moment, just a few minutes ago, we had a tornado warning issued for southeastern Ellis County. Don't believe there to be anything happening at the moment in terms of a tornado, but even if we don't get that, this signature really starting to look like some serious wind here. So in Russell, you want to be bracing for not only some quarter-size hail, but we may be seeing some strong winds coming your way down I-70, maybe to the tune of 60 to 70 miles per hour. As these storms approach, we have a weather station in Russell, so we should be able to get a pretty good sampling of what the winds are doing as the storm continues to move down I-70. But at the moment, the only tornado warning that we have in effect, southeast corner of Ellis County, and that may be scaled back or canceled early once the storm clears Ellis County. We don't have confirmation of a tornado, but we do have chasers in the area. But what's a little bit of a concern is there's so much precipitation being produced with this storm that it can sometimes create a curtain blocking the view from some of our chasers at getting a little bit better idea of what's happening and getting a little better handle on some of the cloud features that may be showing up with this particular storm. But once again, since we have some of our viewers on the KSCW that may be joining us for Eyewitness News at 4, as we show you what's happening across portions of Kansas, a severe thunderstorm warning is out for Osborne County. That storm is weakening quickly. We've got a small area between Hays and Ellsworth where we're dealing with large hail. We've had some rotating thunderstorms produce some brief tornadoes this afternoon. We have not had a single report of damage yet, but we may still be getting some of that because the hail has just recently cleared the Hays area, and some of you may be for the first time venturing out to see what has happened in the wake of some of these afternoon storms as they continue to move east. Meteorologist Mark Larson, Peyton Sanders alongside as we continue to track this active weather. Peyton Sanders has got some new information. We'll send it over to him.
Yeah, I do want to show you here real quick that we do have the tornado watch in place for central Kansas for those of you just joining us on the KSCW. This includes portions of central Kansas till 9 p.m. It goes as far east as Salina down to Hutchinson. We are watching these thunderstorms. Again, the tornado warning currently in effect for the southeastern sections of Ellis County. But what we do have here is a thunderstorm in the northwestern or in the western part of Ellsworth County. It is showing increasing signs of rotation. There's no tornado warning at this point in time, but what we are looking at right in here, that to me looks like an area of circulation that is starting to develop. I was looking at some pictures on Twitter. There is a rotating wall cloud with this thunderstorm. So basically you've got wall cloud, funnel cloud, then tornado. We're at wall cloud stage, kind of first step out of 3 if you were to see a tornado develop out of this storm. So we do need to watch this storm carefully. And so there's the area of rotation that is developing. We can see how it's beginning to move and moving off in a northeasterly direction. So that is something that we do have to watch. Again, there's no tornado warning at the present time for Ellsworth County, but that is a storm. Again, it's right along this warm front that will continue to have the potential for storms to rotate and possibly produce tornadoes. We do have the tornado warning continuing also for eastern sections of Ellis County. This does not include Hays, but for the southeast part of the county till 4:30. Scott Roberts is on this thunderstorm. We can actually, I'll pull up our chaser information here, and you can see it's actually Scott and Lance. They're actually both together in the same car today. So they're right there on Highway 201 looking at this thunderstorm. We can go ahead and take Scott's feed if we can. It looks like he has it back up, has a pretty impressive view of the thunderstorm there. We'll take that when we can as he's heading up on toward that storm. So there you can see, we can actually go ahead and get a distance measurement from where we'd be looking at the possibility for any rotation. He's about 15 miles to the southeast. So you can see an impressive storm there. He's a little bit far away to be able to see any sort of wall cloud or funnel cloud if that were to develop out of this storm, but we do have several chasers. Also on this storm, we have Justin and Taylor, 2 additional chasers on this thunderstorm that are as it continues in its eastward movement. So we'll continue to monitor their information, but did want to alert you there in Ellsworth County as well. That storm showing at least some signs of rotation. We'll continue to monitor it. Ross?
All right, thanks, Peyton. And we are efforting a phone call to Scott Roberts to check in with him to get a live report. Okay, we do have Scott Roberts on the phone. Scott, it does look like you're kind of in between the storm coming from Ellis County and the one that we're watching now in western Ellsworth County. Give us a little bit of a sense on what direction you're looking and where you're located.
Okay, the video that you're seeing is looking due west from where I'm at. I'm on Highway 281, probably 4 or 5 miles northwest of Sasank right now, and we're looking toward the storm that's in the Pfeiffer area. Behind us, immediately behind us, I was actually getting ready to text some video to the Weather Service. The cloud we've got a decent base on the cloud in Ellsworth County. It's producing rather frequent lightning now, and does have some appendages hanging down from it. You guys really feel like that's wall cloud that we're seeing right now, though? Okay, yeah. Okay, so we do have wall cloud on it. I would say that's probably 10 miles to my east. So, yeah, we're just kind of right here in the middle between them.
Okay, so Scott, you're saying you're noting a wall cloud 10 miles to your east. Are you talking about the storm that is in western Ellsworth County then?
That is the western Ellsworth County storm, correct.
Okay,
and it looks like that it has also tightened up in the rotation in the last little bit.
Okay. All right.
So-
Thanks very much, Scott. That's Scott Roberts. He's one of the well-trained chasers that we have, part of Storm Team 12, out there keeping a close tab on what he's looking at there, just to be clear, because we've got storms that are fairly close in proximity. He's looking at a storm that's coming out of Ellis County into western Russell County, and in terms of storm structure, this is about as good as it gets when we try to train people on what to look for when it comes to storms, because this indicates the rotation. The whole thing is spinning like a top. Over here on the back, looks like the sun is coming out. This is the back edge of the storm. The heavy rain and the hail's over here on the right, and so the air is being drawn up into the storm. So they are monitoring the back end of the storm, because if it produces a tornado, that's where it's going to be. Let's go back over to the radar. He's talking about a wall cloud in portions of Ellsworth County. And so let's get a closer sample of what's taking place here, because as Peyton was saying, it does look like the rotation is starting to ramp up a bit. A storm that's west of Ellsworth. This is north of Holyrood, and it's to the west of Lorain. The rotation that we're looking at is well to the north of Holyrood. Let me show you radar from the last hour so we get a sample of how the storm is moving. And initially I was saying that it looked like the storm may stay to the west of Ellsworth. It may be taking a little bit of a shift to the east. That's always a concern, because when storms start to take a turn to the right, or they start shifting into the direction of the moisture that's feeding the storm, there's potential that we could see some intensification. So we may be looking at a future tornado warning here in western Ellsworth County. Let's go ahead and again sample the wind in the storm, and we're looking at this circulation. Looks to me like it's about 2 or 3 miles north of Holyrood. So Scott Roberts over here on the left part of your screen, looking back toward the storm. So he's kind of in an interesting spot because he's in between two storms. So let's set all this up for you. The video that we were looking at was looking at this storm coming out of the eastern side of Ellis County, but also getting a small sample of what's taking place north of Holyrood in western sections of Ellsworth County. So really in a pretty good spot to give us an eyewitness account on what's happening with respect to both storms. This one, by the way, if we do get a tornado warning for western sections of Ellsworth County, you know, this is an area that's going to be north of Holyrood along 156, and to the north of there, you do need to be thinking about what you would do and where you would go to seek shelter from this potential, what might be a future tornado warning that may be coming. It looks like the tornado warning for Ellis County has been canceled. Does that look like what you guys are seeing as well?
Yes.
Okay, so the tornado warning for Ellis County has been canceled early. Some good news there, but definitely seeing a new signature here on radar indicating, and again, we're using the Wichita radar. Red is where the wind is going away. The indications of green coming back toward the radar. The circulation looking to be north of Holyrood. What kind of distance are we talking about? Well, from Holyrood north, it's about 4 or 5 miles to the north of town. And if the storm does produce something beyond what we're seeing right now, maybe a funnel cloud, perhaps a tornado, we simply don't know. It would be pure speculation at this point in time. It would be north of Holyrood and north of Highway 156. So we see that beginning to shift on more to the northeast. But again, our whole goal this afternoon is to give you as much time to plan and prepare for these storms as they approach your area. And if indications continue the way that we're looking at them now, you know, we may see something moving closer to Ellsworth in the next 20 to 30 minutes, so heads up there. Two storms that we're watching. We're in a little bit close, so let's go ahead and set the scene for you this afternoon, especially for those of you who are just joining our coverage on the KSCW for Eyewitness News at 4. We continue to deal with severe weather right here in central Kansas. It all started back to the west of Hays. We started getting baseball to even grapefruit-sized hail that came through Hays. Now we've got a couple different storms. Looks like we now have a new wind report coming from Russell County about 10 minutes ago. I thought maybe there was an indication we might be getting some of that coming into Russell. Let's see exactly what that report includes, and this is coming from Russell, indicating winds of 70 mile per hour, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds now reported from Russell. That just after the start of our 4 o'clock broadcast here on the KSCW. So that storm now rolling on to the east. That's why the severe thunderstorm warning continues, and we can actually get a sample of that. Here's a new wind report while we have your attention here. This is west of Russell, 60 mile per hour winds reported near the Gorham area. Once again, when we take a look at what's happening with respect to the wind, we can certainly see quite a bit of wind here on this Russell County storm. Not tornadic in nature, but certainly does look like significant wind could continue to move down I-70. For anybody that you know that might be traveling I-70 and you think that they're in this particular location between Hays and north of Ellsworth, you know, if there's a chance that they can pull off and wait this storm for it to get out of the area, that would maybe be the best advice we can pass along. Don't try to drive through this stuff. Now, 70-mile-per-hour winds is nothing to mess with. Large hail has been a big problem today in Ellis County. And at the moment, we continue to watch two areas of concern, one of them being north of Holyrood, a little bit of circulation showing up on radar there. And then what was looking to be a little suspicious in terms of tornadic development now, kind of shifting into more of a wind threat here in western portions of Russell County. So heads up, and let's go ahead and put a storm track to give you an indication of where we are and where we're going, because it looks like Russell now catching the brunt of that wind. Boy, if it continues moving east, and it hasn't been very fast, we'll give it 25-mile-per-hour speed. Bunker Hill, 427, maybe Dorrance at 444. Now, new tornado warning just issued for southern Russell County, as again we continue to see a potential little bit of a circulation there south of Russell. And as we've been talking about throughout the afternoon, I think Peyton mentioned this about 30 minutes ago, the history of the storm sometimes can dictate what happens with future warnings. And if a storm has a long history of producing wall clouds, funnels, and tornadoes, sometimes that's really about all it takes to keep the warnings up because of the nature of the storm, the environment that it's in. And so this area that's south of I-70 is showing some circulation there. This is going to be to the southeast of Gorham. So if you're in Russell, it looks like the tornadic threat may stay just south of town. If we get a chance to go back over to Scott Roberts' video, because he's on 281 and he's been kind of watching this storm. At last check, about 10 minutes ago, we were getting some pictures from him of the storm coming out of Ellis County, and that's now where we have the tornado warning issued for southern Russell County, but also continuing to watch that area there to the north of Holyrood. So it does look like maybe Scott's probably trying to find a little better vantage point to watch this storm, at least what we have in view here. Nothing concerning in terms of a wall cloud or a lowering, nothing like that. But at the moment, this is the only tornado warning that we have. It does include a very small sliver of northern Barton County, but the threat is here, west of 281, south of Russell. If you're in Russell, you've been experiencing some strong winds. It's not a tornado. That threat looks like it's back here to the southwest of Russell, but it's close. So if you know someone that lives south of Russell, again, help us be part of the warning process today. Send a text message, a phone call. Make sure people that are in the warned area know what's going on. The assumption is they probably do. Of course, a lot of us carry cell phones nowadays that get those kinds of bulletins. Our Storm Team 12 weather app can notify you if you're in the path of one of these storms. Hopefully they're already aware, but it does look like the circulation showing up now just about 6 or 7 miles back to the southwest of Russell, continuing to ever so slowly push on to the east. It's been a little while since we've got an update on our chaser locations. We've gotten Scott and Lance kind of working together this afternoon. Justin Dean's on this storm. Taylor Wright's kind of pulled off the storm. He's back there in the northeast corner of Rush County. And then we also continue to watch what's happening here in Ellsworth County as we have a storm that's north of Holyrood and to the northwest of the Lorain area that has shown some signs of rotation. We don't have a tornado warning for Ellsworth County, but just a heads up here in Ellsworth because the rain is starting to pick up and you're probably going to experience some hail too. Potentially quarter size. It looks like it's a little larger than that as you get back into the western part of the county, and that's going to be crossing Highway 40 here momentarily west of Ellsworth. As far as hail estimation, give you a sample of what we're looking at here from Ellsworth back to the west. You know, we could be possibly dealing with ping pong ball size, maybe up to golf balls there west of Ellsworth. And when you're about a month away from wheat harvest, this is the last thing that farmers want to see moving across the county is a big hail producing storm. But that's the reality of it now. West of Ellsworth is that we've got some hail potential there. That storm starting to shift on more to the northeast. Let's kick it back over to Peyton with details.
Yeah, so we are continuing to monitor those thunderstorms in central Kansas at this point in time. They are the strongest that we have on radar right now, and they have been producing the majority of the severe weather throughout the afternoon. I do want to give an overview on what's happening and what we're expecting as we move on throughout the rest of the evening. We actually do have some additional storms beginning to flare up just across the Kansas-Nebraska state line. So this is in far northwest Kansas into southwest Nebraska. Over the past 1 hour, you can see these storms have actually just started to intensify over the past 10 minutes or so. That's tracking, it looks like that storm away from Kansas for now, but it does give you indications that we've still got plenty of moisture in western Kansas for more storms to flare up as we move on into the next few hours. And what we're actually looking at here, you can see some returns on radar into the high plains, eastern sections of Colorado. That's some activity that might be moving east as we move on throughout the evening hours. So I'll show you future track and notice how, we'll actually roll that back here real quick. we can take a look at how this is going to develop through the rest of the evening. So what we're looking at right now, it's doing a good job of showing the storms in central Kansas, but watch what happens in the western part of the state. Once you get probably past 6 o'clock, there's going to be some additional isolated storms developing, and as the winds in the lower part of the atmosphere tend to increase right around sunset, if we have these isolated storms, they will also pose a tornado threat. So if we do see this develop, there is a possibility that we could be looking at tornadoes. In addition to what we've already seen, could be looking at some strong tornadoes. It's that type of setup today. So again, we have the storms for now in central Kansas, but don't let your guard down in the western half of the state. We've been keeping you updated on that potential today. It's still there, but probably not for another few hours. And then those storms will continue. It's going to be past dark tonight into central Kansas. Eventually, we'll start to see this transition more to a strong wind event. We're going to have storms developing in Nebraska as well, and notice in far northern sections of the state, southern Nebraska, northern Kansas, that'll be a strong wind event as those storms roll east. But notice this is by midnight tonight, so it's going to be a long evening with scattered storms as they continue. But again, for right now, the short term, we're talking probably the next 1 or 2 hours. The highest threat of severe weather will be focused in central Kansas, where there is a tornado watch currently until 9 p.m., but it's likely that we will see additional watches and warnings for parts of western Kansas as we move on through the next few hours. So we'll continue to monitor the storms, and we'll keep an eye on western Kansas if they develop through the next couple of hours. Ross?
All right, thanks very much. It does appear that we continue to get some updated information here, and it sounds like we may have a possible funnel to the Russell. So let's go back over and take a look. This is the hail situation that's going on there to the south of Russell. Bring back on the wind indicators to show you that here south of Russell, this is still a very interesting signature, and I think that we're using the Hastings radar. Let's move the view just a little bit and bring Wichita back into view. So this is using the Wichita radar. This sampling of the storm here is still about 5 or 6 miles to the south of Russell. It does look like we may still have some rotation happening with the storm in Russell County. We have several of our storm chasers on it, so if we get an opportunity to go back to some of their video, we can bring you some live pictures of what's taking place there to the south of Russell, where a tornado warning does continue for the area. We also have the severe thunderstorm warning out for western Ellsworth County. If you were with us about 10 minutes ago, we were talking about something that looked a little suspect to the north of Holyrood in terms of maybe something rotating, but at the moment it doesn't really appear to be all that strong. So we're dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning in western Ellsworth County, a tornado warning to the south of Russell. Both areas do bear watching as we go through the next several minutes. So let's talk about the hail threat that's developing here in western Ellsworth County, as that has been something that's been ramping up now, looking like it's at least quarter size, but potentially up to golf ball size west of Ellsworth. And the storm has started to shift a little bit more into an easterly path. And that's something that does offer up a little bit of concern, because as we've mentioned before, when storms take a turn to the right or start turning in the direction of the moisture that's feeding them, that can usually be some of our first signs of future intensification on storms. We'll see if that happens here with the Ellsworth County storm. But the largest hail falling west of Ellsworth, that storm tracking to the northeast. If you're north of Ellsworth, up here along I-70, this in the next 15 or 20 minutes is potentially going to be some hail coming your way. The storm is not weakening at all, and that's a little bit of a concern there. Also, the Russell County storm, still a heck of a storm to watch. We've got 2 wind reports here. This one back near the Gorham area is 60-mile-per-hour winds. The one that's just to the southeast of Russell has been 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. And the notch that's showing up on the radar right along Highway 281, that is where we're still indicating rotation on radar. Storm chasers in the area, we've got Justin Dean, Scott and Lance, both in northern Barton County, keeping an eye on what's happening here to the north of them, and then also giving us a small indication of what's happening on the storm that's in western Ellsworth County. Would really like to see some video, if we can, guys, from Scott or Lance. And just let me know which video this is that we're, okay, so this is Scott Roberts' video here. We're not able to pick out. Okay, so we don't have Lance's video right now, but this is Scott Roberts. These are live pictures. He's again looking at the storm up in Russell County. So this whole thing is rotating. The clouds closest to Scott would be moving from left to right. The clouds farthest away then moving from right to left. So the whole thing is spinning counterclockwise. That's how storms typically operate. And so if something develops out of this, we should get a pretty good vantage point on it. What creates the real dark blue colors that you're seeing down here at the ground, that's the precipitation in a storm. And so the white colors and we're going to see a lot of different colors in clouds from time to time, but the lighter shades here, maybe not as much precipitation in those. The darker shades of blue there toward the back part of the picture would be all the heavy precipitation that's falling with the storm. But once again, rotating counterclockwise, not necessarily from this vantage point are we able to pick out a wall cloud or a funnel, but you know, Scott's got a really good view of the storm, and if something does develop out of it, we should find out about it fairly quickly. So back over to the radar again, that's the Russell County storm that does have a tornado warning with it. Officially, it does clip the northern part of Barton County. Let's put it in motion, give you an idea of which way this thing is going. It's starting to shift more to the east. So up around Dorrance, the Bunker Hill area, Wilson. Looks like the threat, if there's going to be one of a tornado here, should stay to your south. It's mostly south of I-70 here. It's passing south of Russell. But let's not overlook the fact that Russell's probably getting hit really hard with some hail. And if you can safely do so, remember, we're very interested in the pictures of the hail because we send that information, we share that with the National Weather Service, and that helps them make decisions on future warnings and help them understand how bad the storm might be. You can send us those pictures through the app. They come right to the Storm Center. We turn those around, get those on the air, and share that with other viewers so they know exactly how bad the storm might be. But the rotation right now looks like it's passing over 281 and does continue to move east. It's been very interesting this afternoon just how slow moving these storms continue to be. Only at about maybe 15 to 20 miles per hour. So if we continue moving east, it's going to stay south of I-70, should stay south of Bunker Hill, Dorrance, and Wilson. But if you know somebody that lives in the southeast corner of Russell County, again, be part of the warning today. Let people know what's coming your way. Meanwhile, the storm in Ellsworth County continues to be fairly strong, looking at large hail passing on Highway 40 west of Ellsworth, moving up closer to I-70 at the present time. So severe thunderstorm warning continues for that area, and we're also still tracking some more active weather out into the Hayes area. Let's kick it back over to Peyton for more details.
Yeah, Ross. I actually want to show you Justin Dean's video if we can. He's on that storm. He's on Highway 281 in Russell County. This storm producing some strong outflow. It looks like as we take a look from his vantage point. So he's right there on Highway 281 looking at that storm moving into Russell County. Again, this is the one that currently does have a tornado warning. We'd be looking for any sort of wall cloud or funnel within that. Not seeing that from this vantage point, but we will have to continue to monitor. He's in a great spot. If this storm were to produce a tornado, he would be able to see it very quickly. So we'll continue to monitor his feed there. But again, Justin Dean, Storm Team 12 Storm Chaser, is right there along Highway 281. Let's go back to the radar picture here real quick, because what we are looking at is that area of rotation just to the west of 281 Highway. Right in there where the greens and reds come together, that's the area of rotation. So that puts it well to the south of Russell and southwest of Bunker Hill. And over the past 1 hour, you can see this storm moving off in an easterly direction. So we'll continue to monitor that. That's from the Dodge City radar. We can see what the Wichita radar vantage point looks like with that thunderstorm, and kind of the same deal there where we've got the area of rotation just west of the highway. So again, the tornado warning does continue. Still monitoring his feed to see if we have anything. We'll keep a close eye on that. As we'll actually go ahead and I'll go ahead and pull up his location here on the map, kind of give you an idea of where he is. So there's Justin there. It looks like he's actually just east of 281. Scott and Lance, they're actually both together in the same car on this thunderstorm. So we've got 1, 2, 3 chasers monitoring this storm as it continues to push off to the east. So again, if something does develop, we will know about it fairly quickly. Let's take a look at this thunderstorm in Ellsworth County. It continues to push off in a northeasterly direction. Again, as Ross was just mentioning, these storms right along the warm front, especially if they take that right turn, will have an increased potential to spin and possibly produce a tornado. We were looking at that rotation a little bit earlier. I'll take the radar scan a little bit further back in time. This is about 20 minutes ago. The rotation was a little bit more pronounced there in the western part of Ellsworth County. But as we take a look up to the current time, you can see it might have weakened a little bit, but still some signs of rotation on that thunderstorm that we will have to continue to monitor at this point in time. So that's the activity that's ongoing. We'll go ahead and back the view out statewide once again here real quickly. We do have thunderstorms just across the state line, far to northwest Kansas into southwest Nebraska. Nebraska. This is a thunderstorm that is moving away from Kansas, but that does have a pretty good hook echo there north of Benkelman, Nebraska. So that's a storm luckily moving outside of Kansas, but it does give you the idea that additional severe weather is likely to develop. We've got more storms developing in eastern sections of Colorado, and again, it's all going to become more widespread over western Kansas. In fact, let's take a look right here. Around the Leota area, that looks like a new thunderstorm that may be starting to develop. So let's actually, I showed this earlier. We don't normally show this on air, but we can take a look at the satellite picture and it can give an indication kind of before we get returns on radar. And actually what we are seeing there in west central Kansas, right there around the Leota area, that is a new thunderstorm beginning to develop. So again, western Kansas is primed to see significant severe weather as we move on throughout the day. I'll pull up our future track once again, and I think it's probably going to handle this quite well. We're going to see additional isolated storms developing in the western part of the state and moving east. Also a tornado threat with those thunderstorms as they continue to develop. So again, first signs of storms developing there around Leota. We'll see how quickly those storms intensify. For now, we'll send it back over to Ross with some additional information.
All right, thanks, Peyton. We do continue with this tornado warning for southern Russell County. We still believe it to be radar indicated. We have not had confirmation of a tornado, but we have 3 chasers right now to the south of where we're having the hook. This is east of 281, south of Russell. It is worth updating you on the hail reports that we've had coming out of this storm, as well as the wind reports from around Russell. It has been 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds. That was just after the top of the 4 o'clock hour. That storm continuing to push almost due east. And with respect to who's next in line, as we mentioned earlier, you're not going to see a lot of towns come up here because, first of all, it's just not an overly populated area with respect to towns, but where we have farmsteads, we have a lot of people that live in the country. Make sure you know what is going on in your area. So everybody here southeast of Russell, if you live on a farm, live in the country, make sure you're paying attention. Even though towns don't come up in our storm track, make sure you're aware of what's happening. This storm is producing a lot of endurance. That's what comes up in our storm track there along at the south of I-70. Again, this continues to be a wind situation, but we also have enough rotation here east of 281 for this tornado warning to stay in effect. And then the storm that's moving across Ellsworth County still looks like it's potentially producing some hail a little bit larger than 1 inch in diameter. Storms are also starting to flare back up around the Hayes area. Ellis County has been hit really hard with a lot of hail. The city itself dealt with some hail up to the size of baseballs earlier this afternoon. That storm, get this, it started in parts of Ellis County, and now that's the storm in Russell County, and this has been going on for a couple of hours. So that's how slow this whole thing is moving. It's basically crossed a county and a half in a matter of 2.5 hours. So they're just not in a hurry to go anywhere, but they are anchored on a front. And that's why we think that there's potential for these storms to spin and possibly produce some brief tornadoes, and that's why we do continue with that tornado warning for southern Russell County. What's happening back here in the Hayes area, strong thunderstorm. We may be getting some dime to nickel size hail moving through Hayes. This storm, fortunately, looks like it's moving a little quicker, so I don't think it's going to be around for too much longer. But if you're up toward the Catherine area, be prepared for some of that heavy rainfall and some of the small hail that may be coming your way, because that's what we're seeing back in Hayes. At the moment, wind, hail continue to be the main reports that we're getting, and we're getting another wind report now from the Russell County vicinity. I give that information to you. This is going to be right here along 281, indicating 60 mile-per-hour winds, dime-size hail, and very heavy rainfall. So this is some of the first wind reports that we've had this afternoon happening in Russell County, a dangerous storm that does still have a tornado warning with it. We have not had confirmation of a tornado. There have been some occasional reports of funnels, and hopefully we don't get a tornado out of this. But we've got 3 of our chasers right here to the south of the storm. That's Taylor Wright back in portions of Rush County, kind of watching the situation from there, anticipating what may be coming later on in the evening. And the Ellsworth County severe thunderstorm warning. Let's give you an update on what's happening there, as we do have Ellsworth and areas to the north of Ellsworth now in a severe thunderstorm warning until 5 o'clock. This does include Canopolis and also the Wilson area. This still looks like a hail-producing storm as it moves on to the northeast, only at about 15 to maybe 20 miles per hour. So this is going to be a rough stretch of Old Highway 40 to try to travel on with the hail passing through there. Next in line will be I-70, and areas up here along the Ellsworth-Lincoln County line should be bracing for some large hail. If we get a chance to go back to Scott Roberts' video Justin Dean's video. Okay, I understand they are relocating at the moment. We are noting developing, in fact, this has been now for about 15 or 20 minutes now. The hook signature on radar is starting to look better defined, if you will. East of Highway 281, again, when we see this notch showing up on the radar, that's the Doppler radar sampling the storm and noting the rotating winds that are happening within the thunderstorm. Doppler radar has come a long way over the years, and we're so grateful to have this technology when it comes to tracking storms in the United States, because even if we had no eyewitness accounts, no chasers out there, Doppler radar really does do a fantastic job. But we add the Doppler radar information with the chaser accounts, and we've got you covered this afternoon. If something drops out of the storm with respect to a tornado, we're going to find out about it almost instantly. That's just how the warning process goes. To have some great chasers out there, well-trained, know exactly where to be in position with respect to these storms, how to stay safe, and how to bring pictures to you as all of this unfolds. The chasers are relocating so they can stay safe. But as soon as we get an opportunity to go back to their video, we'll show you what's happening up here south of Russell. And it's just been a heck of a storm. And the whole thing looks like it is rotating. And that's not uncommon. A lot of thunderstorms rotate and never produce tornadoes. But rotating thunderstorms are notorious for producing very large hail, strong wind gusts, and a select few will encounter the right ingredients to go on and produce future wall clouds, funnels, and perhaps tornadoes. But when we look at this storm from the Doppler radar, the reds, again, the wind blowing away from south central Kansas, the green where the wind is blowing back in toward the Wichita radar, it's elongated. It's covering a larger chunk of real estate. So we may not have a tornado at the present time, but as most of us know, it can change very quickly. Now the rotation is shifting east of 281. And now areas south and east of Russell do continue with the tornado precautions. It's been a little while since we've reviewed the safety tips with you, but if you're in the path of a tornado-warned storm, remember the safest place to go through this kind of event is below ground. When you go to the basement, put on a pair of shoes. You want to be prepared. If you were to come out of your home and find damage, you want to make sure that your feet are protected. You want to be prepared for the worst. Make sure you have some water on hand. Make sure that you have pillows and blankets to wrap yourself up to protect you from anything that could be flying around in a tornado. Make sure you have your medication with you. If that's something that is critical for you, be prepared. You want to be expecting the worst, and of course, as we always do, we hope for the best. But this is the situation up here in Russell County, and I believe this is Scott Roberts' video here, looking to the north, and here's the leading edge of the storm. So this whole thing, the expectation here is that this whole thing is rotating, and we will effort a chance to get back with Scott Roberts on the phone to get a little bit better understanding exactly what he is seeing. But if this is correct, and it's sometimes a little hard to see, it looks to me like the wind would be coming into the TV screen, the wind blowing into the storm and up is what's creating this picture that we're looking at here. So Scott obviously repositioning so he can stay safe, but still bring us the pictures there to the south of Russell. Again, this is Russell County. This is central Kansas. It's always interesting. Sometimes we overlook the fact that everybody knows where Russell County is, but it's in central Kansas. This is I-70. You've got Hays over here on the left part of your screen. Salina's over here behind me. So right up here in central Kansas, right along I-70 is where the main action continues to be. Ellsworth County, we haven't forgotten about you. The rotation doesn't look very impressive. That's good news. But we still have a hail-producing storm moving through your area, and the concern for at least some quarter-size hail now moving through the Ellsworth area, certainly to the west of town. The potential would be there for a little bit larger hail. And while we have it here, looking south of Russell, there's estimated golf ball size on the storm that's passing south of Russell, south of I-70. This continues to be a dangerous storm, and anybody that might be on I-70, this is not the kind of storm that you want to try to make your way through and just core punch it, is what we call it, punching through the core of the storm, which is right on I-70. Don't do that with this storm. It's not worth losing a windshield over. Just wait it out if at all possible, because it does look like, give it another, well, it could be a little while because these storms are moving so slow, but don't try to drive through this storm. You just need to wait it out as best you can because this continues to be a dangerous storm. Another view from Salina. Just to kind of show you how things look from there. Darkening skies around the city itself, but storms are still well to your west. The closest that we get for storms in Salina is obviously north central Ellsworth County, so we still have a long way to go before they would reach Salina, but you get a full sense of the scope of the storm. You see a little bit of sunshine over here on the left, a little bit on the right. So it's a pretty big thunderstorm that continues to very slowly move on to the east. And there's a strong likelihood that Saline County could be in a future warning of some kind, as these storms show no signs of weakening at the present time. Back over to the radar, and let's kick it over to Peyton Sanders, who's got some more details as we continue to track these storms. He's been watching the chaser feeds too, so let's check in with Peyton.
Yeah, Ross, so we have been, of course, keeping you updated on what are definitely our most intense storms from Ellis through Russell into Ellsworth counties. As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, we are starting to see more signs of development. This is farther into western Kansas, right over the Leota area. And let me check here in our feeds again real quick. It looks like Mikey just moved away. He had a pretty good view of that tower that was going up. We'll continue to check back in with him. I will show you, we do have chasers, several of them on the storms that are already ongoing in central Kansas, but we also have activity that will develop in the western half of the state. So we have Steve Pauley and Mikey Gribble here around the Garden City area in Finney County, heading north on 83 to what will likely be some additional active weather developing in western Kansas. So you can see that initial storm is developing there right around the Leota area. There are some storms just across the state line into Nebraska, confirmed tornado outside of Kansas into Nebraska. If you're up around the St. Francis and Atwood area looking at that storm, it's heading away from you, moving off toward the north. So still just continuing to monitor that. We do have storms developing in eastern sections of Colorado now. I'll show you our current tornado watch that we have for portions of central Kansas. This goes until 9 o'clock tonight. Notice much of western Kansas not currently under any sort of watches. That's probably going to change over the next few hours based on what we're seeing. We've got that activity developing now in eastern Colorado, along with that storm around the Leota area. And as we have been highlighting for you, this is the severe weather outlook. Notice it still covers a good portion of Kansas. So the threat so far has been mainly confined to the central part of the state. We do anticipate that most of Kansas, at least on a scattered basis, will have a risk for severe weather as we move on into the next few hours. You can see that here on Future Track, doing a good job of where the storms are now, up around Hayes, Russell, the Ellsworth area, into the next few hours, developing over western Kansas. By 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, the winds in the lower atmosphere really start to pick up, and if we have these isolated storms, that's a concern for more tornadoes, maybe even a strong tornado. That's the type of setup that we are looking at here this evening, in addition to very large hail and damaging wind gusts. We'll take this past 10 o'clock, storms moving into central Kansas, and even past midnight tonight, more storms will be continuing. So again, this activity that we have ongoing right now is just the first of what will likely be couple more rounds coming in to western Kansas as we move on throughout the next several hours. Ross?
All right, thanks, Peyton. And we are continuing to investigate that storm in the Ellsworth area too for rotation. And I think we still have some of that just to the northwest of the city of Ellsworth. Now, not a tornado warning, and it doesn't look like the rotation is as distinct as what we're seeing here on this storm that's riding the Barton-Russell County line. But if we get a chance to get Scott Roberts back on the phone, he's in the prime position to see something develop out of this. I did see he was mentioning that the mesocyclone, which, you know, some of you aren't going to be familiar with that terminology. It refers to the rotating part of the storm. Mesocyclone can be many, many miles wide, while tornadoes are going to be much smaller in scale. Mesocyclone, he said, was about 3 to 4 miles wide. So that would give us an indication that the rotating part of the storm is covering a huge area right now. But he, last check, was not seeing a tornado at the present moment. Let's take a look at the wind sampling, and we're using the Wichita radar. And what stands out to me is this area that's just to the north of Susank, right here on the Barton-Russell County line. So if there's going to be a tornado, which at the moment we don't believe there to be the case, it's going to be straddling 2 different counties. So this is north of Susank. Russell up here at the top part of your screen, this is going to be well south of there. And then while we have it in this view, we continue to talk about some weak rotation around the Ellsworth area. Here it is. It looks like it's about 1 to 2 miles to the west of town, right here east of Black Wolf, and it's right on Old Highway 140. We'll put this radar in motion so you can see the storm right there continuing to work its way to the northwest of Ellsworth. Based on what I'm looking at on radar, I wouldn't expect the storm's going to produce a tornado in Ellsworth County, but we did want to let you know that we are noting at least some spin that's taking place in the Ellsworth County storm, and it is moving on to the northeast. So the southern part of the county looks like it will be spared of any large hail or any potential tornado tornadic threat, which appears to be fairly low. We do have Scott Roberts back on the phone. Scott, just noting that your conversation with the National Weather Service in Wichita, talking about this large mesocyclone. We've kind of already informed our viewers what a mesocyclone is, but go ahead and give us a little bit better detail of what we're seeing here.
Well, okay, what we were seeing at that time was basically close to us, the clouds were going south to north. About 3 miles to our west, they were going north to south, and it was continuing in that kind of counterclockwise circle. And from where we were at that given moment, it looked to me like the breadth of that was about a 3 mile circle, and it was probably, I'd say, 500 to maybe 1,000 feet in the air. But it really kind of feels like the storm is trying to transition into a more linear type mode. In other words, a shelf cloud where we'll have, rain or wind first and then heavy rain. So we may be in a bit of a transition on this one.
Okay, Scott, it definitely looks like the rotation, though, straddling the Barton-Russell County line. Have you noted any wall cloud, any funnels? We haven't seen a report like that for several minutes.
Not in the last while. No, the last time we saw anything that was concerning us about wall cloud would have been near Susank. Now this stuff out in front of us. What are you thinking there? Yeah, I mean we are kind of seeing a little bit of rotation at the edge of the ongoing rising motion. Rising motion would be the way to put it for that. So that's what I would at this point I would say we may be in kind of a transitional mode on it, not actively putting a tornado down or anything like that, but again could transition back the other direction very quickly.
Okay, and Scott, before we let you go, you're on 281, is that correct?
No, that is not correct. I am on a county road about 5 or 6 miles south of Beaver now.
Okay. All right, that helps us out. Thanks very much, Scott, again giving us some live pictures. This is the storm that's straddling the Russell-Barton County line at the present time, telling us that maybe transitioning, looking like from his vantage point, maybe into a wind scenario that's playing out there at the moment. You may be noting some of these clouds hanging down low to the ground. That's not a tornado. That's not a funnel cloud. When it's fractured like that, sometimes you're going to get what we call scary looking clouds, or SLCs. Might sound a little funny to you, but from time to time you're going to get these low hanging clouds that might initially appear like a tornado, but they're not connected to anything. And so that's one of the first visual clues as a storm chaser or spotter, that if it's not attached to the storm, probably not a whole lot there to worry about. But at the moment, this continues to be a rotating thunderstorm, and as we pointed out a little while ago, it is not uncommon for thunderstorms to rotate, because that's something that we see time and time again. Only few thunderstorms that rotate will encounter the right ingredients to go on and produce a wall cloud or a tornado, because believe it or not, even though we live in Kansas, it's still rare for thunderstorms to produce tornadoes. And this is a classic example. The entire storm rotating like a top, but we don't have a tornado. We have had some instances of a funnel cloud, or I should say a wall cloud, and maybe a brief funnel, but at the moment, what you're looking at here, these lighter shades of gray, this is all heavy rain and some hail, but this entire storm is rotating, but we don't have anything that looks imminent in terms of a tornado danger. And sometimes you'll get rain cooled air that advances out in front of the thunderstorm and helps to lower the tornado potential. So hopefully that's the case there with the storm on the Barton-Russell County line. Let's kick it back over to Peyton. I understand we do have a new tornado watch coming out for parts of western Kansas.
Yeah, Ross, new tornado watch has been issued. We'll show this to you here in western Kansas, a PDS tornado watch. That means a particularly dangerous situation. As we pull this up for you, you can see much of western Kansas included. And basically what that means, we don't see particularly dangerous situation tornado watches is the official phrase. We don't use that term very often. This indicates that there could be strong tornadoes in this area as we move on throughout the evening hour. So this is something that we will be watching closely. We have been monitoring this potential and telling you about it. Looks like we do have a new tornado warning that has been issued for that same storm, southwestern sections of Ellsworth, southeast Russell, and northeastern Barton County till 5:30. So again, we have been telling you about this. For the storms throughout the evening have been in central Kansas. That's where we have a tornado watch until 9 o'clock, but now a PDS tornado watch for western Kansas. Notice that goes until 2 a.m. So it's going to be throughout the evening, and this could be a situation where we have tornadoes past dark tonight. So want to keep this in mind. If you're planning on going to bed around 9 or 10 o'clock, have a way to get warnings through the nighttime hours. A weather radio is going to be a great way to do it, or just stay up and keep watching the coverage throughout the evening, because we do anticipate that there will be some additional storms developing. You can see that here on Future Track. We have been continuing to show this to you. The storms will be scattered developing in western Kansas and moving off to the east, especially as we get into the evening. That tornado potential will continue to increase. Very large hail will also be a threat. We already saw some of that around the Hayes area earlier today, but something that we will continue to monitor very carefully. I do want to show you where we are seeing some of those additional storms beginning to develop. We do have one here around the Leota area. We do have chasers monitoring this storm. Again, a few, about 3 or 4 of them have been in central Kansas, but we also have a couple here in the southwest part of the state. Pull them up here for you. We have Steve Polly and Mikey Gribble heading on up toward that developing thunderstorm. We also have Ed O'Neill here in southwest Kansas. So we do have 3 chasers. It looks like Taylor there might be heading back to the west in anticipation of this new stuff developing. So we've got more storms developing eastern Colorado. So all this activity going to continue to flare up and become more widespread through the evening. For more on that tornado warning again that's just been issued, we will send it back on over to Ross.
And Peyton, this tornado warning will include western sections of Ellsworth County. Looks like it's going to come very close to the Holyrood area. Let's try to bring some towns into view so you can see exactly where we're at the present time. So here's Lorain. It doesn't look like it includes Holyrood, but it's close. The area that Scott Roberts was reporting from, the Beaver area, so east of Susank here. And notice this circulation that's showing up. It's still spread out over a larger area. And based on the report that we got from Scott Roberts indicating that he was feeling some of the rain-cooled air that was trying to advance out in front of the storm, at the present time it doesn't seem that a tornado is imminent, but that situation could change. And obviously using the radar technology, we do continue with the tornado warning. It was issued, now extends over into western Ellsworth County, and something may develop out of this. We simply don't know. But using the eyewitness accounts, the chasers that are out there, the radar technology, this is still a dangerous area to be in. East of Susank, near the Beaver area. We may see something develop out of this. At the present time, we don't believe there to be a tornado happening at the moment. But the storm now starting to shift on to the east. So if you're east of Susank, it's safe to say Hoisington, you're fine. Claflin, you're going to be okay. The area of concern is north of there. And if you're in western sections of Ellsworth County, over toward the Holyrood area, again, north of Claflin, this is the storm to watch. We will go ahead and update our storm track and see what comes into line here. It does include, again, just north of Beaver. We're tracking it east at, let's say, 20 miles per hour. We've seen a little bit of a faster pace to this. So if the storm continues to move straight east, it would stay north of Holyrood. But here's an early heads up for Lorain. Ellsworth, you've had a storm moving on through. That doesn't show a lot of rotation, so some fortunate news there. And the tornado warning that was initially issued for Russell County, that's probably going to expire at the time that it's supposed to. I need to check and see exactly when that's going to be. But here's the rotation showing up northeast of Susank and to the north of the Beaver area. We'll see if we can get Beaver to come up here on the radar view. Again, this is east of Susank. So Scott Roberts is in this particular area. We'll bring his location back into view. And there's Lance, and Scott's just a little bit farther to the south. So this is the notch that's showing up on the radar. It's extreme northern Barton County. If you're in the Great Bend area, the threat's going to stay well to the north of you. I understand we have Caroline Elliott. She's in Hayes right now. And Caroline, go ahead and tell us what you have for us this afternoon.
Well, we've been in this area for the last several hours, and right now we're in Hayes, just off of Riley Street. And again, we've been driving around this area checking for damage. And the good news is, Ross, we have not seen any damage to cars or homes just yet. But the bigger story here right now is flooding. I'm going to have my photographer pan over here to show the street right now. Now, we have seen a lot of flooding in several streets in Hayes right now. We're still checking for that damage and for that to be posted with what we see on the ground out here.
All right, thanks very much, Caroline Elliott, and our news crews, of course, in position to try to keep an eye on and be listening for any possible damage. We know that Hayes was hit with some baseball-sized hail earlier today, and the fact that they haven't come across a lot of widespread damage would certainly be some good news. But at the moment, we don't have a lot of tornado warnings out there. We've been dealing with some concentrated areas of severe weather right in central Kansas along I-70, and at the moment, we've got a tornado warning that was recently issued. It does include southeastern Russell County. No threat to Russell, no threat to Great Bend. This is northeastern Barton County. It does include western Ellsworth County. Want you to see the last hour of radar imagery, and you can see this is the area of rotation. Moving east, maybe showing a little bit of a southeasterly movement to it. That's not uncommon to see, as we have pointed out before this afternoon, when storms take a turn to the right. So when it's moving east and then takes a turn to the right, it's trying to turn into the direction of the moisture that feeds it, which of course is the high humidity that we've been feeling over southern Kansas today. And with a southeasterly wind pushing that humidity right up into these storms, it's no wonder that it's trying to turn in the direction of the moisture that continues to feed up into that thunderstorm. So once again, if you're just joining our coverage, tornado warning, western Ellsworth County. Not a tornado threat in Ellsworth, not a tornado threat in Kannapolis. Bushton, you're still not included in this as well. But if you're north of Highway 4, again, it's a rotating storm. Bears watching. We've got eyewitness accounts coming in indicating that it's still, the whole thing is spinning like a top. We've got chasers on it. So if the storm does decide to put down a tornado, which there's no guarantee that it will, we will certainly be getting some information on that. If we get a chance to go back to Justin's video, to Lance's video, we can show you actually what's happening, because our chasers deployed earlier this morning to try to get into position. We've had some just spectacular storm structure this afternoon from a scientific standpoint. You know, these large-scale storms with a lot of warm air rising up into them can sometimes produce some very interesting cloud features. Now, we've only had just a handful of very brief tornadoes, no reports of any damage from the tornadoes that we had back in Ellis County, but these storms actually started just west of Hayes, and it's taken all afternoon to go from Ellis County, now moving into western sections of Ellsworth County. This is the storm in Russell County that we're tracking for you right now, so they're not in a hurry to go anywhere. And at the present time, again, we're still dealing with a tornado warning that does include Ellsworth, Russell, and Barton counties, but a small portion of all three counties included in here. By the way, if you're wondering what the timing on the warning is for Ellsworth, Russell, and Barton counties, that's a warning until 5:30 this afternoon. Radar indicated rotation, no confirmation of a tornado there. This is Scott Roberts' video. Once again, what are we looking at? Well, over here on the left, we don't see a whole lot. This, to me, a little bit concerning. I don't know that I would necessarily call it a wall cloud. What's creating the dark shades of blue over here on the right, that's your heavy rain and the hail. But once again, if you're watching our coverage and you don't live in Kansas, one of the great things about the plains, the visibility that we have. We don't have a lot of tall objects. We don't have a lot of trees and hills and mountains to try to block our view. So this is just spectacular that we're able to see these storms sometimes from 8, 10, even 15 miles away. And so Scott Roberts is watching this storm in northern sections of Barton County. He's a good based on my estimation from looking at his location and where the rotation is, looks to me like he's a good 4 or 5 miles away from the storm. And once again, this is the heavy rain and the hail over here to the right. A little bit of a clearing on the back part of the storm, because the business into the storm usually is on the southwest flank of these big thunderstorms that develop across the plains. And so we'll continue to keep a close watch on this. But if you're looking at this video wondering where's the tornado, right now, we're just not seeing that sort of thing. So let's go back over to the radar, take a look at both storms. Again, we've got one in northern Barton County. We've got the one in Russell County. We're also watching the Ellsworth County storm. And keep in mind, as Peyton pointed out a little while ago, we've got new stuff now starting to flare up in western Kansas. So we're going to be at this for several more hours, anticipating what will be a very active evening of weather. You can see north of Ellsworth, this continues to be a hail-producing storm. As we take a look at the hail potential inside of this, looks to me like we're probably quarter to half dollar, maybe ping pong ball size. What's estimated on the radar appears to be 1 inch. As far as the hail threat back here in the southeast corner of Russell County, a little bit more significant there. And this is the storm that did produce baseball, even grapefruit size hail near Hayes. Now the storm is obviously moving through south central Russell County, still possibly producing some 2-inch hail. Although at last check, I didn't see anything, and it's been a while since we've had any hail of that magnitude come in. These are all wind and hail reports, several minutes old, but here's what happened in Russell at 4:45. There we had some golf ball size hail that was confirmed, and then along I-70, a wind report 60 to 70. That was closer to about an hour ago, really. That storm now has shifted on to the east. And to give you a small sample of, these storms continue to move east, but not very quickly. The overall thunderstorm here that's east of Russell, if it continues to move east at, let's say, 20 to 25, we've got Wilson at 502, Sylvan Grove at 517, and the Ellsworth area at 534. Remember, if you're in the path of these storms and you can safely do so, we would be very interested in the size of hail that you've had, if you've had any damage, what the winds might be. If you're in the tornado warning, don't try to go out and take a picture of a wall cloud or a funnel or that sort of thing. Leave it to the trained experts. We don't want to put you in harm's way. But again, the important thing here is safety. Don't go out and take a picture of a storm if it's not safe to do so. If you can do it and you're not putting your life in harm's way, send it through the Storm Team 12 weather app. You can also email it to us, stormshots@kwch.com. We would be interested in that information. We pass it along to the Weather Service to help in future warning decisions to make. We are coming up here, about ready to leave our 4 o'clock newscast on the KSCW. We'll let those viewers go, but we are going to continue with our coverage on KWCH 12. We'll pause for a moment.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And good afternoon. Chief Meteorologist Ross Jensen working alongside meteorologist Peyton Sanders and meteorologist Mark Larson still here as we continue to track some dangerous weather in central Kansas. We have several storm chasers that are out there this afternoon, and we are starting to see new storms now develop in western Kansas. At the present time, we have a tornado warning for Russell, Barton, and western Ellsworth counties. We are tracking storms with confirmation of winds gusting as strong as 70. We've had hail reports as large as grapefruit size. Now, it's been several minutes since that happened. It's even been over an hour, but that happened back in the Hayes area, about 2 miles southeast of Hayes. We had some grapefruit size hail that was confirmed. Most recent reports would suggest 1 to 2 inch hail size on this storm coming from Russell County. Let's go ahead and let you see radar animate. This is 1 hour of imagery. The rotating part of the storm is now mostly confined to northeastern Barton County, a threat north of Claflin, west of Ellsworth. Looks like it's still west of Holyrood. If we follow the movement here, the storm is starting to shift a little more to the southeast. We do not have a confirmed tornado at the present time. We have 3 of our very own, very well-trained storm chasers keeping an eye on what's happening north of Highway 4. This is the notch. This is the rotation. Tornado warning continues until 5:30, might be extended. We don't know. We still have several minutes to go, but the area of concern is east of Beaver, east of Sault-Ste., north of Claflin. A lot of hail being produced in the storm south of I-70 into the south of Wilson. As we take a look at what's happening, the wind on the inside of the storm using the Doppler radar still looks like it's fairly spread out. So this is probably a giant rotating thunderstorm. We've had confirmation of that from Scott Roberts, but at the moment we don't believe there to be a tornado at the present time. New severe thunderstorm warning just being issued eastern Russell, good chunk of Ellsworth County. This is for strong wind, very large hail. A few minutes ago we were telling you about some of the strong winds of 70 miles per hour possible along I-70. Storm is starting to move. The storm that's north of Ellsworth continues to produce hail, maybe a little larger than quarter size. It may actually be getting a little stronger, but we don't see a lot of rotation on that storm up along I-70. That's going to be pressing up into southern Lincoln County here very shortly. And then what's coming out of Russell County is a big wind and a hail-producing storm there, so severe thunderstorm warnings are being issued. Just real quick, want to back the view out and show you how things are progressing. Back here east of Hayes, east of Catherine, this is north of Victoria. Storms are starting to weaken there, but these 2 cells, southern Russell, northern Barton, the one in northern Ellsworth County, definitely bear watching through the next several minutes. Peyton Sanders standing by with more information.
Yeah, Ross, I want to show you this thunderstorm that we were looking at. I mentioned it earlier. It's across the state line into Nebraska, but if we take a look at this picture here, this is of if we can actually pull up on Max 2, this would be a wedge tornado that we're looking at. This from Donovan Neal. Again, this is outside of Kansas into Nebraska, but we did want to show this to you because this is certainly what looks like the most significant tornado of the day so far. Again, that is in southwestern sections of Nebraska. A wedge tornado because it's wider than it is tall, so very significant there. No reports of any damage yet. We'll continue to look at that, but again, that is outside of Kansas into Nebraska. In fact, I'll pull that up here on radar. You can kind of see it's there to the west of the McCook area. All those icons that you can see, that's where the tornado was reported. So a strong storm that continues to move away from Kansas. Again, we'll put the radar in loop over the past 1 hour, and you can see how that's moving well outside of our area. So some good news there. Do want to give you a quick update on the storms in western Kansas. We were talking about that one developing north of Leota. It's continuing to strengthen, moving off in a northerly direction, just developing here over the past half hour. Heads up in Russell Springs, if that storm continues to intensify, there could be a hail threat with it as it moves into town. That is the only storm that we see for right now in western Kansas. Let me actually go back here to the satellite data real quick and take a look at what that's showing to see if we have any additional development in western Kansas. And it looks like we have some activity developing there around the Kansas, or rather the Oklahoma-Texas panhandles. That one storm in west central Kansas. This might be some new stuff developing along a dry line in southeast Colorado. So that's right where the dry air intersects the warm, humid air. So that's going to be a feature that we'd be watching for potential storm development. Giving you a wide picture on what we're expecting through the evening. If you missed it earlier or you're just joining us, we have a PDS tornado watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation. That's a tornado watch for western Kansas, goes until 2 a.m., anticipating the threat for more tornadoes in western Kansas, places that have really not been dealing with a threat so far today. Some of those tornadoes could be strong, so we'll continue to monitor that activity as it continues to develop. But for now, we'll send it back over to Ross. Keep an eye on the storms heading through central Kansas.
All right, thanks, Peyton. We do have Storm Team 12 storm chaser Scott Roberts on the phone with us, and Scott has been watching this tornado-warned storm that's north of Claflin. Scott, go ahead and give us a better idea of where you're located and what you've seen in the last 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay. Yes, we're actually sitting a little bit west of Claflin, looking to our northeast, in the Red Wing vicinities where we are. And what I'm seeing right now is a lot of bright white high clouds to my north and just to my northeast. The more wall cloud part of the storm really now appears to be somewhat to my northeast, over more toward Claflin. And we are seeing some pretty heavy rain with it, and now seeing some more lightning on the backside too. Probably 3 to maybe 5 minutes, I guess about 5 minutes ago, we saw a brief broke funnel, would be probably 5 to 7 miles north of Red Wing, but that was under 10 seconds probably.
Okay, Scott, we're getting information here 6 miles northwest of Claflin of a very brief tornado. Did you see that? I know you mentioned a funnel.
I'm not sure if that's a duplicate of the report that I made to the Weather Service or whether that's a separate report.
Okay, yeah, it may have been a duplicate, so that may be just crossing our computers here in the Weather Center. But okay, so this is good information. And Scott, tell us again where you are with relation to, you said Red Wing?
Yes, we're about half a mile west of Red Wing.
Okay. All right. That's Storm Team 12 storm chaser Scott Roberts, again, watching the storm in Barton County near the Red Wing area. Let's go back over to the radar. We have had at least a brief tornado with this storm. That's the little marker that's coming up here on the screen. If you're in Claflin, the storm is very close to you, but I think it's going to go north of you, as the storm is now starting to show more of a turn to a southeasterly direction. Here's an early heads up for Bushton, because the storm is going to be approaching your area. We have had some very brief tornadoes with this storm, and we'll see what evolves here over the next several minutes. But there's Claflin, and here's the notch. So this is the area of concern. And I'll show you, because this is one of the features that we're so excited about this spring, to be able to show you exactly where the chasers are. And Scott and Lance, Scott Roberts and Lance Ferguson working together, and they are north of Cheyenne Bottoms here. This is Justin Dean. I would really like to see his video if at all possible. He's in a little closer to the storm, one of our other storm chasers this afternoon. And so the notch that's showing up here, this is north of Claflin. And let's give you a small sample of what kind of distance that we're talking about. From Bushton, the rotation looks like it's about 9 to 10 miles back to your northwest. From Claflin, it's a little bit closer. You know, we're about 6 or 7 miles to the north. Okay, we have Justin Dean's video. And so he, you know, in this view here, just looking at the pictures with you for the first time, He may be trying to find a little better spot to get a view of this storm, so we're not picking out a wall cloud or a funnel in this viewpoint here. But again, Justin is right on the tail of this storm, and so we'll continue to keep an eye on his video as well. So back over to the radar. Here's the marker. This was the brief tornado that we had with the storm. The rotation is still showing up mostly in the northeast corner of Barton County, but consider this an early heads up for Bushton, because we do know there is a possibility that that storm may be moving in your direction. It does look like it's going to stay to the south of Holyrood, and it looks like it may be kind of close, but I think it would slide to the southwest of the Lorain area. So watch with me here over the last hour, because you're going to see the storm now shifting more to the southeast, which could be impacting this area right here along Highway 156. So not a good place for motorists. And remember, we haven't talked about the safety procedures for a while. Some of us might recall seeing video of some people trying to ride out a storm underneath of an overpass. Not a good idea. Don't try to do that sort of thing, because with tornado winds, they always strengthen as you come up off the ground. That's why basements are best places to be, because getting below ground is always a safer option where the winds are going to be a lot lower. If you're in the path of the storm, basement's the best place to be. Crawl underneath something sturdy to protect yourself from anything that might fall through the floor. Put on a pair of shoes. You know, you want to be prepared for the worst. We always talk about this. If a basement is not an option, go to a closet, go to a bathroom, put as many walls between you and the approaching storm as you possibly can. Every wall is going to be that much more layer of protection from stuff that's flying around in a tornado, broken glass. Stay away from windows and doors. All that debris is what is so deadly in these kind of tornadic situations. We're hoping that this storm will weaken a bit as it continues to shift on to the southeast and get into the southwest corner, or make that the northwest corner of Rice County. But at the moment, we still have a pretty significant rotating thunderstorm there just to the north of Claflin. Again, as we take a look at the wind signatures with this storm, there it is. It's well north of Claflin. Still fairly elongated, which would be good news, lowering the chance of a tornado threat there in northeastern parts of Barton County, but we have had some brief tornadoes reported with it. Other severe weather that's happening in Ellsworth County. At last check, we had that hail-producing storm north of Ellsworth, still underway at the present time. In fact, getting off of I-70, trying to get toward Ellsworth. It does look like our potential there of some golf ball-sized hail still underway north of Ellsworth. And as we take a look at where this storm is going, because we do have a warning now for southern Lincoln County. Not a surprise there. This storm is shifting more to the northeast. It's been fascinating to see the individual storm motion today. We've had storms going north. We've had storms moving northeast. We've had storms shifting to the southeast. That's why it's so dangerous sometimes to go out and chase a storm, because they change the path that they're on, and this is what's happening now. So the storm in northern Ellsworth County is moving up toward the Beverly area. Also looks like it may be approaching the town of Lincoln. So let's take a little closer view of what's happening as the storm leaves Ellsworth County, and you can see it's west of Tesket. Does look like it's at least the core of the storm at the moment is south of Lincoln on Highway 14. And as the storm continues to press on to the north, there's a possibility we could get some hail larger than 1 inch in diameter coming into Lincoln before the next 20 or 30 minutes is up. So heads up there in Lincoln County. Looks like the worst of the hail will be south of Sylvan Grove. South of Lucas, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning for the eastern side of Russell County. That thunderstorm has been moving on to the east. The storm, as it approaches just north of Claflin into the Holyrood area, still has rotation with it. We have had some brief tornadoes. What's coming into Russell at the moment, in between Paradise and Russell, looks like some smaller hail possible there, maybe dimes or nickels, but we don't have a warning back here that would include the Russell area. The little markers that are showing up on our radar screen would all be from the storm that happened a while ago and now has shifted on to the east. But just giving you a view as we continue with our Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock broadcast. If you're watching us in McPherson, Hutchinson, Wichita, wondering what's going on, what's coming our way, we think this storm is probably going to stay mostly in central Kansas for the next couple of hours. Storms have not been in a hurry to go anywhere, but the storm does in western Ellsworth County continue to show a little bit of a southeasterly movement. I don't think this stuff is going to come into Hutchinson or Wichita, but of course we'll continue to monitor the situation. Most of this is expected to stay rooted over central Kansas for the next couple of hours. Peyton?
All right, yeah. So we're continuing to monitor that activity in central Kansas. We still need to keep our eyes on western Kansas. We still have those thunderstorms there moving away from Leota. This is to the northwest of Scott City, but it is moving up toward the Russell Springs area. It's not very strong right now. I'd estimate maybe some penny-sized hail, but the environment here in western Kansas will be favorable for severe weather through the evening. So we'll have to continue to keep a watchful eye on the storm. We also have a storm up here to the northeast of Wood, moving off pretty quickly across the state line into Nebraska. That's a storm that could be producing some large hail. This storm, again, across farther across the state line into Nebraska, did produce a wedge tornado earlier. That's also moving away from Kansas. If we can go ahead and take Mikey Gribble's live feed here. He's on that storm that is heading on up toward the Russell Springs area. You can see it here on radar that did earlier produce some hail. We do have some chasers out here in western Kansas in anticipation of these additional storms developing through the evening, but we can go ahead and take a look at where he is in relation to that storm. So we have Steve Polly and Mikey Gribble, both here in western Kansas. Okay, so Mikey's feed is not pulling up for the time being, but we will continue to, oh, there he is now. So there's Mikey Gribble. Looks like he is heading north on Highway 83 there. So he's heading up toward the north. Will probably move farther west. So he's heading, he was just through Scott City, moving up toward the north. So he will be monitoring that storm activity in western Kansas. Let me go ahead and show you the tornado watch that we do have, again, issued for western Kansas until 2 a.m. So this could be a nighttime threat as well in western Kansas. Typically, you know, we think about tornadoes throughout the evening. This is a possibility that they could continue past 9 and 10 o'clock. We'll have to see how widespread any storms get, but the potential is there. We do have a PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation. Don't see that very often issued by the Storm Prediction Center, but basically what that means is that there is the potential for a higher end severe weather event, possibility of some stronger tornadoes. So certainly we've got the severe weather activity ongoing right now in central Kansas, but western Kansas, Goodland through Hill City, Hayes, Dodge City, Garden City, just a few of the locations that will have to be on guard for more severe weather developing through the next few hours. Ross?
All right, thanks, Peyton. As we continue to keep a close watch on what's developing here in central Kansas, let's give you a quick update here, and then we're going to kick it over to Michael Schwenke with some other details here as the news department continues to keep a watch out and be listening to for possible damage in the wake of today's storms. We haven't noted any significant damage as of yet, and that's certainly some good news. But north of Claflin, north of Bushton, still have some rotation on this storm. It's still fairly intense. It does look like it's going to pass south of Holyrood, but next in line could be Lorain. It's going to be close. The storm's going to come across Highway 156, I think, in the next 10 to 20 minutes. We don't have confirmation of a tornado, but the history of this storm, it has been producing some brief tornadoes, and that may be a situation that continues to present itself here as the storm now crossing over into western sections of Ellsworth County. Let's go over to Michael Schwenke now with some other information.
Ross, thank you. We are getting, you mentioned some damage. Most of the damage we're getting in and around that Hayes area has been from hail. We're not getting wind reports necessarily, but you have talked about it, and you and Peyton and Mark Larson there in the Weather Center are doing a fantastic job. Let's get out to Caroline Elliott. We have her out there in the Hayes area. Not only do we have hail out there, but Caroline, I understand some flooding as well. What have you seen driving into Hayes? What are you seeing around town there?
Yeah, hey Mike, so right now we're in Hayes just off of 13th Street, and right now we're starting to see the impact of all of that heavy rain we saw earlier. You can see this street behind me is starting to flood. We're told that some people were seen canoeing down this street earlier, and as you can see, this red car, this pickup truck driving by trying to get through that heavy water right now. Now, this is not the only thing we're seeing on the ground right now. We're also seeing some damage from hail. Again, we'll show you that in the 6 o'clock show coming up here, but not significant damage to cars or homes from that hail that we saw earlier. But again, some windshields here are seeing some of that damage. We'll keep you updated on what we see from the ground out here. Mike?
Caroline, thank you. I think that area kind of prone to flooding as well. Many of you are sending in your storm shots and pictures. Thank you for doing that. We cover such a big area. Really gives us what it looks like on the ground. This video here, you can see the guy out on a canoe there on the street in Hayes. And where Caroline's standing now, you can see some of that water has receded. Cars still able to go through. Continue to get a lot of video of the hail. And here's one just looking at the volume of hail there, not necessarily really large here. This video from Melissa taken in Victoria. It does look more like a snowstorm swept through that area. Also seeing some damage from that large hail, mainly to cars. Caroline mentioned this. We do have some cracked windows out there. I had a couple people send me pictures of their homes. Allie sent some of these photos in here. Hannah sent this one. And folks, hail sizable in some of these areas. So Ellis, Hayes, all in and around that area. We have seen up to baseball and even grapefruit-sized hail in some of these areas in and around Hayes. So we're going to have a lot of damage to cars and rooftops out there in the Hayes area. All right, we'll continue again to get a lot of images from around the state. And Ryan, do we have any more? Okay, we're going to send it back to Ross now with the latest on the situation. Keep those storm shots coming in, do it safely, and it does allow us to have a more accurate representation as to what's happening out there. Ross?
And Mike, it's worth pointing out that if you've had some damage, maybe you lost a windshield, maybe there were some windows of your home that were knocked out because of the hail earlier today, we need to be ready for another round of storms coming later on tonight. So if you get a break in the active weather, it may be worthwhile trying to take some precautions for what could be coming later on tonight, which may be more strong or severe thunderstorms. At the moment, we still have some active weather. In fact, we just had another brief tornado report come in. This is information coming from the Barton County area, which continues under a tornado warning, at least a small sliver. The northeast corner of the county still in a tornado warning. A brief tornado there, less than 1 minute. This was north of Claflin. That area of rotation is going to be shifting closer to the Holyrood area. So let's bring Holyrood, Lorain back into view. And you can see Holyrood down here along Highway 156. Lorain is certainly not out of the woods yet as the storm continues to move to the east. Given the history of this tornado warning, you know, it's set to expire at 5:30, but I think we're going to see an additional warning issued farther east. And so heads up here along Highway 156. Again, we've had multiple reports of brief tornadoes, not something large and significant. That's good news, but you know, if this puts down a brief tornado over your home, it's going to be bad news, and we hope that's not the case. But the rotation is still fairly substantial here to the north of Holyrood, north of Bushton, north of Highway 4, and it does continue to press on to the east at roughly 15 to 20 miles per hour. So Holyrood, Lorain, be thinking about where you need to go to ride out this storm as it does continue to move on to the east. Our Storm Team 12 storm chasers are in this area, and there's the new tornado warning. Not a surprise here. Just issued now for a good chunk of Ellsworth County. It will expand the view. So you can see, again, what this is looking like. It doesn't include Bushton. It basically goes right here along Highway 4 over toward the Geneseo area. But once again, this is a new tornado warning now for a big chunk of central and southern Ellsworth County as we're watching a storm coming out of Barton County with a history of producing brief tornadoes. We have several storm chasers in this area. If we get a chance to go back to Scott Roberts, that would be great. I believe this is Scott's video here. Okay, so what you're looking at here, you get Sheriff's Department, you get law enforcement out there keeping an eye on what is happening. So they are part of the warning process too this afternoon. If you're not a trained individual, don't make this your first day to go out and try to figure out what you're looking at. Leave that to the trained professionals. We're not able to see a tornado in this picture. You've got heavy rain and hail over here on the right. A lot of scud or scary looking clouds. Those are clouds that hang down from everything else and might look like a tornado to the untrained eye, but it's not uncommon to get these floaters that are out here hanging around that might lead you to believe there's a tornado. At the present time, we're just not able to see that. We're looking for cloud features that are attached to something. That would increase the confidence or lead us to believe maybe that there's a wall cloud or a funnel or something like that. Scott Roberts is on the phone with us now. Scott, we're looking at your video here, so go ahead and update us again on where you are and what you've seen in the last 10 or 15 minutes.
All right, we're about about 3 miles north of Claflin right now. I'm sitting here with some law enforcement spotters and watching this storm that's just become warned as it moves on east out of Barton County and into Ellsworth County. What we've been seeing in the last little bit is it continues to try to cycle. It'll generate a wall cloud for a little bit, generate a brief funnel, maybe even touch down something briefly, and then it's over and kind of cycles away. And I think that's what we're seeing right now as one of the cycling away type phases. But we are still keeping a real strong eye on it. And what we've experienced has mostly been just seeing the storms to our north.
Okay, Scott, we've had a couple reports of brief tornadoes. Have you seen any of those, or just mostly wall clouds and funnels?
It would not surprise me that they came down. You know, when we're seeing something that lasts less than 10 seconds, sometimes it can be difficult to tell whether it made it to the ground or not.
Yeah, understandable. And what we're looking at here in your video, Scott, right there in the center part of the screen, looks to me like it's some scary looking clouds or just some scud. Can you confirm that?
Yes. Straight ahead of me, I wouldn't be worried about that at all. The beef of the storm is behind that.
Okay, that's Storm Team 12 Storm Chaser Scott Roberts. He's been with us for a number of years, a well-trained individual out there to bring us some live pictures. Again, this is not from 5 or 10 minutes ago. This is happening now. So if the storm decides to do something beyond what we're seeing at the present time, we will find out about it from Scott and might even be able to see it live on television. We do have this new tornado warning. It does include central and southern Ellsworth County. It does go right over to Geneseo. It does include Ellsworth, but you should know in Ellsworth the threat is going to definitely be south of you. It's more like Holyrood, Lorain, where this threat is going to be closer to, and the storm does show more of an easterly push now, going to be crossing over 156 here in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Send it back over to Peyton.
All right, Ross, we did get a new tornado warning. This is for that storm in far northwest Kansas. This is going to be a tornado warning for portions of Rawlins and Decatur County until 6 o'clock. That's just issued, so the polygon not quite showing up on our radar map here real quick. But it's going to be this storm here to the northwest of Herndon, and that is moving off toward the northeast. So again, it's this storm here in northwest Kansas that is now a tornado warning until 6 o'clock. So that storm will continue to push off to the northeast at around 20 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and take a look at the wind motive radar and see what it's looking like. There's okay, it looks like this is a confirmed tornado with that thunderstorm. So what you're looking at here on the polygon, we have the white outline around it. That would indicate that this is a confirmed tornado with this thunderstorm. This is about to cross the state line into Nebraska. So we put a distance measurement on it. I'd say the confirmed tornado is going to be right about there. And that's just puts it about 3 miles south of the Kansas-Nebraska state line. So this will be moving fairly quickly off into Nebraska. But again, portions of Rawlins and Decatur County under that new tornado warning until 6. Here's that report of the tornado. An off-duty National Weather Service employee reporting the tornado near Herndon. They were looking to the northwest from that location. So that report coming in at 5:19. So this is why, you know, storm spotter reports are so valuable. Based on the radar signatures, that storm doesn't look too terribly impressive, but because we have, you know, the ground truth information, you know, that's very important to us. So again, a new tornado warning there. That storm, though, will quickly be moving off into Nebraska. Just a quick update again here on western Kansas. Those storms that were moving up into the Winona area and Russell Springs have weakened. Severe thunderstorm warnings have been canceled for the time being. Still fairly quiet in western Kansas, but we will continue to monitor for additional storm development in the next few hours. Ross?
All right, thanks, Peyton. This is an update on the tornado warning continuing across western Ellsworth County. It does look like this storm is starting to shift a little bit more, moving to the east rather than southeast, and that was kind of something that we were anticipating because there's a warm front in this area, and so want to try to stay anchored to that as best they can. And so we think that this storm now moving more to the east could possibly bring this rotating area across the Holyrood-Lorain area. Should stay south of Ellsworth, but a little bit concerned about some of the darker shades of red that we're seeing back to the west of Ellsworth, indicating there may be a significant hail threat that may be coming into Ellsworth within the next 15, 20, even 30 minutes. Here's an indication, a sampling of the storm estimated from radar to be 2-inch hail. So be on guard. If you're in Ellsworth, yes, it does look like the rotation will stay south of town, but if this continues to move straight east, which is highly possible, you know, there's a concern here that we may be dealing with some large hail. Let's give you an updated storm track here. Moving east, we'll say 25. That would be one of the faster moving storms we've had this afternoon. Ellsworth at 5:37, so we would be a little bit more than 10 minutes away from that. Canopolis at 5:45, Canaro at 5:59, and then eventually pushing it closer to the Saline, Northwest, McPherson County area, possibly moving over Canopolis Lake too. Now, we are getting closer to the holiday weekend. If you know some friends and family that might have packed up and headed out for Canopolis Lake early to find a good spot for camping or that sort of thing for the holiday weekend, might be worthwhile a text message or a phone call there. But this again is a significant hail situation, but we don't want to overlook the tornado warning that does continue for central and southern Ellsworth County. There's the circulation. Where does Holyrood, where does Lorain fall in relation to where we're seeing this right now? Well, there's Holyrood, and we will try to bring Lorain back into view here too, but you can definitely see that this rotation is going to probably pass north of Holyrood, but areas north of there should be on guard that this storm has a history of producing brief tornadoes. Hopefully it doesn't produce another one, but the environment is certainly capable of future development out of this storm, and possibly we would get another tornado. We simply don't know. But we do have a lot of eyeballs on this storm in western sections of Ellsworth County. So again, if it decides to do something beyond where we are at the present time, we're going to find out about it instantly given our chasers that are out there this afternoon. So it's north of Holyrood, getting ready to cross Highway 156 in the next 5 or 10 minutes. This area of rotation continues to track mostly to the east. We're not probably going to get a lot of towns to pop up here because other than south of Ellsworth, you get into farmsteads, a lot of open country here, but did want to let you know from just north of Holyrood over through Lorain, south of Ellsworth, right here along Highway 14, you do need to be on guard that this storm does have a history of producing some brief tornadoes. There's also going to be some large hail, and that's going to be more widespread than the tornado threat's going to be. As you take a look here at the overall radar picture, notice how the storm starting to shift on to the east. It would not be a surprise to be getting some $50, perhaps maybe up to the size of 2-inch hail on the storm that will be headed for Ellsworth. That's probably 15, maybe 20 minutes away from happening. So consider this your advanced warning to try to get the car parked somewhere safe or prepare for this hail-producing storm that's coming down Old Highway 140. So that's what's happening there west of Ellsworth. I have a lot of friends and family that live in this area, so hopefully if it does something, we'll find out about it, but make sure you're sending us pictures and doing so safely as the storm continues to move through that area of central and western Ellsworth County. Other storms that are showing up on radar, we've got one northeast of Russell, another one east of Galatia. And then we also continue to see this thunderstorm up here to the south of Lincoln. Still looks like some pretty good hail falling with that storm, maybe to the tune of golf ball size. And early heads up here for Salina. The storms have not weakened very much. So with the eastward movement, there's a chance that they'll find their way into Saline and northern sections of McPherson County, but we still probably have 45 minutes or an hour away from that being the case because these storms just have not been in a hurry to go anywhere at the present time. But the strongest storms that are out there in Kansas continue to be these in southern Lincoln County, Ellsworth County, shifting out of Barton County. We do have this tornado warning ongoing for central and southern Ellsworth County. Nothing confirmed at the moment, but rotation still appears to be strong enough in the Holyrood area. Peyton?
All right, Ross, so yeah, we're continuing to watch those storms for sure in central Kansas. Do you want to give a quick update on the activity in the west? The additional storm development will start to be more in the western part of the state as we head later into the evening. Notice our chasers here. We have Taylor Wright, Mikey Gribble, and Steve Pauley. Steve and Mikey hanging out here in western Kansas for more storms that are likely to develop. Let's go ahead and take a look at Mikey Gribble's feed. We just showed you his location earlier. He's on highway, looks like he's just off of Highway 83 on a county road, but he's looking off toward the northwest. Again, those thunderstorms developing currently are not severe, but it is an area of the state that we are monitoring for additional development. And again, western Kansas under a tornado watch till 2 a.m. So that means conditions are favorable for severe weather, including tornadoes, but we have yet to see any significant thunderstorms develop out there just at this point in time, but that'll probably change as we head later into the evening. Also want to show you here, I was just in contact with Scott Roberts. He's been monitoring these storms. He looks like he's up there. Scott and Lance Ferguson are both together chasing out the storms today, but in the eastern sections of Barton County. Yeah, there they are. They just said that they're going to leave those storms in central Kansas and going to start to head back to the west, anticipating the new storms developing. So we're going to have all of our chasers. I think Justin's going to stay up in central Kansas, it looks like, but we have plenty of coverage should storms continue to become more widespread in western Kansas over the next few hours. So we'll continue to monitor that activity, and for now, we'll send it back over to Ross.
All right, thanks, Peyton. Just a quick update here on the tornado warning continuing for Ellsworth County. We don't believe there to be a tornado on the ground at the present time, but still a situation that we're watching north of Holyrood, southwest of Ellsworth. For those of you in Ellsworth, I want you to be ready for hail up to the size of 2 inches in diameter. Not a guarantee that we'll get that, but the radar signature shows an increasing hail threat coming into Ellsworth, maybe some stronger winds setting up for areas south of Ellsworth. We do have Caroline Elliott. She is in Hayes now, coming across some more significant damage from hail earlier today. Let's kick it out to Caroline for an update. Again, this is in Ellis County.
Yeah, Ross, right now we're in Hayes, and earlier we showed you some of that flooding, but right now we want to show you some of that damage from the hail that we saw earlier here. Now, of course, we've reported that there was baseball-sized hail that Hayes experienced just this afternoon, and you can see this windshield is just shattered. The owner of this car tells me he believes the car is a total loss. Now, the good news overall is we checked with officials here earlier, and they said there's not a lot of cars and homes that have damage here. Ross?
Okay, not a huge surprise there, Caroline, that we're seeing such significant damage on some of the cars. I mean, we were getting reports earlier this afternoon of baseball, even grapefruit-sized hail in the town of Hayes. Ellis, the town of Ellis, western Ellis County, had large hail earlier today. And not that we're going to see baseball or grapefruit-sized hail coming through Ellsworth. Certainly don't have that indication on radar. We would expect it to be more along the lines of 1/4 to maybe 2-inch size hail, which would be the size of an egg, if you will, as the storm continues to advance on to the east. A tornado warning does continue. It looks like it's going to stay to the north of Holyrood, moving through the Lorain area. Doesn't really look like it's going to put down another tornado based on the wind that we're looking at inside of this storm. But nonetheless, on a more widespread scale, you're dealing with large hail. And when we last investigated the storm for what the hail potential might be, we've had an uptick. Look at the orange colors now showing up here to the west of Ellsworth. Now our computer's estimating hail larger than 2 inches in diameter. When we start getting to that magnitude, it's possible that we could be getting up to baseball size. Again, not saying that that sort of thing is going to happen, but I have some family that lives west of Ellsworth, and so maybe by chance if that does happen, we'll find out about it. But this area of central Ellsworth County looks like it's going to be hit with some very large hail. Not exactly the kind of thing that we want to be covering when we have a month to go before wheat harvest. This kind of thing is going to create a lot of damage, even though it does continue with a tornado warning on a more widespread scale. It looks like we're dealing with a hail event situation here unfolding in Ellsworth County. The storm pressing on to the east. Now starting to pick up a little bit forward momentum, looking more like 20 to perhaps even 25, maybe 30 miles per hour. But it's right here along Old Highway 140 to the north of 156. This area north of, well, actually pretty close to Lorain now, north of Lorain, straight west of Ellsworth. Definitely some concern there for some large hail. It looks like the storm will stay north of Highway 4, north of Frederick, north of Bushton, north of Geneseo, moving east. But once again, as we mentioned a little while ago, out toward Canopolis Lake. We're approaching a holiday weekend. Some of you may have packed up and gone to the lake early. The storm is coming your way. With any amount of luck, the large hail will stay north of there. We do have some other thunderstorms south of Russell, north of Grape Bend. This is north of Hoisington. Storms that might produce some hail up to the size of dimes or nickels. You can see how these storms are once again beginning to flare up, pushing on to the northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour, but don't have a warning there for Barton County. And we also want to take a look at what's happening up in Lincoln County. We haven't forgotten about you. Lincoln County, the storm coming in from the south looks more along the lines of quarter-size hail. And as we go in closer, you're going to see, try to get, there's Teskett and the Beverly area. Looks like maybe some larger hail possible there. It does look like the storm continues to move to the north-northeast and potentially will be impacting a big chunk there of Highway 14, which it already is, and maybe coming up into Lincoln here in the next little while. But once again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Lincoln County, anticipating some quarter-size hail there. Let's kick it back over to Peyton.
All right, Ross. We also need to get an update on the tornado warning that we have for portions of Rawlins and Decatur County. Again, this is in far northwest Kansas. We did earlier have the report of the tornado. Let me back out here so you can just kind of get an idea on where this storm is at. So it's in far northwest Kansas, nearing the Kansas-Nebraska state line. Let's take a closer inspection. We did get the report of the tornado a few minutes ago. The spotter was in Herndon, looking off toward the northwest. That was at 5:19. I have been looking at the rotation signatures on radar. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a tornado touching down again based on the latest signatures that we're seeing here right in the area to the northwest of Herndon. This will stay out of Herndon. It's about 5 or 6 miles to the northwest of town, and we can see how this has been moving. It's pushing off in a northeasterly direction. So far northeastern parts of Rawlins County. It might clip the far northwest part of Decatur County, but Oberlin is not in a risk to be impacted by this thunderstorm, but it's the area here that we will continue to monitor with the area of rotation, and it could be producing another tornado there about 6 miles to the northwest of Herndon. But in the next few minutes, that will be crossing the state line into Nebraska. It looks like there are also some additional storms. We were already monitoring these in parts of around Winona through Russell Springs. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning here that's going to go up into Thomas County. This is going to be until 6 o'clock. We did get a report of some hail 3 minutes ago at 5:31 of some quarter-sized hail there from Winona, and you can see these storms also pushing off toward the north. We will have to see if they continue to strengthen. They've been somewhat struggling a little bit as they have been developing, but this area of western Kansas continues to be primed for more severe weather through the evening. Again, you can see our tornado watch covers much of western Kansas until 2 a.m., so we're not done with the severe weather just yet. Storms have mainly been in central Kansas, but more on the way over the next few hours. Ross?
And we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning for Barton and Russell counties. This is some of the action that's happening south of Russell, continuing to press on to the north. I did want to let you know in Ellsworth County, the radar is suggesting we're probably not going to get another tornado out of this. Rotation has ramped down very significantly, but this is a dangerous storm because the hail indications on radar are significant, and it is moving closer to Ellsworth. So it is possible we could be getting hail maybe even larger than 2 inches in diameter as the storm again comes in from the west. And it does look like just west of Ellsworth at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised if we're getting some hailstones larger than tennis balls, although that might be an extreme scenario there. It does kind of go along with what we've been seeing on the radar and that storm moving on to the east. It does look like the southern part of Ellsworth County will be spared of any large hail at the present time, but we do need to continue to watch what's developing back in Barton and Russell counties. Once again, this is the situation in central Kansas where the majority of the severe weather is at the moment. As Peyton has been telling you, we're anticipating more severe weather to develop back in western Kansas. We've got a thunderstorm that's northeast of Russell, possible quarter-size hail there. We've got another storm coming in from the south. Over the last hour, that thunderstorm continues to press to the northeast. If movement holds up the way that we think it will, that's probably going to stay to the south and east of Russell, moving more to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Based on what we're looking at there. Put a quick storm track here so we can see who's next in line as the storm crosses the Russell-Barton County line. Moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Bunker Hill at 5:53, Dorrance 5:58, Wilson just after the top of the hour, and Black Wolf around 6:07. Large hail, quarter size possible there. This storm in Ellsworth County is much more intense, and the storm that's southeast of Lincoln too is one that still has potential of large hail. Heads up for western Ottawa County. Storm will be approaching your area. Large hail threat there. We don't at the moment have any indications of significant rotation with this storm, but it is something that we're continuing to watch. So northeast at about 25 would bring it into Westfall at 5:53, Beverly 5:54, Tesket at 6:09. Again, be prepared for some large hail on that storm to the south and east of the Lincoln area. Probably the most encouraging news so far this afternoon, we've not had a tremendous amount of damage from tornadoes. We've had just a handful of brief tornado occurrences this afternoon. At the moment, we're with one tornado warning in central Kansas. That's for Ellsworth County, but the rotation has almost all but vanished from radar. But this is a significant hail situation that's unfolding in and around the Ellsworth area. And certainly looking back to the west of town as we get a sample on what kind of hailstones we're up against. 2.5 inches in diameter would put that upwards of close to baseball size. We're hoping that it's not that significant, but heads up, around Ellsworth to the south of Ellsworth, there could be some strong winds. I haven't shown you the wind inside of this storm, but one of the things that we've been noting here south of Ellsworth is that the radar is suggesting that we're probably dealing with a combination of hail and wind. It's right here about 2 or 3 miles southwest of Ellsworth. Could be some substantial wind working its way, and that may actually clip the city of Ellsworth too, so be on guard for that. Tornado warning continues for the next little while. My suspicion is it probably won't cancel it early given the nature of the storm, but what the trends would suggest on radar is that we're moving away from a tornado threat, and this is more of a significant hail and a significant wind situation across central portions of Ellsworth County. So that's what's happening. If you're in Salina wondering when is this stuff going to get to you, still a little ways away. These storms have not been in a big hurry to go anywhere, but if everything holds together, which it shows no sign of weakening yet, it does look like portions of Saline County could be under severe thunderstorm warning in the next 20 to maybe 30 minutes, anticipating some large hail. But you can see the distance here, Ellsworth to Salina, and we still have a little ways to go, and these storms are only moving at about 25 to maybe 30 miles per hour. That's probably in extreme cases there. Severe weather does continue up in Lincoln County. Those storms are moving more to the northeast. Will eventually be pressing toward Ottawa County, clipping the northwest corner of Saline County. And then you see some of this new severe weather that's popping up east of the Russell area. Main threat there continuing to be some quarter-size hail. So we have a lot of severe weather in central Kansas right now. We've had some spotty thunderstorms in the west. Just kind of setting this all up for you this afternoon. We started to see storms popping up west of Hays. It's taken a little while. In fact, it's taken several hours for the storms to get from Ellis County to Ellsworth County at the moment. We're still dealing with a tornado warning officially for Ellsworth County, but we're starting to lose the indications on radar that these would be tornadic thunderstorms in central Kansas. That is certainly some encouraging news. But we do have significant hail still falling on this storm in Ellsworth County. It looks like Lincoln County is still dealing with some large hail. And so that's something that we don't want to overlook as these storms continue to press on to the east and northeast. There's an estimated some $50 to ping pong ball size hail southeast of Lincoln. And if that storm continues to move the way that it is, should be coming up into Ottawa County. We've also got the benefit of our storm chasers this afternoon, just to let you know where they are. A lot of them are starting to move away from the central Kansas storms because we anticipate that these are probably going to not necessarily weaken in the short term, but become less of a threat of tornadic development. And so our chasers are gradually starting to work their way back toward the west. We already have chasers in western Kansas anticipating additional thunderstorms that will be developing here soon. And we're already starting to see some signs of that in the west. Let's kick it back over to Peyton for an update on some of those storms in the west.
Yeah, Ross, real quickly, I do want to show you, we got in this picture from Canopolis. That's the storm around the Ellsworth area. So well-defined wall cloud, very low to the ground. So we've been monitoring that carefully. So thanks to Adam for sending this in. If you have pictures and you can send them in safely, you can do so on the Storm Team 12 weather app, on our website, KWCH.com. Send them in through Facebook or Twitter. I've been monitoring the feeds throughout the evening. Mark Larson is here as well. We're continuing to watch all of this. Do want to get you updated. Want to show you that's the storm that photo was from there in Ellsworth. We do have a new report of a tornado here. This is in northeast Rollins County, a confirmed tornado at 5:30. So new reports here of a tornado coming in. We take a look at the wind signatures on radar, and we still have that area of circulation northwest of Herndon. This will be staying out of Herndon. It is to the northwest of town. It looks like it's to the northwest by about 6 miles. So that storm is pulling away toward the northeast. Let me turn off the icons there, and what you can see right there, we have the inflow going into the storm and then kind of the hook. So that's where the rotation is, northwest of Herndon. And again, it is moving across the state line here shortly, moving into Nebraska. That tornado warning does continue until 6 o'clock. It'll probably be trimmed up over the next few minutes to drop it for Rollins and Decatur counties as that storm begins to cross into Nebraska. More storms in western Kansas heading up into Thomas County. Just a severe thunderstorm warning here, but there could be some hail, maybe up to around quarter size with that storm as it moves into Thomas County. And also just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Logan County for this same area of storms. It's the southernmost cell. Also the potential maybe for some quarter-sized hail. Those storms continuing to move up in a northerly direction. We are seeing some echoes here in southwest Kansas. So again, we've showed this about an hour ago. I do want to go back to it. Again, not something we normally show on air. But just in this situation, it's a good idea to keep an eye on the satellite picture because it can also give us an idea of where additional storms may be developing. We'd be kind of looking for these cumulus clouds to grow in size, and that they might be doing that here in southeastern sections of Colorado, southwest Kansas. So that's what we have been mentioning. Most of the storms have been in central Kansas today. Western Kansas, that's where the threat is also expected to increase. It's still a little bit uncertain on how widespread any sort of additional storms will be, but we do have high confidence that any storms that do develop will very likely be severe. We're talking about a tornado threat, additional threats of very large hail and damaging winds as well. So that's the latest on the storms in western Kansas. Let's send it back on over to Ross with those storms in the Ellsworth area.
All right, thanks, Peyton. We are getting confirmation now of some of the larger hail coming through the Ellsworth area. Again, possibly up to the 2-inch size, we'll see. But these storms to the south and east of Lincoln also look like they're hail-producing storms. And also flood warning now being issued for Ellsworth County as well, because we've got storms coming out of Barton County that will be tracking along 156 and moving over some areas that were already hit with heavier rain earlier today. It does look like the tornado threat is ending across Ellsworth County. The rotation really not anything overly concerning at the moment south of Ellsworth. It does look like the potential that there could be some wind with this storm, and we do appreciate the pictures that are coming in, helping us to identify exactly what the sky looks like there around the Ellsworth area. But some very large hail, certainly from Ellsworth north, and it does look like this severe thunderstorm warning now being extended farther east to include Canopolis, Canero, the Canopolis Lake area. A severe thunderstorm warning now in place to accommodate for the fact that the rotation is ramping down. Good news there, but large hail still moving through the Ellsworth vicinity as we are a bit concerned about some hail maybe up to the size of 2 inches in diameter as it works its way through the community of Ellsworth and just to the north on Highway 14. So going to be kind of a rough several minutes there across Ellsworth County. If we look back here to the southwest, you can see our storm chasers now kind of departing from these storms in central Kansas because you know, what they're helping us identify isn't necessarily the hail and wind. It's appreciated when they provide that to us, but their goal is to keep us abreast of the situation when it comes to tornadoes. And given the fact that the threat now likely a little bit higher in western Kansas, they're breaking off of the storms in central Kansas and trying to get a little better vantage point on what may be future developing storms out in parts of western Kansas as we continue to see what's taking place here in Kansas. So storms in Ellsworth County now shifting east, northeast. Hail, a big threat there. Same goes for the storm up in Lincoln County, although more of a northeasterly movement on the storm that's east of Lincoln, headed up toward the Beverly area. It looks like Westfall could be catching some of that large hail too. Probably going to see a warning here for Ottawa County momentarily, and I think within the next 15 minutes, it may not even take that long, we will see a severe thunderstorm warning probably issued for parts of Saline County, given the history of this storm as it comes through the Ellsworth County vicinity. Also, reports of flooding have been trickling in as well. These storms have been so slow to move. Here's another report back in the Russell area of some flooding, just to give you a sample of what we're looking at here west of Russell. It does look like we've had a report of some flooding on Old Highway 40. That at 5:43, so some fresh information coming in just the last 3 minutes, some flooding taking place there. This comes at a good opportunity to remind you that if you do have to get out and travel this evening and you come to a road that's covered in water, barricades may go up, respect it, because the power of water is something that's easily overlooked, and it doesn't take much water. It only takes 2 feet of water to float most cars and trucks, and so that's a problem that we often deal with, and most flooding deaths happen at night. So please respect water. Please respect the barricades that may go up in the wake of some of these storms that have produced just tremendous rainfall. And there's been a lot of it. Central Kansas is probably another area that doesn't need a lot of rain right now, but the slow-moving nature of the storms is going to pose a risk of possibly producing some flooding. So at the moment, again, we've got a cluster of storms fairly concentrated over central Kansas, stretching from just north of Hoisington up through the Susank area. It looks like south and east of Russell. Goes up here along Highway 18 around Lincoln, south through the Ellsworth area. Cluster of storms producing large hail, some occasional strong wind gusts. And for those of you in Claflin, Holyrood, Lorain, you've got storms coming back in from your southwest, and there's a strong likelihood that we'll see some strong wind gusts, maybe up to 50 or 60, and perhaps some hail up to the size of quarters as those storms come in from the southwest. We're coming up on 6 o'clock in the evening when we will have our Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock broadcast. As soon as we are free from tornadoes, we can kind of resume to some regular programming at the present time, but we are anticipating more severe weather to fire up back in western Kansas and gradually work their way across the northern half of the state. Other storms will be isolated in nature back in the southwest, and it's taking a little while to see what's going to be developing in the west, but that is what is anticipated. So let me show you a statewide view of the radar, give you a chance to see everything across the board. And we've got some tornadoes down here north of Amarillo. We've had tornadoes up here north and east of Benkelman, Nebraska. We've got our own tornado warning. It's about to expire in central Kansas around the Ellsworth area, and then some newly developing thunderstorms that Peyton has been keeping tabs on in far western Kansas. So it's not necessarily what we would consider widespread at the moment, and there's some question as to how widespread it may be as we move into the evening, but there's still several hours of daytime left, still some heating left out there, still plenty of humidity to fuel these storms. And so we're going to be watching to see what evolves in the next couple of hours, because that may give us an idea of where we go heading into the night. But this concentration of storms in central Kansas, we're losing some of our rotating storms. Good news there. But at the moment, we're still up against some significant hail in Ellsworth and Lincoln counties. Warnings do include Barton and Russell counties too. Again, you can see how things are looking here on Super Doppler radars. We're up against some hail right in the city of Ellsworth now. We've also got some hail being produced south and east of Lincoln. And as we zoom in, bring those communities back into view, you can see the strong signatures here of hail in Ellsworth, north of Ellsworth, areas over toward Canero, maybe as far east as Brookville. Brookville not officially part of the severe thunderstorm warning at the present time, but these storms do continue to move. Now starting to look like more of a northeasterly trajectory on these storms coming through central Kansas. So be ready for strong winds and large hail. But this tornado warning set to expire at 6 o'clock will likely do so. We haven't had any wall clouds or funnels, no tornadoes reported for the better part now of 30 to 40 minutes, and that the history 30, 40 minutes of no funnel clouds or wall clouds would suggest that we're probably moving into a situation here where it's hail and wind and less of a tornado concern in central Kansas. So a lot of activity going on. Again, we're 10 minutes away from the start of Eyewitness News at 6. We've got our cluster of storms here in central Kansas, more isolated storms starting to pop up in the west. And we're anticipating that we'll probably be dealing with severe weather for several more hours as we continue into the evening, as this is just the start of what will be additional severe thunderstorms and potentially some tornadoes as we move into the evening hours. I'll kick it back over to Peyton, some other updated information. He's been watching storms in the west. Give us a sense of what's happening now out there around the Leota area.
Yeah, Ross, we have been monitoring those storms. I'm actually pulling up a picture here real quick on the thunderstorm that we had with the tornado warning around the Herndon area. This picture sent in from Rachel. You can see it there on the left. That was the tornado. Again, this is in the northern sections of Rawlins County. So that was the tornado a few minutes ago now. That is the one that we were talking about that's about to cross the state line into Nebraska. So thank you to Rachel for sending in that picture. Let's go back over here to the radar real quick and take a look at that storm from a radar perspective. So there's the storms we've been looking at in central Kansas. And we go here to far northwest Kansas where the thunderstorm does continue. You can see all those icons. Those are the reports of the tornado from spotters. We'll take those off of there and take a look at this from the wind mode of Doppler radar to see what things are looking like. There's still the area of rotation. Good news, it's north of Herndon and will very likely stay north of town. Excuse me, but what we're looking at there, it looks like right along Case 117 highway to the north of Herndon by a few miles. Looks like a distance measurement on it here from the town is about 5 or 6 miles north, and again that's pulling away in a northeasterly direction. So we can take a look back here to the classic mode of radar. Notice how that's pulling away toward the northeast. So again, Herndon, the storm is moving away from you with a tornado threat, so that's some good news in town. That will continue to cross into Nebraska. We have additional thunderstorms here, portions of Logan and into Thomas counties. This is mainly a hail threat. These storms actually don't look terribly impressive on radar at this point. Our computers indicating that hail might be only pea size, so some heavy rainfall, small hail a possibility with those thunderstorms. If they continue to strengthen, quarter-sized hail would be a possibility. They had a 5:31, that's an old report of some quarter-sized hail, and another report at 5:33. So that was quite a bit earlier with the storm with the hail threat. Let's go ahead and give you an update here area-wide on what we're kind of expecting through the evening. We do have the tornado watch in effect for western Kansas that goes until 2 a.m. In central Kansas it goes until 9, but regardless we're expecting severe weather to continue well into the night. We can take a look at future track and see what it's thinking on storms through the rest of the evening. Notice it flares up these isolated storms in western Kansas. There is still some uncertainty on how many storms we're going to see develop in western Kansas. So that's the question mark. However, we do have high confidence that if we do see storms develop, they will very likely be severe, including that continued tornado threat, very large hail, damaging wind gusts also. We'll have storms in Nebraska. Notice here, southwest Nebraska, those will form into a line with a straight line wind threat. That'll be rolling southeast later tonight. So it's likely going to be several hours of severe weather across Kansas. Again, it's been focused across the central part of the state for now, but we are on guard for additional storms. We do have our storm chasers, again, heading out into the western part of the state in case those storms do develop. So if you live in the west, keep a close eye. We'll be continuing to monitor that activity if it develops. Ross?
Okay, thanks, Peyton. Again, an update on the severe weather situation in central Kansas. I've got some family that live north of Ellsworth up along I-70. Pea-size hail so far. That's some good news. Again, with the farmers this close to wheat harvest, nobody wants hail. Nobody wants large hail any time of the year for that matter. But let's bring you up to the current time here, and you can see the deeper shades of red shifting north of Ellsworth. And so there's still a concern out there for some large hail. We do know the tornado warning is history at 6 o'clock this evening. It's been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning, as we've been telling you, the rotation ramping down. Now, I have seen some pictures and videos, some beautiful, from a scientific perspective, cloud structure. It can be spooky, certainly. Looking out your window when you see a rotating thunderstorm passing overhead, it'll get your attention, but I can tell you that the wind is ramping down in the storm. So even though it may look like the storm's going to drop a tornado, unlikely. And so the warning is history at 6 o'clock this evening. But once again, when we say beautiful pictures, we're talking about from a scientific perspective. We understand that to most of you, looking out the window, it may be rather scary. But just so you know, unlikely that we're going to have any tornadoes out of any of this here in central Kansas. We have had a history of that earlier this afternoon, but at the moment, these are mostly hail, heavy rain, and wind-producing storms. So let's go ahead and go back in closer on the storm. Moving through central and eastern sections of Ellsworth County, Glendale, of course, up here in southeastern Lincoln County, we have Westfall. These storms continue to press on to the northeast. It does look like the hail threat has come down a little bit from where we were 20 or 30 minutes ago, but this area along Highway 14 and east of there, certainly north and east of Ellsworth along Old Highway 140, moving into western sections of Saline County, we do need to be watching this situation for large hail, but it no longer looks like there's a tornado threat in this storm in central and eastern portions of Ellsworth County, so we can pass that information along to you as well. And then backing the radar out, again, kind of getting an overall sense of what's taking place. If we look back here to the southwest, of what's probably more of widespread concern is the potential of flooding, because now you've got new storms coming in from the southwest. And one of the things that we should do here before we leave this view is take a look at how much rain is estimated by the Doppler radar, because when we start talking about flooding, we need to know how much rain has fallen. Well, in western Ellsworth County, radar is estimating 2.5 to maybe 3 inches of rain there. And now you've got this new batch of rain coming in from the south and west. It looks like out toward the Holyrood area, 4 inches being estimated by the radar, but I will tell you, sometimes when we're dealing with large hail-producing storms, we sometimes get what we call hail contamination. So the radar believes there's been 4 inches of rain, but actually some of the large hail that fell with the storm can trick the radar into thinking there's more rain there than actually is the reality of the situation. So heavy rainfall has been ongoing now in Ellsworth County, a lot of saturated soils, and once again we do have more thunderstorms coming out of Barton County that will be coming up from the south and west. The little tornado icon, that's from well over 40 minutes ago. That's not a current observation. That is something that's dated. But these storms that are west of Bushton, near Claflin, stretching up into the southeast corner of Russell County, as you watch the last hour play through, watch what happens here. We've got storms that are now pressing onto the northeast at speeds of about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So we're going to have another wave of storms coming in from the southwest with more heavy rainfall, whether you want it or not. That is going to be a concern and a possibility for some flooding. If you're in Minneapolis, if you're in Salina, yes, the storms are holding together. They're coming your way. I would say Minneapolis, looking at the trajectories here, you still probably have 45 minutes or an hour before the storms might reach your location. For Salina, I think it's probably 45 minutes away before they get to you. So now we're talking about maybe 6:30, 6:45 before the storms will be reaching the city of Salina, but consider it an early heads up. A warning probably coming, severe thunderstorm warning for some large hail, some strong winds, and then once again tracking these other storms that are now in the Claflin area, moving on to the northeast. We're coming up on our 6 o'clock broadcast, Eyewitness News at 6, and we will, of course, continue to keep our focus on the severe weather in central and now western Kansas. We've had these isolated storms developing, so we'll pause for a moment to welcome in Eyewitness News at 6 viewers.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
Good evening on this Wednesday. Chief Meteorologist Ross Jansen alongside meteorologist Peyton Sanders, and Mark Larson is still here as we continue to look at the severe weather scenario that has been ongoing now for several hours in central Kansas. We've got new storms starting to pop up in the west. At the moment, we have a tornado warning expiring for Ellsworth County. We've had some reports of wall clouds, but that was a good 30 to 45 minutes ago. It would be very unlikely that this storm coming out of Ellsworth County would produce another tornado in the near future. Right now, it just doesn't look like we've got that kind of setup. This is mostly a wind and hail scenario that's pushing on to the east. And for those of you in Salina, let me give you an idea of what kind of estimated arrival time that we're looking at. Again, mostly this looks like it's hail and wind. We could be getting some hailstones up to the size of $50 as the storm tracks along. We believe it to be moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So if we track it east, 25 to 30, we show Tesket at 603. Minneapolis at 622, the city of Salina at 632, Bennington 634, New Cambria around 643. So you've got some time in Salina to prepare for the storm. It is coming. It doesn't show a lot of signs of weakening yet. We haven't had big hail reported with this storm, but radar indications would suggest it may be $50, perhaps golf ball size on the extreme side. Earlier when the storm was west of Ellsworth, it looked a lot stronger, but now maybe not quite as strong as what we were seeing a little while ago. And then some more severe weather showing up east of Hoisington near the Claflin area, that storm pressing on to the northeast. And we now have another tornado warning in northwest Kansas. Meteorologist Peyton Sanders standing by with some details on that warning as it comes down from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, Ross, it's that same storm that we've been tracking in far northwest Kansas, portions of Rollins and Decatur County. The storm with the greater part of the rotation is actually crossing the state line now into Nebraska, but it was set to expire at 6, so they went ahead and issued a new tornado warning. I do anticipate that over the next few minutes we'll probably see this trimmed to remove the Kansas portion of it, but we can take a look at the rotation mode here on radar, and what we're looking at right in here, that's going to be the area of rotation, and here is the state line. So it is moving away from Kansas. We did get the picture earlier from Herndon. If you're just joining us here on our 6 o'clock newscast, this picture sent in to us from Rachel there to the northwest of the Herndon area. This picture was around 5:45, and you can see there on the left part of the picture, that was the tornado that did touch down. So again, the rotating part of that thunderstorm is now crossing into Nebraska. Also, if you're just joining us, we have new future track information to show you with what we're anticipating as we move on throughout the rest of the evening. Notice we do have the storms now in central Kansas. We're going to be on the lookout in the western part of the state for the possibility for some additional storm development, but this new run of future track, notice it does not develop quite as many storms as what it looked like earlier in the western half of the state. So this is kind of what we've been talking about. It's uncertain on how many storms we're going to see developing in western Kansas, but if we do see them develop, there's going to be that threat there for some tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging winds, and even the potential for some strong tornadoes with any thunderstorms that are individualized. If they're by themselves, not in a cluster of storms, those could produce strong tornadoes through the evening. So we do have a PDS tornado watch. That means a particularly dangerous situation. This is a tornado watch covering much of western into parts of central Kansas until 2 a.m., anticipating the likelihood that we'll see at least a few additional storms developing as we head into the evening. I do want to take a look here and see what the progress is on if we are seeing any additional storms developing in western Kansas. We have been keeping an eye on these storms in parts of Logan and Thomas counties. They're not terribly strong at this point. There might be some penny-sized hail over the past 1 hour. You can see they are moving off toward the north. It's about to be raining pretty heavily in Colby within just the next few minutes, so we'll keep monitoring those thunderstorms. Let's go back here. I have been kind of occasionally showing this throughout the evening, the satellite picture. It kind of gives us an indication before we ever see the storms on radar that we could be looking at some additional development. It kind of gives us an idea on where storms might be trying to develop. We're continuing to watch parts of southwest Kansas for some of these thunderstorms to continue to intensify. They're not very strong at this point, but it's something we'll watch. And we do have chasers in western Kansas as these storms continue to develop, if they do indeed become more widespread. Our chasers earlier were in central Kansas, and we pull up their locations now here on the map, and a few of them still have been in western Kansas throughout the day, but our chasers here in the central part of the state are starting to head west and anticipating those additional storms developing. So that's kind of a quick update here at the top of the hour on what we're tracking. For more information on these thunderstorms as they've been continuing throughout the afternoon, let's send it over to Michael Schwenke.
Peyton, Ross, both of you doing a great job. It has been a long afternoon, likely to be a long evening. Let's reset here. Top of the 6 o'clock, we continue to follow the severe weather threat across western Kansas. We are getting those reports of large hail, baseball, even grapefruit-sized hail, and we are getting a lot of storm reports from you. So take a look at some of the hail photos we've received. This from the Ellis area. That is up by the town of Hayes. This one from Brook in Hayes, where they've reported very large hail, damaging hail, and we do have a crew in Hayes. Caroline Elliott live there in Ellis County. Caroline, I know you've seen flooding. The last shot we saw windshields broken out. Where are you now and what are you seeing?
Well, Mike, right now we're still in Hayes off of Barclay Street, but as you can see, Hayes was hit with baseball-sized hail earlier, and we're starting to see some of that damage left behind. You can see this windshield is completely shattered, and you can see exactly where that hail nailed this windshield over and over again earlier. The owner of this car believes that this car is a total loss.
We didn't really see a whole lot. The sirens sounded 2 or 3 times, and so we had went to the innermost part of the building, so didn't really see what was going on outside. But was hoping, it was almost paid off, so I was right there, and guess we'll be looking to get in a new car.
That car owner also added he is extremely thankful for car insurance right about now, but we are expecting these auto shops to be pretty busy here later this week. Mike?
All right, let's take a look at a few more photos from viewers. Again, we depend on you to report out there in a lot of these situations. This one from Mason out there in the Hayes area, again showing some of the damage out there from that hail and just how large it is. More damage to cars. Allie sent us one. This one, another looks like a windshield here on a vehicle. Hannah also sent us one out of Hayes. And just like Caroline shot there, you can see the back window busted out from that hail. So we'll follow any new developments for you throughout the night. Peyton and Ross resetting right now. We will break in at any point as soon as we have new tornado warnings. And as they said, there is a PDS watch out, a particularly dangerous situation tonight for a good portion of our viewing area. A good way to keep up to date with the Storm Team 12 app. It's where you can send your storm shot right to us. Make sure you have the alerts turned on, and we will alert you to any warnings where you live. It can track your location and follow you where you are. With the storm season, we are already seeing significant damage to homes. You saw the cars. If you're a homeowner, do you need to have your home's insurance updated, especially as we see building costs increasing? It was a question we got from a viewer last night. We spoke to an agent and she says, yes, make sure you have full coverage because once that storm hits, it will be too late. She says that most of the damage she sees to homes in Kansas is due to hail. And most of that is the roof or windows. And that's what we're seeing out there in Hays right now. High winds also an issue. She says prices are going up. Materials that contractors would need to fix those damages, we've seen them increase 300-400% in some cases, which would ultimately fall back on you if you don't have full replacement insurance. So she says upping your insurance before the storm hits is your best bet.
You want to just really make sure that 100% replacement cost is on your house. Know what your deductible is, before this, so that it doesn't, surprise you that you have a $2,000 deductible or whatever. But just really working with your agent, that's the best advice that I can give before the storm.
Yeah, and something you can think of before the storm, if you have lawn furniture out there, a grill, trampolines, they actually cause a lot of damage because the winds pick them up and then damage your home or your neighbors, which you'd be responsible for. Cleanup continues tonight in the town of Selden in northwest Kansas. That EF1 tornado directly hit Monday night. No serious injuries were reported, but there was significant damage to a lot of homes. Officials say still a lot of cleanup over the next few days. If you're wanting to volunteer there, they ask you check in at the Incident Command Center in the middle of town. They've had hundreds of volunteers out there, and this is a town of just a few hundred residents. Weather could still be an issue for them again tonight, and we've seen that. Another way to help, money. City officials say that's really what they need the most in these recovery efforts. They have plenty of food and water. You can send monetary donations there to the city of Selden. The address there on your screen, P.O. Box 54 there in Selden. And we have that information for you on how you can help or volunteer on the KWCH app. All right, today is the final day of the state's legislative session. We will tell you what that means for your unemployment benefits.
And we continue to track severe weather, most prominent right now in central Kansas, where we have some large hail showing up east of Ellsworth. That storm now headed for Saline County. A new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. We also have a strong thunderstorm with large hail passing just north of Claflin. All of this pressing on to the east and northeast. We'll be back with updates. Eyewitness News at 6 takes a short break, and we'll be back with more weather coverage.
Expect more from KWCH 12. This is Eyewitness News at 6. Online at KWCH.com. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And thanks for staying with us here on a very busy Wednesday afternoon, transitioning into a busy Wednesday evening. And it's just the start of what will be more severe weather coming later on tonight. At the present time, severe thunderstorm warnings continue in central Kansas. We've got thunderstorms now moving out of Ellsworth County headed for Salina. Be prepared in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Storms will approach Salina with a possibility of quarter to maybe some $half size hail. There's a severe thunderstorm warning out for portions of Saline County, where again there is a hail threat there. That storm is headed east at about 30. It does extend up into the southwest corner of Ottawa County. We've had large hail reported near Westfall in the southeast corner of Lincoln County. If we look back to the southwest, something that we're noting here on this storm southwest of Holyrood, and consider this an early heads up, but we are noting some rotation here east of Claflin, south of Holyrood. The storm is now looking like a very big hail producing storm. And again, right here where we see this notch, this is very close to the Bushton area. It does look like a possibility that we may start to see a little bit of rotation on that storm. So around Bushton, Frederick, over toward Geneseo, south of Ellsworth, not a tornado warning, but this environment here is still not ready to give up on the potential of having a rotating thunderstorm. So once again, we're watching what's happening there in the Claflin area. For those of you in western Saline County, before we leave these storms in central Kansas, I want to let you know we just had another hail report come in. This is going to be well, okay, but this is smaller than 1 inch in diameter at 6:15 near the Canopolis area. Heavy rainfall, hail smaller than 1 inch in diameter. We like what we're seeing there. Now, we go to a tornado warning for northern Decatur County. This is well removed from the town of Oberlin. And this is a storm that continues to move to the northeast. Notice on the back edge of this storm, we have a classic radar signature of a possible tornado. We see the hook showing up here on radar, but notice the markers back here to the west. These storms have a long history of producing some tornadoes. And so if you're north of Oberlin, northern Decatur County, if you're not familiar with this area of Kansas, this is the Nebraska state line. So this is about as far north as you can get in Kansas, and this is north of Highway 36 On Highway 83, we do have an area that's showing up right on the state line. If that storm continues to move on its current trajectory, it won't take very long, and the entire thing will be up into southwest and south central Nebraska. For those of you around Colby, we have storms both north and south of town. They're not severe, but locally heavy rains, and this is an environment where we could see some additional strengthening on storms. We've got another one approaching the Colby area. It should be there within the next 10 minutes. What kind of hail are we looking at? We just had a report come in south of Colby indicating hail quarter size. So don't let your guard down. Possibility there in Colby, hail, dimes to perhaps up to the size of quarters. In southwest Kansas, this is an area where we could see other thunderstorms developing. At the moment, nothing severe, but in Liberal, looks like we have some heavy rain coming in from the southwest on a newly developing storm there. The environment here is certainly primed for another storm or two that could develop in the what's left of the afternoon heating and potentially continue through the rest of the evening. But at the moment, we don't have any large hail, strong winds, or anything rotating right now in southwest Kansas. We're going to switch over to a different Max computer if we could, guys. There we go, and show you the severe thunderstorm watch for northeast Kansas just issued. That does include a good chunk of north central and northeast Kansas. That goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. And then we also have this PDS tornado watch. What does PDS stand for? A particularly dangerous situation. Not something we see very often, but the environment is certainly, the ingredients in the environment are there to possibly have some large violent tornadoes. Not a guarantee that sort of thing's going to happen, but you know, from time to time we see these sort of setups in Kansas, but that includes most of western Kansas, goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. So what we're seeing in central Kansas is not the end of what's going to be severe weather, likely continuing for a good part of the evening and into the overnight. Future track, what's expected, where we go from here. We've got a couple of storms trying to get going in southwest Kansas. We've got the storms in central Kansas, not depicted here on future track, but they're anchored on a warm front, and that's been helping them spin and possibly produce some tornadoes. And it does look like as that storm continues to move on to the northeast, we may be looking at additional tornadoes. There is a new tornado warning that we have in effect for portions of Barton, or excuse me, Rice and Ellsworth counties. That's the storm that goes, the warning goes until 6:45. It's the storm that's just southwest of Holyrood. We'll get back to the radar in just a second. Later on tonight, we think a big complex of storms coming out of Nebraska will be approaching north central and northeast Kansas. This is likely going to be 70 to 80 mile per hour winds impacting areas north of I-70. So before you go to bed tonight, make sure you have a way of getting warnings. And be prepared. Some areas of north central, northeast Kansas might have some power outages in the wake of these strong storms. What about tomorrow? We've been advertising another severe weather day coming on Thursday. We're going to have a cold front coming through the area, so south central Kansas, including Wichita and areas south and east of the Turnpike, could be looking at a threat of some severe weather coming tomorrow evening. The winds are going to flip around to the north tomorrow, start bringing in some drier air. They'll be a little gusty as we move through the afternoon, so be thinking about that, as again, we are anticipating some severe weather. Just a quick snap here at the forecast. Low temperatures tonight, 50s and 60s. Thunderstorms most prominent across northern Kansas. A threat of severe weather will go well into the early morning hours on Thursday. Might have a few early morning storms around Wichita. Tomorrow's forecast, we have a chance for some morning storms. The afternoon event will likely feature more severe weather over south central and southeast Kansas, while the west escapes that threat of severe weather. You can see on our extended forecast here, we get to Friday, things dry out. The weekend still looks like we'll be in good shape. Could be some storms out in western Kansas, but those are probably not going to be a widespread severe weather event. And then we do see that severe weather happening there. We do want to go back over to the tornado warning that's in effect for portions of Rice and Ellsworth counties. We do get this up here to the current time. And here's the situation. Tornado warning now in effect. This is east of Claflin, looking at an area that's going to include the Bushton area, Frederick, over toward the Geneseo area. At last check, I don't believe we have anything confirmed on the ground, but we do need to let you know this is a brand new tornado warning just issued east of Claflin. This dark shade of pink and purple that's on the radar would indicate the large hail. And as we get a chance to sample what's happening inside the storm with respect to the wind, again, it does look like it's east of Claflin. So tornado warning now, northern Rice and southern Ellsworth counties. Please move to a place of safety. We're going to take a short break, gather some new information, be back with you here in just a couple minutes.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
All right, so we do need to update you on the tornado warning that was just issued a few minutes ago. Southern Ellsworth County, northern Rice County. We've got an area, not a confirmation of a tornado, but it's east of Claflin, and it's right along Highway 4 that we would be thinking about maybe something developing out of this storm. At the present time, again, no confirmation of anything like that. What we're looking at here is the wind inside of the storm to try to, analyze these radar images with you live on the air, and it does look like the area now is very close to Bushton, and this is going to continue to press on to the east. There's some very large hail that once again looks like it may be threatening the Holyrood-Lorain area. I'll let you see radar from the last hour because the storm now kind of shifting on more to an easterly trajectory. It may, in time, go a little bit more to the northeast, but at the moment it really looks like it's more of an easterly path. Nothing confirmed with it, but we do still have some strong rotation with it. So let's get an updated storm track and see where we're going from here. Okay, so we do have a funnel cloud with us at 622. We're going to track it east at about 25, and that would bring it into Frederick at 640, 654, Geneseo. I know we're going to have a lot of eyeballs on this storm, so if something does happen, we'll keep you posted on that. But at the present time, it does sound like there's a funnel cloud with this storm. Again, that's along Highway 4, so we've got Bushton included in this, Frederick, Geneseo, Ellsworth up here at the top part of your screen. It looks like another hail-producing storm is going to be coming in from the south and west. I know we had confirmation 9 miles southeast of Wilson of hail larger than 2 inches in diameter. No reports of damage from that area, but obviously hail of that magnitude is fairly significant. So just kind of scanning what's taking place here. Once again, tornado warning, northern Rice, southern Ellsworth County. The storm that's coming into the Salina area has a history of producing some quarter-size hail, so that's what you need to be ready for there. We do have another tornado warning up in northwest and north central Kansas. I'll kick it back over to Peyton here briefly so we can get an update on what's happening there north of Oberlin.
Yeah, Ross, we do have the tornado warning that continues for Decatur County. If you're in Cedar Bluffs, you should be in your tornado shelters right now, because if this storm is going to produce a tornado, it would be right on top of you right now. We'll zoom in very close to get Cedar Bluffs on there. So what we're looking at here is kind of this notch. This is the inflow going into the storm, and if there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be very near Cedar Bluffs at this time. So take your tornado precautions. Let's take a look at some of our reports that we had. This might be an older report. That was about 45 minutes ago of a tornado, but we are continuing to watch this storm. It is moving off to the northeast, so if you are in Cedar Bluffs, stay in your storm shelter. It will be crossing the state line into Nebraska as we move on here, probably through the next 15 minutes or so. If you're in Oberlin, this tornado warning does include portions of Decatur County, but it does not include Oberlin. The storm will be staying to the north of you, but again, if you are in Cedar Bluffs, want to take your tornado precautions with this storm as it continues to move off to the northeast. You do have some other scattered storms in northwest Kansas. These are currently not severe. They have been struggling to intensify, so really just some heavy rainfall and some lightning with this. And then we go to southwest Kansas, where we're watching for the possibility of some additional storms to develop. These also struggling, although we do have some heavy rain right over Liberal at this point in time. All of this moving off toward the northeast. We do have several of our storm chasers in western Kansas at this point in time, so we take a look at them here. They are moving out into the western part of the state. Anticipating that there will be some additional thunderstorms developing in western Kansas through the evening hours. As we were showing you on Future Track, it's uncertain how widespread this will be, but any isolated storms that develop over the western half of the state will have the likelihood to be severe, and as they continue to move off to the east, the potential will be there with any storms for tornadoes, large hail, and strong wind gusts as we move on throughout the evening hours. So that's why we do have that tornado watch in effect. It covers most of western Kansas until 2 a.m. We will be here keeping an eye on the storms as we move on through the rest of the evening. Our viewers on the KSCW will be leaving us. Our coverage does continue right now on KWCH 12 and on Always On Storm Team 12. Russ?
All right, thanks very much, Peyton. Just a quick recap here. Tornado warning, northern Rice, southern Ellsworth County. Funnel clouds have been reported with the storm near Bushton. We're going to pause for a moment and welcome our viewers on KSCW. Eyewitness News continuing on both KWCH 12 and soon KSCW.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
Good evening to our viewers watching on the KSCW. Chief Meteorologist Ross Jansen alongside meteorologist Peyton Sanders and Mark Larson as we continue to track severe weather in central Kansas. We've got new storms popping up in the west. We have a tornado warning out for areas north of Oberlin. That's in northwest Kansas. A new hail report popping up here. This is close to the Holyrood area, indicating that we may be dealing with some significant hail there. We certainly see that on radar. The rotation is showing up closer to Bushton. The hail size there near Holyrood at 624. Estimated to be about ping pong ball size. So yes, there's that threat underway at the present time. What we're looking at on radar, though, is rotation straddling the Rice-Ellsworth County line. This is near Bushton. It's well east of Claflin. Largest hail is going to be up here toward the Holyrood area. So anybody that's now in Bushton over toward Frederick and eventually Geneseo, you've got some time here, but the storm is coming your way. Does look like it's tracking to the east. And based on what we've been getting from the eyewitness accounts coming in to the storm center, it does sound like we have a funnel cloud reported with the storm. No confirmation of a tornado at the moment. But this is an interesting area that we're watching here from the wind mode of Doppler radar, trying to ascertain exactly where the strongest wind signatures are with respect to the tornado, and just trying to use the Dodge City radar to get an idea of what's happening here. But it's east of Claflin in the Bushton area, now shifting east along Highway 4. I mean, this literally is right on the county line, continuing to move to the east, and we continue to see that classic notch on the radar showing up right here east of Bushton. Update our storm track from just a few minutes ago. It does continue to go east, and so anyone along Highway 4, you need to be ready for this sort of thing. Seeking shelter below ground going to be your safest bet. If you're in Frederick or Geneseo, start moving to a place of safety at once. If you've never been through this sort of thing before, you want to get below ground. You want to find a place in your basement that maybe is underneath something sturdy that could to protect you from anything that can fall through the floor above. If that's not an option for you, closets, bathrooms, good places to go. Don't try to ride out this storm in a mobile home. You move to a designated storm shelter. Believe it or not, and I know this sounds like the craziest thing ever, but you're safer to try to ride out a storm in a ditch than you would be staying in a mobile home in these kinds of scenarios. So nothing at the moment confirmed on the ground, but we have had some funnel clouds reported, and this rotation is fairly strong now near Bushton, continuing to move down Highway 4. Again, approaching Frederick, approaching Geneseo, Ellsworth. You've got another storm coming in from the southwest. Lorain, Holyrood, looks like some large hail coming back into your area. As we watch this animates, this is 1 hour's worth of radar imagery. Notice how the storm's showing more of an easterly movement at the moment. What are we looking at for hail? We know we've had reports of ping pong ball size. The radar is estimating hail definitely falling in line with what has been reported. They're estimated to be 1.5 inches in diameter, so some fairly significant hail. Not the kind of thing that we want to be tracking, and it's certainly this close to wheat harvest. Some rough news to pass along there. Some large hail possible there. Tornado warning again, northwest Rice County, southern Ellsworth County at the moment. We don't believe there to be a tornado in progress, but we have had funnel clouds. Also keeping an eye on what's coming into Salina. We've got a healthy thunderstorm back in the Brookville area. Heads up around the Smolin vicinity. Does look like areas to the north of there, up toward, looks like now starting to wind down in Westfall. But the Glendale area certainly have a strong thunderstorm coming through your area, coming right down 140 into Salina. So here within the next 15 to 20 minutes, the rain's going to pick up, the hail's going to start falling. We have had some reports of up to quarter-size hail with this particular storm, and we do have our Salina Skycam give you an opportunity to see what's coming in from the west, and obviously darkening skies, what looks maybe a little bit like a shelf cloud approaching Salina. That would be some of the white cloud features that we're looking at, elongated, stretching out over many, many miles across the horizon. And what that could be a signature of is some strong winds that may come through Salina, followed by the heavy rain, the hail that will be behind these lighter colored clouds. So once again, Salina, you're in the path of a severe thunderstorm. Be prepared for hail and wind and heavy rain. We don't see a rotating thunderstorm here that would be cause for concern of a tornado, but it's certainly going to be a strong thunderstorm as it approaches from the west, and you've got just a few minutes left to prepare for some hail if you need to take some precautions there. By the way, the severe thunderstorm warning does include a good chunk of Saline and western Saline County at that. As we bring you up to the current time and get a sample of what the hail may be like inside of this storm, Well, it does look like our computer's estimating about quarter size, and that would go along with the report that we had from near Canopolis of quarter size hail about 15 minutes ago. So be prepared for some hail in that area. Central Kansas has been dealing with severe weather. We still have the tornado warning. Again, northern Rice, southern Ellsworth County, Ellsworth, Lyons, not part of the tornado warning. Small chunk of real estate here right along the county line where we continue to have that rotation. I understand that we have some information coming in. Joining somebody on the phone. Can you let me know who we're speaking with here? Okay, we do have the Ellis County manager, emergency manager, with some information from storms earlier today. Welcome into Eyewitness News at 6:30, and we're also on the KWCH, also broadcasting on KWCH 12. Go ahead and let us know what information you have to pass along.
I was just following up on a request to give you guys a call on information up here in Ellis County. The storms, at least the first rounds, have passed so far today. Reported 3+ inches of rain in certain parts of the county, central to eastern parts of the county. Maybe it's going off again.
Okay.
Did have a couple tornado touchdowns that happened up here in the south and southeast part of the counties, confirmed on the ground for a brief period of time, but at this point we don't see any initial damage reports of any structures or houses being damaged by that. Did have a couple injury accidents during the calls on I-70 and just east of town on Old 40. And many reports of baseball plus the softball size hail, a lot of windows broken out on cars. Had several of our sheriff's deputies' cars get hit with the softball size hail, but no initial reports of damage and injuries. So that's at least the main point of this at this point.
Okay, thanks very much. Again, that's the Ellis County Emergency Manager from storms earlier today. We appreciate the information. Briefly, we're going to kick it over to Michael Schwenke. We'll come back here in just a few seconds or so and give you an update on that tornado warning for Rice and Ellsworth counties. Mike?
Aaron Myers out there in Ellis County. We also have a crew there in Ellis County. We sent Caroline Elliott up there who saw some flooding. She is in Hayes. And Caroline, you've showed us the hail, but you did see some of the flooding issues there as well.
Yeah, Mike, earlier we showed you streets in this area almost completely underwater, but take a look. As you can see right now, a majority of these streets have cleared up. But now I want to show you where all that heavy rainfall is heading down. Take a look over here. This is a runoff area just off of 19th Street in Hayes, where we're seeing all that heavy rainfall from earlier today. Now, the good news is the streets are clearing up for the most part, but the other storyline you just mentioned it, Mike, here is hail. Now, we've seen baseball-sized hail here in this area as well, and some damage to a few cars and homes. Now, we will continue to keep you updated on what's happening here on the ground, but for the most part, looks like it's clearing up here. Mike?
Caroline, thank you. Let's send it back over to Ross. Ross?
Okay, and we do continue to track the tornado warning for northern sections of Rice County and southern Ellsworth County. We don't have confirmation of a tornado, but in between Bushton and Frederick at the present time, we do have indications of some rotation showing up on radar. Looks like we now have a wind report. I can tell you we've also heard from emergency managers working this storm that there was an overturned semi on 156, that near the Holyrood area, so we know that there has been some strong winds. This is the area of concern, though. It's right along Highway 4. Now moving into the Frederick area, not an overly populated community. Know this area quite well, but we do have, a handful of families that live there. And so if you live in Frederick over toward Geneseo, again, you do want to be thinking about where you would go to ride out this storm. We don't have confirmation of a tornado. That's the important part to pass along. But this appendage that's showing up on the back edge of the storm is indicating some of the rotation that we're looking at here right along Highway 4. So if you're north of Chase, north of Lyons, west of 14, right here along Highway 4, that's where we continue to see this rotation that's showing up on radar. Again, no confirmation of a tornado there at the moment. Let's kick it back over to Peyton. We are also watching some storms up in northwest Kansas.
Yeah, Ross, a quick update on that tornado warning that continues for Decatur County. Again, this is well north of the Oberlin area. We take a look at it right now. We did actually just get in a hail report with this thunderstorm in addition to the tornado potential penny to dime size hail reported. Let's take a look at the wind mode of radar. It does look like that the circulation is starting to move move across the state line. From what I'm looking at here, the circulation is right there, and that is putting it north of the Nebraska border now. So if you're in Cedar Bluffs, you want to go ahead and stay in your shelter for the time being. Let the storm get a little bit farther to your north, but then after that, I think over probably the next 10 minutes, this will start to be lifted from the tornado warning for Kansas as that storm crosses into Nebraska. We do have some other scattered storms in the northwest part of the state. These are currently not severe, but let's see how this has changed over the past 1 hour. Notice right in here, let me stop things here real quick, and what we're looking at is some signs of what's probably some additional storm development there across Trego and the parts of Rush and Ellis counties from around Waukene down through Hayes and La Crosse. That might be some additional storms that may continue to strengthen here over the next couple of hours. That is right along a boundary to where if these storms continue to intensify, as I take a look at some additional information, those storms move northeast, hail and strong wind gusts will be a possibility, so we'll keep a close eye on that. We are still monitoring southwest Kansas to see if any of these additional storms, really just rain showers now, but we'll see if they can develop into stronger thunderstorms over the next few hours. As we take a look at where our chasers are at this point in time, they are moving into western Kansas in case those storms do intensify and become stronger through the evening. So for right now, the short-term focus is still on those storms in central Kansas, but more storms will be possible in western Kansas. Still uncertain on how widespread they will be, but for sure, if we do get some additional isolated storms developing, they are very likely to be severe. Ross?
All right, Peyton, and just an update here. It does look like the rotation on this storm in northern Rice County is now shifting just south of Highway 4. And so it's now looking more along the lines of extreme northern Rice County, where the rotation may be at its most significant point at the present time. We'll zoom back in, bring some more towns into view. Here's Geneseo. It's south of Lorain, and new tornado warning now, including northern Rice County. Does not include Lyons, but it does include areas over toward Little River, does include areas south of Canopolis Lake. Geneseo falls kind of right into the middle of it, but here's the area of concern. The notch now shifting south of Highway 4, and we're tracking this, starting to show more of a sign moving to the southeast. This, by the way, that's a funnel cloud that's showing up on the radar just southwest of Lorain. That's going to be some dated information because we know that the circulation is now south of there, but here's a location, again, estimated location 640 of a funnel cloud reported. That's going to be south of Lorain. But here's the concern now, south of Highway 4, north of Lyons. Let me bring Lyons into view so you can see where we're talking about. So Lyons and obviously Chase over there, well north of Raymond too. But as this gets ready to pass over Highway 14, we still believe there to be a well-defined wall cloud. Funnel clouds have been reported with the storm. We don't believe there to be a tornado happening at the moment. And we are noting a little bit of a southeasterly trek to the storm now as it gets ready to pass through areas southwest of Geneseo. This an area that I know very well, and so if we have a tornado in that area, we're probably going to find out about it fairly quickly. But at the moment, it does sound like we're dealing with some funnel clouds at the present time. This is one of just a couple of tornado warnings that we have in effect. It does look like the storm will pass to the north of Lyons, but heads up from Little River, south of Canopolis Lake. It doesn't look like the tornado is going to come anywhere close to Canopolis Lake. It will be well south of there, but this storm now starting to shift a little bit more to the southeast, kind of turning into the direction of the warm, humid air that's feeding this storm in northern Rice County. There's also been some tremendous hail. If you missed it a few minutes ago, we did have a report of an overturned semi on Highway 156. That was near Holyrood from some strong winds, and now the center part of this storm really focused over the southern part of Ellsworth County and northern Rice County. We haven't forgotten about those of you in Salina with the storm bearing down on you. I can definitely tell you that what we're looking at on radar appears to be wind and the possibility of hail up to the size of quarters. Now, what you're seeing here west of Salina looks like some strong winds are about ready to move into Salina. You can follow it there. Notice that area of green. So this is wind that's blowing in toward the Topeka radar, which of course would be up here. So some stronger winds look like they may be about ready to move through Salina, possibly 60, maybe 70 miles per hour, and a severe thunderstorm warning is out. You know, we spend a lot of our time focusing on tornado warnings, but you get winds that gust 70 to 80 miles per hour. It can leave widespread damage sometimes, even more so than what a brief tornado will do. So for those of you in Salina, you're saying, well, it's just a thunderstorm warning, but there's some significant wind showing up on radar with this. Be ready for winds of 60 to 70 there and possibly some quarter-size hail. We've got a view from Salina. This is our sky cam up there on the KSAL tower, and now the rain is starting to obscure the view just a little bit, but we know the storm has made it to Salina. The peak wind, though, may not have been experienced in Salina just yet, so don't let your guard down, because what we're looking at on radar would suggest to me that the strongest winds are probably still just west of Salina and haven't quite made it into the city itself. But a lot of dark-looking skies. You know, we've got a tornado watch out for the area. We've got some tornado warnings underway at the moment, but nothing that looks that threatening in terms of a rotating thunderstorm that would lead to a tornado. But obviously getting a little noisy in the city of Salina, so we'll continue to keep an eye on our Skycam view from up there. Again, that's the tower, the camera that's mounted on the KSAL tower. So severe thunderstorm warning for Saline County, strong winds. Let's look at the hail. Wouldn't expect it to be larger than quarter size. Haven't had anything like that reported. These blue colors that we're seeing here along I-70, yeah, estimated to be smaller than 1 inch in diameter, but we are also continuing to follow the tornado warning that's in effect for southern Ellsworth County and northern Rice County, an area right here to the south of Highway 4. Does look like we still have some fairly significant rotation. There's a new hail report just coming in. This is going to be east of Bushton near the Frederick area, quarter size at 643. And that area of rotation now looks like it's to the south of Highway 4 and starting to shift away from Geneseo. Good news there, but I know there's a lot of farmsteads in this area that deserve warning, and so heads up, because the storm is coming your way, and hopefully we won't have a tornado produced out of this, but there have been some funnel clouds reported with this particular cell. And by the way, the tornado warning for Rice and southern Ellsworth counties does continue until 7:30. It does look like Ellsworth County will probably be cleared from that before 7:30 because the rotation has shifted south, but obviously a storm we continue to watch carefully. With more details on storms west and north, we'll kick it back over to Peyton.
Yeah, Ross, real quickly want to show you here southwest Kansas. We're still monitoring this activity very closely that's trying to develop in western Kansas. If we can take Mikey Gribble's feed, it looks like let me see exactly what highway he's on. He's in the Garden City area. Looks like he may be heading north, but Mikey Gribble does have video of the storms that are attempting to develop there here to the west of Garden City. So we're going to keep watching this. It's not just around Garden City, but farther down to the south, to the northeast of the Liberal area. There is Mikey Gribble. So he is watching those towers going up. We will see if they continue to intensify. We have several chasers that will be out in western Kansas. By my count, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in western Kansas. If those storms do continue to develop. So we're going to keep watching that carefully. I do want to give a quick update on the tornado warning that we've been watching for Decatur County. As I was mentioning, the area of rotation now crossing the state line. Here's Cedar Bluffs. Cedar Bluffs, you have the all clear now. The rotation is passing north of town. We did not get, let me see, I believe this is the funnel cloud report that we had. Yeah, it's 628. In Decatur County reported the funnel to the northwest. So based on the indications that we've had so far, we did not have a tornado touch down. So we'll see if we did get any reports or not, but based on right now, that looks like it was just a funnel cloud. That is now moving into Nebraska. We do have other additional thunderstorms developing. It looks like we have Steve Pauley here in Thomas County. Let me see, I don't think his stream is up yet, but we'll be watching his information to see how these storms develop down around the Hoxie area. Looks like Justin Dean is in Trigo County, watching all these storms developing along a outflow boundary or a warm front. As they move north, what I have been kind of monitoring as we take a look here over the past hour, they're moving northeast, and once you go north of this front, the air is a little bit more stable. So as these storms move toward the northeast, it might be more of a hail and wind threat. We'll see how that changes wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado, but that's kind of what we're thinking. And then in southwest Kansas, this is a part of the state that if these storms become severe, it's very likely that they're going to produce very large hail, strong winds, and a tornado threat. So southwest Kansas is where it looks like we're going to have to watch for additional storm development in the next couple of hours. For right now, the strongest storms still there in portions of Rice County. Let's send him back on over to Ross with information on those storms.
Well, Peyton, looking at the wind inside of the storm, it looks like we could see some of the strong winds headed for Lyons. The storm has taken on more of a southeasterly path. And so, although we haven't had a tornado reported with the storm, I would say in the city of Lyons, we need to be ready for hail, maybe up to the size of golf balls, and some strong winds. And let me show you why, because when we look and we sample this storm using the Wichita radar, this strong area of green that's showing up northwest of Lyons is now moving in closer to the community. And so even if we don't get a tornado, I mentioned a few minutes ago, hail and wind combination can often do more widespread damage than a tornado because tornadoes by themselves are isolated. So what I would be concerned about here, especially from Lyons just north along Highway 14, some strong winds, maybe of 60 to 65 miles per hour, could be coming through that area momentarily, along with some large hail. We've had hailstones this afternoon, ranging anywhere from quarter size all the way up to baseball and grapefruit size. I don't think we're going to have that kind of hail on this storm in Rice County, but certainly looks like some strong winds now right along and to the west of Highway 14, and the hail threat also still looks fairly significant. You know, you get back here just to the northwest of Lyons up toward the Frederick and Bushton areas, and our computer's estimating hail that might be golf ball to maybe 2 inches in diameter. Hopefully we're not getting hail of that size, because again, for a lot of the farmers in the area, your focus, your concern on the wheat crop, whether you have insurance or not, I don't think anybody wants to be hailed out, but this sort of thing is definitely a widespread concern for hail and strong winds, and this is going to continue to push on to the southeast. So again, areas north of Lyons, it is a tornado warning. It's possible it could produce another wall cloud or a funnel. Haven't had any confirmation of a tornado, but still looks like a threat here of some large hail happening north of Lyons and some strong winds expected too of about 60 miles per hour. Who's next in line? Well, from around the city of Lyons and north up toward the Geneseo area, if we track this southeast at about 25, you're going to see Little River at 713, Windham at 727. Those next in line should be ready for some large hail and strong wind gusts. For those of you in Salina, again, we've been watching two areas. We've got this one north of Lyons, south of Ellsworth. We've also got this area in Saline County. It looks like the storm coming in from the west still may be producing some winds of 60 to 65. And the hail with these storms probably quarter size at the largest. I don't think we're looking at any of that 2 or 3 inch hail that's coming into Salina, but hail and wind combination, again, obviously a reason to be concerned about what's happening here in Saline County. We also have some severe weather back in the Ellsworth area, again, from the city of Ellsworth south. Even though the tornado threat has shifted south of you, still does look like some large hail is possible there south of Ellsworth and down closer to the Ellsworth-Rice County line. Zooming back in here right along Highway 14 and just west of there, still some pretty good indications on radar of large hail. Not a guarantee that we're going to get that sort of thing, but just letting you know what the radar is suggesting, what we're seeing in terms of wind and the potential here as we continue to deal with this active severe weather. Some of you may be wanting to know, is this stuff going to be headed for Hutchinson, Wichita? There have been a lot of questions about that. Still, my expectation would be maybe not, but with this southeasterly movement on the storm in Rice County, it doesn't have to go much further before we would start being a little bit concerned about what may happen in northern Reno County. But let's give it another 45 minutes or an hour, because there's still some question as to whether or not that storm is going to make it this far south. Possible, doesn't appear, at least in my judgment, all that likely. And then you can see that severe weather that's happening in Saline County. So it's not necessarily a widespread scenario of severe weather right now in central Kansas, but this is also not the main event, because we've got severe weather up in Nebraska, we've got thunderstorms popping up in western Kansas, and what we think is going to happen later on tonight will be a significant wind situation playing out over northern Kansas up into southern Nebraska, where some places are going to potentially see 70 to 80 mile per hour winds that could be doing some rather widespread damage as those storms track along. So at the moment, if you're just joining our coverage, tornado warning, northern Rice, southern Ellsworth counties. We believe the rotation is right on Highway 14, north of Lyons by about 5 or 6 miles. What's moving through Salina, not a tornadic thunderstorm there. Looks like winds of 50 to 60, some quarter-size hail possible. And once again, let's just take another look, a small sample of what we're looking at here in a closer perspective around Lyons, and just north of there, strong winds are expected on this storm. Does look like Geneseo probably getting hit with some heavy rain and some hail there, and that storm moving southeast. The one that's in Saline County moving more to the east and will eventually, does look like the storm is holding together. Next in line would be Dickinson County, Abilene down toward the Carlton area. Does look like New Cambria. Should be prepared for some storms coming your way. The threat here of large hail and some strong wind gusts on that Saline County storm. Kick it back over to Peyton here for another update on western Kansas storms.
Yeah, Ross, I want to give a quick update on that Decatur County storm. The tornado warning will probably be dropped for the Kansas portion because this storm has now completely crossed into Nebraska. But I do want to pass along that we did actually get a report of a tornado near Cedar Bluffs at 6:42. The spot a report of a brief tornado touching down, so we'll keep watching that. But that is, again, crossing the state line into Nebraska. Do you have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued? This is for northeastern Sheridan County until 7:30. This is a hail threat about to move into Hoxie. Might be up to quarter sized. You can see that storm moving off in a northeasterly movement. So hail, some wind gusts 50 to 60 possible with that storm. A storm north of Colby in Thomas County is not severe. There might be some small pea-sized hail, but that's moving toward the northeast. We go farther down to the southeast. There are some additional storms redeveloping south of Hays, looks like right over Shinshin. Those moving to the north, brief heavy downpours of rain. The primary concerns at this point in time, we've got the strongest storms, as Ross was mentioning, in central Kansas, and we are still keeping a very close eye on southwest Kansas for potential for severe weather. What you can see here are a few storms that are currently trying to develop. They have been struggling. We will see if they strengthen, because if they do, it'll probably pose a significant severe weather threat, but we've just got to wait and see how they develop. We've still got another about hour or two of daylight here in southwest Kansas for these storms to continue to feed off the warmth and moisture of the day. And we'll see if they can become severe, but for right now, they are not. We do have storm chasers, again, monitoring those storms as they're developing. Again, Mikey Gribble, looks like, okay, he was in Garden City and was dropping south of the city. Let's go ahead and take his feed here real quick. Now that we know that he's dropping south, it looks like he might be going to intercept that storm that's going up to the southeast of Sublette. So if we look at Mikey Gribble's feed, it looks like he is heading south along Highway 83. On that picture, you can end up seeing there on the left side of your screen, that is going to be the storm that's going up to the southeast of Sublette, northwest of Meade. That does have a pretty good vertical growth to it. So that one might be one that will intensify. We'll keep watching that. So we'll monitor their feeds and several chasers in western Kansas. For now, on the strongest storms in central Kansas, we'll send it back over to Ross.
All right, thanks, Peyton. And we do have a wind gust now measured at 59 miles per hour moving through the city of Salina. That was something we told you about just a few minutes ago. Again, that's measured 59. We also have a report from Geneseo now of $half size hail that has occurred in Geneseo. We also have a new report showing up here just north of Lyons of some large hail. Give you an idea of what we're looking at here north of Lyons, where some strong wind and hail potential. And here you can see golf ball size hail reported at 6:54. Again, this was north of Lyons. We are about to let our viewers on the KSCW return to scheduled programming for the evening. Our coverage is going to continue with severe weather on KWCH 12. Again, tornado warning does continue for northern Rice, southern Ellsworth counties. Severe weather moving through Salina. Winds of 60. Possible quarter-size hail there, and we'll pause for a moment to let CW viewers return to programming. All right, back with continuing with our coverage here on KWCH 12 as we're dealing with a tornado warning set to expire in about 30 minutes for northern Rice County. We have not had a tornado reported. Certainly some good news, but areas north of Lyons should be bracing for strong wind gusts of 60 miles per hour, because what we're looking at from the Wichita radar, this green area right here along Highway 4, that's the wind, and that's the reason why I keep suggesting 60 winds are possible as that storm passes just along and to the north of the Lyons area. Will eventually cross over Highway 56 east of Lyons. Over the last hour, if you watch how the storm is evolving, there you can see the strong winds. Again, radar alone would suggest that strong wind may pass north of Lyons. keep an eye out for 60 winds there. And again, we have had some large hail, golf ball size now confirmed north of the city of Lyons. What's coming through Salina, we have had the weather station there in the city of Salina confirm measure our 60 mile per hour, actually 59 mile per hour wind gust. Does look like there's a hail threat ongoing in Salina, possibly to the tune of maybe quarter size. Not one of the bigger hail reports that we've had this afternoon, but hail of quarter size and winds of 60, 59 or 60 can do some damage by itself.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And good evening, everyone. We do have a tornado warning in effect for the southeast corner of Decatur County, extreme northeastern parts of Sheridan County. This also includes Norton and portions of Graham County. We can tell you this is radar indicated rotation. We don't have confirmation of a tornado at the moment, but the rotation that we're looking at is about 10 miles back to the west of Lenora. This storm is tracking to the northeast, and if it were to produce a tornado, it's going to stay well west of Jennings area, also well away from the Selden area. Of course, we know there's still some cleanup efforts in the area. But if you're west of Lenora, the southwest corner here of Norton County, you do need to be watching this storm. I'm going to show you what the wind looks like on the inside of the storm, and there's still an area of concern. It's on several different county lines, so that's why the warning encompasses 4 different counties, but it's a much smaller area that we're looking at. Again, this is well to the southwest of Lenora by several miles, so we're not looking at a significant tornado threat in Lenora, but it's a good 10 miles back to the southwest of town. So there's the circulation, and that's why we have this tornado warning in effect for those particular areas. Still have a very strong thunderstorm here northeast of Lyons in the Little River, Windham areas. Be prepared for large hail, maybe up to the size of 2 inches in diameter. That storm is pressing on to the northeast, heads up Marquette, potentially Lindsborg. This storm producing large hail as it moves on to the northeast. It should stay just to the northwest of McPherson. We're in continuous coverage on 12.2.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
Good evening, everybody. We do have a tornado warning still in effect for the southwest corner of Norton County. We still have not had any confirmation of a tornado. We do have Storm Team 12 storm chaser Steve Polly that's watching this storm from several miles away. If we get a chance to look at his video, it would be worthwhile. We have been able to note off the air that it does look like the storm is organizing, but it doesn't look like we have an imminent tornado threat. Here's a report of some quarter-size hail at 7:52, that near New Almelo, and it does look like that storm has shifted on to the north of that particular area. So this is Steve's video, and what we're looking at here, it does look like we've got a little bit of a storm structure here showing a rain-free area. Not seeing a wall cloud, not seeing a funnel or a tornado, but again, this is Steve Polly, and these are current pictures that are coming in. This is his video. It does look like an area here on the back part of the storm that we'll need to keep an eye on. The radar still has some rotation west of Lenora. If the storm does put down a tornado, it's going to be well removed from the town of Lenora as that continues up to the north. I do want to let you know up here in the Norton vicinity, it does look like the storm continues to move mostly to the northeast, and so questionable whether or not it would be in play for the city of Norton itself, but just it does have a history of producing some large hail. The storm that's west of McPherson right now still showing signs on radar producing some large hail. That's moving in closer to Marquette, back to the southwest of Lindsborg. If the trajectory holds on the movement of the storm here, it looks like it will stay west of McPherson for at least another 20 or 30 minutes, but be prepared for some large hail in that area. Storms are starting to ease up on Salina. We do have some power outages there. And also from southwest Kansas, the warning for Gray County is expiring. The storm north of Dodge City has been weakening. Stay with us for more updates throughout the evening.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And we still have a tornado warning in effect for Norton County. We can tell you we still have not had any confirmation, and we do have 2 storm chasers in this area. They're not reporting a tornado at the moment. There's still some rotation that's showing up northwest of Lenora. Of course, here's Norton, and I'll put radar in motion so you can see, for those of you in Norton wondering which way the storm is going. It is moving to the northeast. We continue to see some rotation with it south of Highway 36 and northwest of Lenora off of Highway 9, but again, it has not produced a tornado. We're hoping that continues to be the case. But even if it doesn't, and we do see some larger hail moving closer to Norton, we're still several minutes away from it doing so, but I'll give you an indication of how soon it should be coming into Norton. If it's tracking northeast at close to 30 miles per hour, could be reaching Norton just around, well, right around 8:30 this evening, and Almena, it looks like around 8:51. Again, this is a tornado warning for the southwest portion of Norton County. Still no confirmation of a tornado. There have been some occasional wall clouds, and we've been able to see on Steve Polly's video that, you know, a wall cloud is showing up, but it doesn't appear that it's producing funnels, and certainly not a tornado. We do have a lot of hail being reported on this storm south of Herndon right now. Golf ball size hail has been confirmed. That storm is passing to the northwest of the Oberlin area. So heads up, that storm is racing northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. We go back to central Kansas, west of McPherson. We still have a very intense thunderstorm here showing up to the northwest of McPherson, north of the Conway area. Looks like as that storm comes down Highway 56 and approaches McPherson, there is a possibility we could still be getting some hail up to the size of golf balls or maybe even egg size, about 2 inches in diameter. That storm showing more of an easterly movement. So if you're in McPherson, you do want to be prepared for large hail, because that sort of thing is probably going to play out here. A warning for McPherson County. Some wind damage has been reported in Salina. The strongest storm now over towards Solomon and New Cambria, moving away from Salina and from southwest Kansas. For those of you in and around Dodge City, storms have weakened, no longer severe, but some heavy rain north of Dodge. We also have some heavy rain showing up to the southwest of Dodge City. We're in continuous coverage on 12.2. We'll be back on the air throughout the evening with more updates as the situation changes.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And we still have a tornado warning for Norton County, but no confirmation of a tornado at the present time. We haven't had any tornadoes in Norton County thus far, and it doesn't really look like we're headed that way. But around the Norton vicinity, you should know that a storm is coming in from the southwest, so keep an eye on what's happening here. Again, the storm is looking a little less impressive from a radar standpoint. It doesn't look like it's going to produce a tornado at the moment, but we do have Justin Dean and we also have Steve Polly that are both kind of on either side of the storm, keeping an eye on it. So if it does produce a tornado, we'll know about it right away, but at the moment certainly doesn't look like it's going to do that. Up here west and northwest of the Oberlin area, still dealing with a fairly intense thunderstorm that has a history of producing golf ball size hail. We just had another one of those reports pop up to the southeast of Herndon. That storm is on a course that would take it up into southern Nebraska here within the next 20 to 30 minutes. Should safely stay to the north of Oberlin. A severe thunderstorm warning continues there. Heads up in McPherson, we are definitely concerned about some strong winds here moving down Highway 56. It's moving through the Windham area as we speak. Also out around the Conway area, you want to be ready for strong winds. The storm continues to move to the east, and radar indicates that winds may go 60, 70, 75 miles per hour. Wouldn't be out of the question here. I'll show you what it looks like from the Wichita radar, and it's this pocket of green that we're looking at back here around Windham and again down Highway 56. If this continues to push toward the McPherson area, there's reason to believe that we could be dealing with some wind damage in the wake of this storm as it works its way across central and western McPherson County. Again, this is a dangerous storm. Even though it's not a tornado warning, you don't want to let your guard down in these kinds of scenarios. If we put the wind in conjunction with some large hail, which is also possible, and we can be dealing with some significant damage here. It does look like our computer's estimating hail to the size of maybe golf balls on that storm north of Windham. Dangerous storm in McPherson County. Please stay alert, especially in the city of McPherson. We know there are power outages in Salina from a tree that fell on a transformer. We've also heard that lightning has hit a transformer too, so some issues going on there. The storm that's east of Salina over toward the Solomon area, New Cambria, west of Abilene, has weakened a little bit. Not out of the question that we could get some hail up to the size of dimes, maybe a wind gust of 40 to 50 miles per hour. So stay alert around Abilene and western Dickinson County, but that storm doesn't look very impressive. And even around Salina, things are starting to calm down at the present time. Storms, by the way, in southwest Kansas, take a quick look at those. The storm that's up near the Jetmore area has weakened considerably, still with some heavy rain and a little bit of hail possible there. Also, the storm that's coming in from the southwest approaching Dodge City has also weakened quite a bit. It does look like the most recent hail report that we got from that storm is definitely smaller than 1 inch in diameter, and these storms in southwest Kansas have really had a difficult time trying to get their legs beneath them and take off. It doesn't look like it's happening at the moment. Another little shower showing up down into Clark County, but that storm doesn't look all that impressive. That would be Comanche County, if you would. They're south of Greensburg, not overly impressive. So at the moment, tornado warning for Norton County, no confirmation of a tornado there. Other strong thunderstorms are developing south of Norton Norton. We'll keep you posted on what's developing. Also, significant wind headed for McPherson. Please stay alert. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are possible, especially to the west of the city of McPherson. We're in continuous coverage on 12.2. I'll be back through the evening with more updates.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And good evening. A quick update on the tornado warning for Norton County. We still have not had any confirmation of a wall cloud or a tornado. We do have storm chasers in this area keeping an eye on things. Around the Norton area, you do have a storm coming in from the southwest. Norton, of course, located right here at the intersection of 36 and the highway that runs south out of town. That storm coming in from the southwest looks like it's going to produce some hail and maybe some gusty winds up to about 50 or 60 miles per hour, but we don't have a tornado threat with that any longer. There's another storm coming in from the southwest passing over Steve Polly's location. We'll check in with him and see if we get any updated information there. It looks like we just got a new hail report, so I'll pass that along to you from the southwest corner of Norton County just to give you an idea of what these storms are doing. And there it looks like we're dealing with some nickel-size hail, that at 8:18 this evening, just to, again, a small sample of some of the hail. We've also got some large hail, golf ball size, been confirmed with this storm to the north of Oberlin, but that storm moving northeast is going to take it out of Kansas here in about the next 15 minutes. We also have a big wind-producing storm right now in McPherson County from the city of McPherson back to the west. Heads up, because radar continues to show the potential here for winds that might be on the order of 60 to 70 miles per hour, and there's still an ongoing hail threat, something we've had trouble with this particular storm in general. We had a lot of hail reported in Rice County. It's now moving through Windham, east of Windham toward the Conway area, McPherson. Again, big storm here, still likely producing some strong winds at the present time. If we look north, we find some other storms around the New Cambria area over into western Dickinson County. Over the last hour, that storm continues to move east, but it's also weakening and things are calming down in Salina. Those of you in South Kansas, storms are not severe. We've got a little storm east of Jetmore. We've also got another little shower west of Dodge City. Neither one of them are showing any signs of strengthening at the present time. But we do continue with severe weather in parts of Kansas. The tornado watch for central Kansas has now been extended until 11 o'clock tonight. We'll keep an eye on the north and in central Kansas and be back with more updates through the evening.